Hello, Internet. Good morning and welcome to Creative Lives, photography brand makeover with Sarah Petty and Era Verbeek. My name is Lorraine Lobdell. I will be one of your chat hosts this week alongside the amazing Kenna Klosterman. How are you?
I'm doing great, Lorraine. How are you doing this morning?
I'm super great. I am excited about this course because my brand needs a little polishing up. Erin and you guys, how are you guys doing this morning?
We're fabulous.
We are stoked to be here.
Yeah. We are stoked to have you. And I love that you just said stoked because I'm a Southern California girl and we say that all the time.
Yes.
So folks, welcome again. We are going to do about 6 minutes of pre-show banter. Let us know in the chat room if you can see us and hear us, and let us know where you're joining us from. We have folks joining us from all around the world, and we're going to read off to you guys where they're from in a moment. But first, we would like to introduce our studio audience. We have five photographers here who all have something very special on their finger, which you'll find out later what that is and why. Maybe. There's a theme. I'm not even sure why there's this theme. We're going to find out.
Yes, we are.
And so if you could just go down and tell us your names and your website, where you're joining us from, your Twitter handle, and what you're most excited about this workshop.
Hi, I'm Claire Troutman, and Daniel and I are here from Jefferson, Oregon. Our Twitter handle is Troutman Photo, and our website is www.troutmanphoto.com. And I couldn't limit it to one thing that I'm excited about to be here.
Well, we get to meet Sarah and Erin.
Well,
so
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah,
You just call Sarah.
Sarah. I like
Sarah.
it. Sarah, that'll work. So.
Well, and you are the Troutmans.
Yes.
You are getting the extreme home makeover.
Exactly.
That's Troutman. Meet the Troutmans.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I just say home makeover? I meant brand makeover.
It's okay. We
You know what I
understand.
mean.
I'm Carrie Kirshner from Seattle, Washington, and my studio name is Acclaimed Photography, and my website is acclaimedphoto.com. My Twitter is Acclaimed Photo, and I mostly shoot portraits.
Great.
So,
Matt Rowland from St. Louis, Missouri, Rowland Studios. Yeah, right up the road, about an hour away.
Yep. Well, depending on how fast you drive.
Oh, well,
Really a little farther.
all right, did I just tell on myself?
Exactly.
Rowland Studios is my company, and website is www.rowlandstudiosstl.com. Twitter handle is @RowlandStudios, and right now we're less than a year old, so we really don't have a brand, so that's why we're here.
Hi, my name is Andrea Bowie Scott, and my website is cameragipsy.com, and my Twitter is Andrea Bowie Scott. I've been on previously, so I'm not going to spell it all out this time. I am super excited to be here because I'm trying to start up two businesses, one photography and then one as a licensed massage therapist, so I cannot wait to see how to do this branding and everything because I feel like I'm pulling out my hair trying to figure it out, so I can't wait.
Excellent. We asked when the massage therapist was coming.
We've got her.
Surprise!
Andrea, how come you didn't tell us that before?
Come sit by
You kept that one secret the last time you were here.
These couches are really going to turn into massage once the cameras go off.
Exactly. Lunchtime massages.
So Sarah and Erin, like I said, the beauty of Creative Live is that we have people joining us from all over the world. So Lorraine, where are people joining us from today?
We have people in the chat rooms from Puerto Rico and San Francisco. And Julie Ray Photography is from, says, hi, Dubai, to Zane there.
We have Red Fox, who is in Steinbach from Manitoba, Canada. We have Ukraine, Kiev, Poland, Gorzo, Germany, Romania,
South Africa and Mexico,
Arkansas,
the Ukraine.
Where's my Texans? Where are my Lions?
Wait,
Texans.
they're going to be showing up here in a second.
They will come in.
Panama.
Patrick Robinson says he's in the Bahamas. I want proof. Send me some photos.
Yeah, for sure.
And I join
We
you,
want to be there.
Patrick. Tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. Come on, everyone.
All right, we got Nikki Sue Photog from San Antonio, Texas. There you go.
And we have Mallory Owens from Austin, Texas.
There you go.
Very cool. Trinidad and Tobago. Great to be back. Thank you for joining us again.
Santo Domingo.
Awesome. So, people all over the world. And Sarah, when we were talking yesterday, we were talking about the fact that you two actually don't live in the same place. So where are you both from?
I am from fantastic, sunny Springfield, Illinois. Home of Abraham Lincoln. Many think home of Bart Simpson, but that's yet to be disputed by some. So
I actually split my time, little known trivia fact,
Yes.
between Dallas, Texas and a little town outside of Waco, Texas. So I met Sarah, and we'll get into this a little bit longer, or a little bit later, but I've been in Texas for the last 8 years, and now I consider myself a Texan. So that's why I'm happy we've got some Texans here. But
even though there were fingernail marks scratching her, getting her down there, now she's like holding on.
yes,
Nothing's going to get her out of Texas.
That is fantastic. Wow.
Except Seattle will get her out of Texas, but only for a couple days. So
I don't know. We'll have to work on you. Seattle's a pretty great place.
It is pretty beautiful.
I like the sun too much, I think, so.
Okay.
she is the sun.
I'll give you that.
That's true.
Can't win on that one.
We have had an amazing summer here, though.
We
We've
have.
had lots of sunshine.
We have, so that's been special. All right, well, it is 9 o'clock, and so we are ready to get rolling. So once again, welcome to Creative Live, everyone. We are here with Sarah Petty and Aaron Verbeck for their photography brand makeover. And this is gonna be so much fun. So I'm going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There is one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com. And you can take us, /live. You can take us on the go as well. So you can watch on your iPhone, iPad, or Android-friendly device. And we'll show you in a second what that looks like. But I love the fact that there are people in Romania that might be watching us on their iPhone. It's pretty darn cool, on the go. So if you have, this is where you watch Creative Live on creativelive.com/live. And if you are in an area of the country or the world that has a slower internet speed, you can control the resolution of your screen manually. So go down to the bottom right-hand corner where it says Best, and you can hover over that, select the internet speed or the resolution speed that is best for you, and that will change then. So again, no need to go to another site. You can just control your resolution right there. So we read off where people are joining us from around the world, and we invite you all to join the conversation that we are having here at Creative Live over the next few days. And one way that you can do that, the best way to do that, is to go and join our chat room. So that is creativelive.com/chat. I encourage you to open up a second browser so that you can go along and have both next to each other. And so when you go into the chat room, you can see that there are 3 tabs across the top. The first tab is Creative Live, and this is where we ask you to have your on-topic conversations. So not only will you be able to ask questions of Sarah and Aaron in the next few days, but also we highly encourage you to ask each other questions and answer each other's questions. We have a huge wealth of information and knowledge out there with the many, many thousands of photographers that are watching right now. So go ahead and ask each other questions and answer them in the Live tab. The second tab is the Creative Queue tab, and that is the chat room for you to just drop in your questions for Sarah and Aaron. And that makes it really easy for our folks behind the scenes who are moderating the chat rooms in there with you to pull them out, pass them along to Lorraine and I so that we can pass them along. So just drop your cues in there. No need to answer people's questions there. We won't be answering questions in there, but let us know where you're joining us from because we like to give shout outs to where you are. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge, and this is the chat room for y'all to just get to know each other with your off-topic conversations and have fun. So in addition to the chat rooms, we are also taking questions via social media. So head on over to our creativelive.com Facebook page and give us a like if you haven't already, and we'll be taking your questions from there as well. And we're also using Twitter for this workshop, and the hashtag is SarahLive, and that's Sarah with an H. So the way that Creative Live works is that we bring our live events with industry-leading instructors to as many people as possible around the world for free, again, during our live events. And the way that this works is that then if you are watching the course for free and you decide that you must own this workshop because it is pretty challenging to take it all in at once and you might not be able to watch the whole thing, you can then purchase and download the course videos. And so these are the full high-res videos that you can download or you can stream online on creativelive.com. So with that purchase, that is what you get, but there will be more that we will talk about in a minute. So this 3-day workshop is $149, and when you purchase it during the live event, it is only $99. And what a value of 3 days of videos that you will be able to go and reference in addition to more. So let's take a look at how you can purchase this course. First of all, when you go to the course page, and you can get there quickly from our homepage, is you can enroll for this course. And we highly encourage you to enroll if you have not already. You will get the email reminders and all of the links that you'll need, and there'll be some special offers, and we'll have those links in those emails as well. So enroll for the class. Next to that is the Buy Now button, and you can see there that the workshop is at our live event price of only $99, again, during the live event, and then it goes up to the regular price of $149. So, as we mentioned, we've got people watching all over the world, but we would love for you, our audience, to spread the word because, again, over the next 3 days, people can come and watch this content for free. So spread the word via Facebook, via Twitter. We now have Pinterest up on our website, and if you didn't notice that, so you can start pinning our pages if you're using Pinterest and let folks know what we're doing here and trying to raise the bar of the industry with free education. So you'll see on the screen there that was all the videos that you will be able to download once you purchase the course. So in addition, I'd like to tell you to pass it over to Sarah because the Joy of Marketing is having some special, very special offers and course goodies as well. So the first one is www.thejoyofmarketing.com/day1. Would you like to talk about what people will find there?
Yeah, so we have been putting together all kinds of goodies to help people follow along through the course. You don't need them, but why not have them, print them out, go through these exercises, because this course is unlike any other course we've ever done, and our audience here live will have them, and it's just a great way for you guys to have something to help you work on your business and your brand. We also have all kinds of exciting vendor specials and goodies throughout the entire course. We'll be giving away to live audience, to you guys, to the Troutmans. So you can find out those specials there too. So that's at thejoyofmarketing.com/day1. That's what you'll find there.
Yeah, so what happens when you go there is you are just going to see what all you get, and then you just enter in your name and your email address, and you will get an email that sends you to a special website where you can go and download all this goody stuff. And every day there will be a different website that you sign up for, so be sure to stay tuned with us all 3 days because there's all kinds of good stuff coming.
Yep, and then we have a really cool special for you guys at thejoymarketing.com/21days. And this is a product we'll talk about a little bit later today, but it's really the coursework that everyone's going to be working through. And we have that on special for you guys, you Creative Live watchers, because it's going to make so much more sense when you see it happening with the Troutmans and with our live audience. If you're someone who's built a business and you neglected the branding part, or you didn't go through and go through the steps that we're going to be going through over mostly today and in the morning, and you get to see some really, really cool stuff, this might be something you want to go in and grab. And price regular $3.99.
Yeah, and for Creative Live, it is on special through Monday for $149. So again, www.thejoyofmarketing.com/21 days, the number 21 days, and you'll see everything that you get inside of that course. And of course, our audience here is going to get to do it with us.
And why we named it 21 days, they say it takes 3 weeks to break a habit. And we went through everything it takes to create a new brand. It's not something you just sit down and do. So it's a workbook. I actually have it here for you guys, but all the things we're going to be working through. And then there's audio files where I talk you through each little step. So you can experience it here and then spend the next 3 weeks scrubbing through your own brand.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Jumpstart your brand in 21 days.
Jumpstart it.
And I have listened to your audio things before, so I forgot to turn my mic back on. I love your voice, Sarah. It's so fun to have you here because I've listened to your audio files and podcasts before, and I'll talk about that later. But they're really incredible.
Awesome. Thanks.
But yeah, highly encourage you guys to go check out both of those sites. And if you're not familiar with the joy of marketing yet, you will be, but check out their website as well with all the resources that are there. But we'll be talking more about all those things. So again, the 21 days, Jumpstart Your Brand in 21 days is normally $399. However, right now it's $149, and then you can go through all of the coursework in there as we do it with the Troutmans. So in addition to that, but wait, there's more. When you purchase the Creative Live workshop, which again is $99 right now, we have a huge value, huge bonus add-on that I would love for Sarah to talk about, and that is the Doubling Your Marketing Budget Publicity Training.
Yeah, so tomorrow afternoon on day 2, we'll be talking about marketing and the things you need to do to build your business. But one of the things I could talk for days on is how to generate free publicity. That's where you get people talking about you in the newspaper and the TV. And Erin and I are former ad agency people, and we did this for our clients, and it's not just sending a press release.
Right.
So we wanted to really encourage people to make that investment in this course because it's a resource people will have for years, but we wanted to basically double their value by throwing in this publicity CD. So you guys can download Creative Live, and then you'll also have this little extra nugget. Think if you could double your marketing budget.
I know.
I mean, it's great. And it can happen year after year after year.
That's awesome. And so it's essentially, it's a no-brainer in that you're paying the $99 and then you get another $99 value.
Yep.
So the way that when you purchase the course, the way that you get this is to email your course purchase receipt to info@thejoyofmarketing.com. And that is how you will get that information. So again, that is for purchasers of this workshop. So finally, as Sarah mentioned, we're going to be giving away a ton of prizes throughout this workshop. The way that you enter this contest is via Twitter. You pick out your favorite Sarah or Erin quote or tip. You tweet that out and you use the URL that you see there on the screen, which is the short URL for this workshop. If you forget what that is, just go over to the course page, copy and paste that, put it in your tweet. That is how we search for your quotes, and you have to tweet to win. Finally, we are hiring here at Creative Live. This is the most amazing place to work. We are a family as well as a team, and we are growing tremendously. So we invite you to go to our creativelive.com/jobs page and check out all of the job openings. There are more than what you see on the screen right now, or actually there are a ton of them on the screen right now. Some of those are brand new, some of those are just posted. So go and check that out and pass it along to people that you think would be a great fit for us here at Creative Live as well. We look forward to hearing from you or your friends on that. So with all of that, Sarah and Erin, let us get this party started. Over to you.
Fabulous. Excited to be in Seattle and excited to be here with this amazing studio audience. 3 days of excitement.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Well, welcome everyone. I am Sarah Petty and this is Erin Verbeck, and we have so many exciting things for the next 3 days. Hope we can all keep the energy. We've never done 3 days of live internet TV, so we're really, really excited. And what I love about this 3 days is that we do a lot of teaching. I taught business courses at a community college, and we'll tell you our stories, but when you get to actually do it, it makes such a difference than reading a business book or learning it in a business course. So my goal for you guys here is to go home with clarity on your brand and your products and your prices and a sales plan and all these things that are spinning out there. I feel like it's when we get into business, we're like picking up puzzle pieces everywhere, but we don't have that picture on the box. Isn't that what we're like? We're like, okay, let's, this piece looks like it might go here. There's some blue and some blue. Let's put the puzzle pieces in. And what we want to do today, or through these 3 days, is to give you guys the picture of the puzzle box and many pieces of the puzzle, so you can go back and you know what it looks like. You have a lot of the pieces and you just have to put those pieces into place. Okay, so it'll be such a good feeling, because I know that's what we're all doing. We're getting pieces at conventions and from some great pieces, but without having that picture of the box, it's really hard. So that's our goal for today. Let me talk a little bit with you guys. I have my fancy little clicker. I love this setup, and I tell you, the team here has been amazing building this set. We're like, oh, we'd like this. Boom. There's guys running. I don't know. My husband, it might not be happy with me when I get home. So I'm gonna be like, wow, there were these guys. I just say, I'd like this, and boom, it happened. So we're feeling a little spoiled, aren't we? But we want to talk a little bit about who this program is for. You guys are stuck with us for 3 days, so if you feel like you're in the wrong place, then that's just too bad. But we work with photographers every day at The Joy of Marketing, and I've had a small business, you'll hear my story again, but over 10 years, and those first couple years, you know, you put your kids to bed, and then you're up in the middle of the night retouching because it's got to get done, and you're working all the time. So you guys out there watching, if you feel like that's you're gonna learn things from us.
I think the second thing that we hear so much of at The Joy of Marketing is I love the photography aspect of it, but I'm not making enough money at it. I keep attracting these price-sensitive clients. All they want to do is nickel and dime me. They don't want to pay what I'm worth. And that's what we're going to talk about, and especially in this first day. I think we kind of jump ahead and we forget that there's some foundation that you need to build with a business first, before you just hang out your shingle and say, hey, I'll do this for money, and that's your brand. And so that's a big piece of making sure that you can charge enough money for what you do. And that's why we're so excited to do this entire makeover, but really focusing heavily on the brand, is because it's one of those things that's hard to get your arms around. It's like brand, and everybody's like, what is that? I don't know. Is it my logo? It's a confusing thing. So we're going to try to hopefully clear the water there for all of you guys at home, so that you understand it doesn't have to be hard to build a strong brand.
And I think people too feel like, oh, I left my corporate job or my job with benefits and vacation, so I get to do what I love, but because of that, I don't get to make money and I don't get to have all those benefits, and that's not true. Afraid to sell to clients. Come on, all of you are like, yeah, busted. You all have a mustache now, so you can go in with your mustache. If you have a wonderful system that is created to serve and thrill your clients, it doesn't have to be this salesy, yucky thing. And that's what we love about all the things we teach, is you should be able to thrill your clients, and you should get referrals because of it. And it doesn't have to feel salesy and yucky. But certain things have to happen so that you can get the orders and that you can keep moving on, and you're not spending hours and weeks and years chasing clients down. So if that's where you guys are struggling, you're in the right place.
So I mentioned it before, the attracting the wrong clients, right? So the first thing you hear on the phone call, that your phone rings and you hear, how much do you cost? Right? We all hear that. So there's something wrong if that's the first question you're hearing over and over and over again with that phone call that you're getting from prospective clients. So if that's what you're hearing, we've got a lot coming up for you guys the next 3 days on how to fix that. And it's not just about your brand, it's about your marketing, it's about your sales process. And there's a lot of things that go into that need to happen to make sure that you can kind of stop getting rid of those bottom feeders.
Yeah, because in other industries, people compete with cheap, which we know happens in our industry, but in our industry, we're competing with free. Because everybody has a nice camera, everybody has an iPhone. That's our new camera of choice. Yeah. So we have to do so many things differently if we want to survive as a professional photographer. Overwhelmed and making marketing mistakes. We worked at an ad agency, and every single client that came in and said, I've tried radio and it doesn't work. I've tried TV and it doesn't work. I've tried newspaper and it doesn't work. I've tried direct mail and it doesn't work. They have tried everything and it doesn't work. So all of these puzzle pieces that you're playing with start with a great brand, okay? And that's what we're really digging into today. You can't build a strong foundation or a strong business without that foundation and that brand. It's like building a house and having sand. You're not laying the cement and you're just starting to build that house. Well, it may be a pretty house and it may look strong, but it's not. Okay, so those marketing mistakes and all that money that you guys have invested, and I know every single one of you has tried something that didn't work. So what we're going to talk about mostly tomorrow, I mean, we have good stuff this whole time, but we get heavy into marketing and promotion tomorrow and Friday. But things that you can do that aren't super expensive, that build your brand. Because when we're small businesses, every dollar that we invest in our business has to get us a return. We can't just buy big ads and TV, and we can show you guys all how to make money and build your business that way, but we don't have the budgets to do that kind of stuff. So we want to give you the tools after you've built a brand and you get all the parts of your business in line to be able to have marketing that works. Good feeling, yes? Everyone? Awesome. And then overwhelm.
Yeah. So again, like Sarah said, if you're up all night retouching, I hear it so much. I don't even have time to get to that marketing stuff because I can't even service the clients I've got right now, but the clients I have right now aren't paying me enough. And I just, where do I start? Where do I start? It's this, tailspin, right? So overwhelmed because you don't know where to start and you don't know where to dig in. So, hopefully what happens for you guys over the course of these next 3 days is, we want to calm you down and light the way for you for a path that you can follow that's like, okay, this doesn't have to be so overwhelming and it doesn't have to be so hard.
Ever feel like Fred Flintstone, how his feet are running, but he's not going anywhere? I know we've all been there. I've been there. I've for sure been there. And it's like, I'm so busy. Why am I not making more money? So this is everybody's centering moment to just slow it down. Yes, we have a massage therapist if we start to get back tense again. But the good news is you're in the right place. You guys at home, you're in the right place. We have our fabulous chat team, so we're excited to take questions from everyone at home because what we find is building a business and marketing a business is not something you do in a vacuum. That's why we love teaching this way because we learn from each other. I learn doing this. I run a studio and I always get ideas every single time I teach of things that I need to be doing better in my business. So let's go through the agenda because I know I like to know where we're going. I like to have that roadmap, the GPS. We have our GPS. I'm calling you girls the GPS. So you can say, turn left in 5 minutes.
That is awesome. No one has ever called us that. I love
See,
it.
the GPS girls.
I want you to speak in a British accent though when you do it.
I don't think you really want me to try to do that.
You probably have some British accent friends on the chat. Just Skype them in.
It's true. We can do that.
My 9-year-old's been talking with a Scottish accent all week. Like, so now I'm introducing her. These are my 3 kids. This is my Scottish child. Don't know how I got a Scottish child. Just one. Okay, so here's what we are going through. We call the formula that we're teaching you guys BUMP, okay? So the first day of BUMP, the first step of BUMP is branding. And really, you talk about branding because you guys are going to be in love with Erin probably already are, but by the end of these 3 days because she is the branding guru. I brought her from brand, and we both have a strong branding background, but we know if you don't have a strong brand, you're not going to succeed. Your marketing's not going to work. You're not going to get the right clients. It all goes back to brand.
Right. So what happens is, especially as small business owners, we have a smaller budget, right? So, if you're Coca-Cola or you're a big name business, you can afford to have a few missteps in there, right? You can have some things go wrong because you can just throw some more money at it and it'll go away and people will eventually forget, right? But as small business owners, we have such a smaller budget that we can't afford to make those big mistakes with our brand. So we've got to get it right out of the gun. And we also have to be consistent with it because we don't have the money to afford to constantly be putting impressions in front of our clients. We just don't. We don't have $20,000, $30,000 budgets or more to afford a television campaign that will get you results with the amount of repetition that you have to do to get results from that, okay? We don't have the money for a Super Bowl spot. None of us do, right? Not that it would even be the right thing, but we don't have that money. So we have to make sure that every time we're out there marketing our business, that we are consistent, and that's where brand comes into play. And so with Sarah and I, our experience working with very huge brands is they had manuals that were so thick of the things that you could do and you could not do when it came to that brand. I mean, you guys have probably all heard even the horror stories of, if you work for Procter & Gamble and with some of their characters like Tony the Tiger and these different characters, the things that these characters can do, what the Pillsbury Doughboy can and can't do. I mean, it's crazy. We're lucky we don't have to go that far in our businesses, but I mean, can you imagine having to worry about what Tony the Tiger does all day and what he can say and who he can be seen with and where he can, you just can't.
I exactly know because I actually worked at General Mills and worked on the Pillsbury brand.
There you go.
I know exactly what the Doughboy can or cannot do.
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. But when you think about it, then you have to go, okay, from a high level, these are what the most successful brands in the world are doing, and they have this much control. As small businesses owners, we need to have some control and we need to pay attention. And so we're going to walk you through what goes into graphic standards and how you build that so that you don't have to stop and think. And I know, Claire, you shared with Sarah about how you were in a state of paralysis of that opportunities were coming to you and you couldn't even take advantage of them because you weren't solid in where your brand was, and so you weren't sure which logo to send or what to do here so you're almost in a state of paralysis. If you can lay this foundation from the get-go, and that's where Sarah and I's experience is in, early on in our careers of having this strong foundation so that it's easy to make those decisions because you have a rule book. And you create that rule book through this 21 days of branding product and through your time with us here, you're going to create this rule book, this playbook, and then those decisions aren't hard anymore. And that's what this is about. These are the kinds of decisions that shouldn't be hard. At Sabre, when I was there was never a hard decision, really, when it came to branding because we had rules to follow.
So what we're doing over the next, mostly today and a little bit in the morning, that is one of my favorite parts of this process is we are going to be presenting the Troutmans with a new brand and a new identity and graphic elements and all of these different things. So we're going to have reveals about twice a day. I mean, we're going to be presenting them with really cool stuff. And what I love about that is you'll get to hear the why. So we have our designer right now, Madly, designing away for you guys. And she's going to present you with options and talk about the strengths of each design. And so for you guys at home, seriously tune into the reveals because you will learn so much about how these decisions are made. It's not my cousin's in graphic design school and he's got some fonts, he's going to create me a logo. It can't be that, okay? There's strategy and thoughtful, and you guys are the perfect clients for us to do this makeover for because you've been trying different things and you're like, we know what we don't want, we just don't know what we want. So first step for all of you guys at home is branding. Second step, which is day 2, we'll wrap up the brand, present some, new website and all the look and feel so you know what your company's going to look like. But then before we go out and promote and bring a bunch of clients in, we need you guys to understand numbers because that's how we make decisions. Photographers ask, should I get a studio? Should I hire employees? How do I, what about pricing? We're going to make that really, really simple. Okay, so I want you guys to understand numbers, and believe me, I know we're all creatives and everyone's like, okay, tomorrow morning I can go to the spa. I can take off tomorrow morning. If you guys aren't all here, we will come find you. At home, we won't know if you're here or not, but we want to help clarify that so that you at least understand the importance of those numbers. And the worst feeling is you're taking in all this money from clients, you're busy, you're paying out all this money, and at the end, where did it go? Where did it go? Okay, so we're going to clarify some of that. And then in the afternoon, talk about marketing.
Yeah, so again, one of the biggest questions we hear a lot of times, and I know you guys are struggling with this at home too, is what products do I sell, right? Because we're creatives and we see something cool over here, we're like, oh my gosh, I have to sell that. I don't know who I'm going to sell it to. I don't know how much I should charge for it. I don't know if I should put it on my price menu or not. What should my price menu look like, right? All this stuff starts
It's like
going
the
on
movie,
in our head.
Squirrel. We're all, because it's what makes us great as creatives, but on the business side, it's also what I think sometimes makes our business overwhelming. And it's overwhelming to our clients, it's overwhelming to ourselves, our staff, or if we're doing it alone. So when people go out and they put up the shingle and they're like, I'm going to be a photographer, come to me. If you aren't super clear on what you're selling, that you're priced profitably, the final product is going to look like, then bringing in more people doesn't help you.
And I think that's most of the time we hear, if I just had more clients, everything would be fine. I just need more clients, right? And a lot of times that's really not the case. You have enough clients. You're just not servicing the way that you need to. You're not offering them the products that they want. You're not priced in a way to make you profitable. That's what marketing is, guys. Marketing is not, I'm going to throw an ad in the newspaper. I'm not going to run, a Groupon special. Marketing is having your product mix down, having your pricing down, and understanding what to do from a promotional perspective. And then we'll get into that on day 3.
On day 3. So day 3, we're going to have a lot of those foundational decisions made. And we've got some vendors giving away some templates for you guys and some tools, cool tools all along the way that will help everybody at home get a start on this. Okay, so Friday, we are going to get into the promotional plan. That's the element of the marketing mix where we go out and we attract clients. So we're gonna teach you guys how to take your budget, how to know what your budget is first, and take that and go out and make sure that every single dollar works for you. No more of this throwing it out there and hoping that this magazine ad does something for you. Okay, really feet on the ground, tactical. Okay, exciting? Yeah. Exciting. But what you have to know is that if you start there, if you aren't here with us these first 2 days, you're going to be the one in a year saying, I tried that and it didn't work. That's why marketing doesn't work, because you're not doing what it takes first. I was a volleyball player and we were all 6 feet tall or taller, and all we wanted to do is spike the ball, spike the ball. And our coach made us learn to serve and to pass and to do all the things, because we weren't going to get to hit the ball if we didn't learn all of the other skills. So sorry, photographers out there listening. You gotta learn the hard stuff to get to do what you love, which was spiking a volleyball and which is holding a camera and creating amazing images. So stay with us these first 2 days, and if you can't, invest in this, because we have 20 years plus of combined experience of working with small business owners, and we're putting everything out here. And I think this is the kind of thing you can go through once a year, because you're realizing, okay, I need to up my brand, and then next year you're gonna be like, okay, I need to work more on these things. So we're going to go through promotion in the morning, and then end of the day Friday, we're going to talk about that 4-letter word that everyone doesn't want to say, sell, right? Heaven forbid we have to sell our work. We're artists. They should see our beautiful photography and say, oh, I love that online picture that's 2 by 2. I want it 40 inches. Okay, we're going to take the scary out of sell, and we're going to teach you how to create a system that thrills your clients. So we're not teaching high pressure, smarmy, salesy, pushy. None of us like that. We don't want to be pushed into something we don't want. But you've got to remember that people come to us because they want photography, right? So if we don't get them what they came to us for, and they're going to think about it, or they're going to ponder over online images for years, then we're not serving our clients. So we love the selling part, and we want to take the fear out of that.
Well, I think a good point is, you just said, and I have to get this in here. People come to you guys because they want photography. They don't come to you because they want their images on a CD. They come to you because they want those images themselves, right? They want the photography piece. So you don't have to just give them those images on a CD. I see you guys going, oh.
They're like, convince me.
Yeah, so how do we overcome that, right? How do we overcome that? And that's what we'll talk about on day 3, is how you overcome that person that comes in and says, I just want everything on CD. Just give me that. Why won't you do that? We'll talk about that.
Yep. And it's going to be fun. Yes? Everybody's excited. I love our audience, our live audience. We picked well. So I can tell you guys are all excited. And we have activities for you guys to do and for you guys at home that we will watch the progress. So case studies, not just the Troutmans, everyone else will be working through these exercises. And I think when you get to see it happen, like we can tell you guys how to go home and do this, but when you get to see someone else do it, light bulbs go off, getting clarity on who you are and where you want to go. Again, we're creating that puzzle box. Hopefully you all like what's on your puzzle box when you're done. Awesome. So let's have a video.
All I can do for you is wish you the best of everything. All the sky for you, forever I fly for you, and the good life this will bring. So while you lay sleeping, I just sit and stare.
All right, Cece, give me some attitude. Yeah.
A lifetime of happiness, a joy from up above. Until then, I wish you love. All the world for you, whatever you think will be true, and all your days filled with fun. All my time for you, whatever I've got for you.
So are you the future movie star?
Breathing sun. So while you
Hey, do you know how to leapfrog?
I just sit and stare and pray you're dreaming. A lifetime of happiness.
Oh, you guys are awesome. Oh, you guys, these are adorable.
From up above. Until then, I wish you love. A lifetime of happiness, a joy from up above. Until then, I wish you love. Until then, I wish you love.
Yay! So that all of you guys at home and you guys know me a little more, some of you, I want to share a little bit about my background and Erin's background, because I think it's important, especially when you're learning business from someone, that you know who they are and you know that they're credible and that they run a successful business. And hopefully it will open you guys up to possibilities in your life and for your business. So if you want to see my true special favorite photo, this is me as a child. The bottom one. Sorry, Mom, I know you're out there probably watching, but I did not exist as a child because I had a brother who was a year and a half older, awesome brother. We are great friends, but they were busy chasing him. And I did ask them if cameras had been invented. I don't think they liked that one. But this is part of my story. You'll be hearing a lot about my business, why we have mustaches on everyone, and why everything leaves my studio framed. A lot of it is because I don't have heirloom portraits in my home of myself as a child. And I want that for my clients. And so a lot of it comes from my story. And something I encourage all of you guys to do, and we'll talk about this in day 3 in selling, you all have notepads out, and I hope everyone at home does. When you're thinking of your story, write it down, because that is what explains to your clients what makes you different and why you've set up your business the way you've set it up. And I'm not for everyone. If people just are literally looking for a CD and they have a $200 budget, I mean, I'm not the photographer. There's a lot of photographers that can do that. But if they want something big and bold and dynamic in their home, I'm the photographer that can do that. So when they call, I always tell them this story that there really aren't those photos of myself as a child. Do you have photos as a child? You're the oldest, so you probably do.
It's funny because I remember in my parents' room, there were like, every 3 months, my mom was like on the every 3 month plan at Walmart or whatever, where every 3 months you go and you get your photo taken. And then my sister came along, and there are like none of her. So there were, just the little 8x10s on the wall, for the first like year and a half, 2 years, and my family gets a kick out of them because I was a really ugly baby. And so they like to laugh at the pictures of me as a baby, look at Erin, haha. And it's like, yeah, but at least there are pictures of me.
Exactly. So That's awesome. Your poor sister. We need to hang out. Then I show up at giraffe camp, evidently, and my friend's photo album. I had to go over to my best friend's house and dig through her photo album to find a photo. And this one's funny because we realized early on that I was not vertically challenged, so I had a little height thing going on, which was good. So started playing sports, which led to being able to play volleyball in college. This is me stuffing supermodel Gabby Reese, so my moment of glory I'm sharing with all of you guys. But the reason I put this slide in there is because I was the kid as a freshman that begged my mom to go to volleyball camp. And we went as a team, but I wanted to go to the advanced camps that were the high school juniors and seniors. And I was a freshman. I was really skinny and uncoordinated. I couldn't do any of the skills. And their teachers how to cut down the line or down the net and hit line and tool the block, and I didn't get any of it. And then by the time I was a senior, it was clicking and I could start doing it. First you have to learn what it is, and then you have to figure out how to do it, and then you're able to do it. And that's how I feel about some of you guys who might be sitting here saying, oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed with this stuff. I have no idea what she's talking about. But hang with us, because a lot of what we're talking about is at a high level, and you'll start to see, okay, like the strategy of volleyball. How do you win at the game? What is the strategy? What do I need to do to make this work? And it paid off for me playing college volleyball, and it will pay off for you guys. Your business, instead of going like this as you figure it out little by little, it's gonna go like this. We've seen it over and over and over with photographers. The ones that invest in education are the ones that their slope changes. Leave college, there my mom is again, making me get a job. Got lucky, and my first job walked into an open opportunity at Coca-Cola Enterprises, the regional bottler corporate marketing department. And I tell you, talk about branding. And you'll find out about Aaron, the book Aaron and I wrote, and we kept realizing we just kept adding more in the branding section, which is why we're spending the whole day on brand. Unbelievable to have my first job at, I think, the top brand in the entire world. All of you guys out around the world are having a Coke and a smile with us. And that's because of their dedication to their brand. Over 100 years, they've had the same logo. They're meticulous, and we can't even in our businesses get things consistent. And think about them. They're all over the world having to make rules so that everybody uses that. They have a PMS color that's Coca-Cola red, so that everything is as perfect as it can be. And we learned from that. I went on and got my MBA, and then got a new job in an ad agency. And this is really where Aaron and I first met. This is where my world changed. And I don't think you can get any experience or as good of experience reading about it or taking courses as you can marketing different businesses every single day.
Yeah, so we were working with businesses anywhere from, the local car dealer to the newspaper to marketing the city of Springfield to day spas and collision places. Pizza. Anything and everything. So we've been inside of so many different types of businesses and what works and what doesn't, that when people come to us and say, well, my market's different, or that doesn't work for me, guess what? We've done it, we've seen it, we've done it all, and there are ways to make things work. And this process that we're going to go through with branding, doesn't matter what kind of business you're in. This is what you have to go through if you want to build a strong brand.
Yep, and so at the ad agency, we would do exactly what we're going to be doing with you guys over the next day. Taking a look at where you've been and laying out all your things. And we would always identify your marketing's not working because of this, because you're creating conflict or disconnect, or you're confusing people. So really that was our getting our feet wet, and a lot of our clients had small budgets. So we weren't in a Chicago agency buying $200,000 in TV campaigns. We had $10, $20, $50,000 budgets that had to accomplish a lot. And Aaron actually kind of replaced me when I had kids. And so I think that's why we think the same way and we groove the same way. And this was a group of really, really, really creative people. And so we also see, we were the marketing wing. We had a design wing and a copywriter wing at our disposal. Well, now in our own business, we're all of those people, aren't we? There's no copywriter, there's no designer. So we have to not only take that budget to do the marketing, we have to take that budget to produce things. So really great experience, and we're going to be able to use that to show you guys how to do that too. this is when I fell back in love with photography. You feel like that where you're working your day job, and I loved the ad agency, but then on nights and weekends, you're fulfilling your passion. And it's like the swinging on a trapeze, you know, you're going along, you're swinging, and then you're feeling your passion, you reach out and you grab that other bar. But if you don't let go of this bar, what happens? And I know there are so many people out there watching that are feeling like they're pulled, and you want to let go, but you're not profitable yet. So sometimes you have to let go and make that investment and figure out, okay, I'm going to make this work, and how am I going to do it? So I wish I would have collected $10,000 in a photography contest. I love games, how they're so realistic. Driving through my game of life, I then went on and got married out of this gorgeous blue peg, and then landed on the twin square. Everyone loves to land on the twin square in the game, right? I actually did. I always wanted twins. Some miracle got a boy and a girl, and super fun. And this is when I opened my first studio. I realized I was working a lot at the ad agency, so I'll start a business, right? So I can be with my kids more. Took possession of this space, spent all summer fixing it up, making it all nice. And then what happens? 9/11 came along. But I had these babies at home, and every decision I made, I wasn't gonna work day and night. I was determined to figure out how to make this work without working day and night. I'm gonna show you guys, let me go back. Notice how safe I felt with the bars on the windows. Yeah, and there were bullet holes on the inside. I have no idea. Who has bullet holes? I think they were testing it. They got embarrassed when I asked. I'm like, well, at least we know it's bulletproof glass. So I'm completely a bootstrapper. I've never taken a loan. I never took $1 from anyone. I made this business work starting with what I could start with. I had $300 a month rent, and I didn't have to sign a lease. So I thought if it doesn't work, I'm okay. So here's the inside you can see of my camera room. And on the walls, you'll see all these gorgeous wall portraits, 4x6s and 5x7s. This was in August of 2001. I went to my first convention, early August, up in Chicago. And I learned about cost of sales, and I learned that a wall portrait is big. And I'm like, oh. And so I had to come back and scurry, and I'd done everything wrong. Look at my clock hands with these 4x5s. Boy, I'm really teaching my clients. So I tell you, every mistake you guys are making or have made, I have made. I was priced too low. My system was broken. I gave them proofs. I was chasing people down, trying to get orders. You knew me then. Yep. I mean, I was working way harder in that very beginning, and I kept saying, I'm not doing this if I can't figure this out. So I'm a fast learner. I invested quickly in education to say, okay, there are people who know how to do this. I'm going to go find them. And quickly, I weeded out those little bitty things, and my images got bigger as I could afford them. And my business started to grow. I continued to invest and study with the best. I would go and I'd spend days with Dart and Drake, Tim Kelly, the Ann Tisdells, the Waldens, Rod Evans. I mean, people who now are really, really good friends of mine and participate in events that we have at the Joy of Marketing because they have a passion to teach. And I was still figuring out photography. I got the studio with lights. I had no idea what to do with them. And digital happened. I'm looking on the back of the camera. I'm like, okay, I see something there. That'll work, right? Remember when we all went through that? But I was focused on the business part. I was investing to learn photography, but I knew that if I was going to succeed, I had to know how to do the business. So I know I hear from photographers. We hear from them every day, but I'm not good enough yet to really work on my business. And it's like, if you don't work on your business, you're never going to have the money to buy the lenses and the backgrounds and the education. You need to be better. So I'm a big believer, both of us are, get that education, figure the business side out as you're working, because we're passionate about the photography. We're going to figure out the photography because it's what we love. And we know we're going to spend time there. I also, because of my ad agency days, focused on better marketing. I was building a boutique business, and that's a word we're going to talk a lot about this 3 days. Boutique. You've got low-end, cost-driven Walmart, the low-end price competitor here. On the other end, you've got boutique, where everything's custom. You hold the client's hand, you deliver, you hang art on their walls, you know their family, their kids, high service, cool experiences, but you can't be the cheapest, okay? So this is what I wanted to build, a boutique business. So I put my entire budget into one cool promotional piece because I knew I couldn't do everything, and I couldn't do postcards, and I couldn't do, I wasn't going to take that shotgun approach.
Yeah, it's like putting all your money in the Super Bowl commercial, right? Like the big brands do. It's saying, you know what? I know I can make a strong impression, and a strong impression is better than no impression, right in the trash or being ignored. So you went the approach like we had learned at the ad agency of, if you're going to do something, you need to make an impression and make people talk about you. So that's what this piece was about.
So it's kind of like a dog whistle. It goes out there in the market to my target audience, and it attracts people who are like, oh my gosh. I remember the first week I sent it out, I literally looked up new births in the newspaper because I didn't trust mailing lists, and we'll talk a little bit about that on Friday morning. But mailing lists aren't a magic answer. You got to find your own list. So I sent it out to maybe 20, 30 people, and I had a client come in who's like, I love everything, I love it, I want to do this and this and this. Didn't once even ask price. I was like, all right, and my biggest order ever, like 4 times my biggest order ever, because I was still brand new. And I was like, this is it. And I used that piece for several years. And then I could take my budget and print something else or do something else as it grew. But I always invested in one cool thing till I could afford to do another. Here are just a few. This is a pop-up holiday ornament that I sent out to my clients. This is a spinny card that is a holiday card that's the 12 days of Christmas. And things that people can do with their kids. So high engagement, I want to get people involved. Played off the Mad Libs, because as my kids grew up, we did the Rad Libs and the Bad Libs. They were a little too old to get them crying and being bad, so we made them like bad. And inside we did a holiday greeting where you could fill in adjective and verb and everything, and my brother-in-laws filled it out with some inappropriate verbs. They did use the right, adverb, verb. Ironically, Erin is from my husband's hometown, and so she knows all the stories, so don't catch her later. This was last year's holiday card. As my kids grow up, we're showing more relationship things. I try to stay with their age and what they're doing. We go all crazy with packaging, creating things from silk screened logos, sewn on charms that we've made with an art teacher. So we're not just, in my business, I don't just have this unlimited budget that I go out and I order all this fancy stuff. We're creatives, you guys. Let's use our creativity to show people that we're awesome, not just tell them. With a starburst, best photographer. Anybody a fan of the movie Elf? World's best cup of coffee. World's greatest photographer. So we show them. That's everything we're going to be teaching, is showing them what's great about us. We've used the cootie catcher. Remember when you were little, pick a color, pick a number? All you need is a 3rd grader to show you how to do that. You don't need a fancy ad agency.
Yeah, there's no way I could fold one of those. No way. I was the girl that was like, yes, somebody else make one for me.
Straight A student, but couldn't make a cootie catcher.
Make a cootie catcher.
So you didn't get cooties, I guess. I don't know. So driving along in the car, spun the wheel, have no idea why, but ended up with another little girl.
We were just talking about that last night.
The fact that we're closing that last seat in the Petty Family Truckster.
No, the fact that why did the 3rd one ever come about after the first 2?
Yeah, that's a late night conversation. We can't go there, right? They were a little close together. Okay, I had 3 kids in 2.5 years, so I like to get things done. My husband wanted to keep going. Sorry, honey, if you're watching. We're not keep going, okay? So moved into new studio, been profitable every single year. Bootstrapped as I could afford, I moved. I moved into a high rent district. It was a party room of a restaurant. Barely paid off the build out, and I was out of space a year later and had to expand again. So I will take risk, but I'm very much a person who looks at the numbers and makes smart decisions. It's where my mentor Ann Monteith came in studio management services with PPA, if you guys are familiar. Great to teach numbers. I think they're elevating our entire industry to lift us up and teach us how to make those decisions. Here's so many photographers, like a spouse will say, I know she can do it. We're going to get this studio because we believe in her. Well, that's great, but let's look at your numbers. Because you may be a year away or 2 years away, because that puts a ton of pressure on your family to have to make that rent payment, and then you can't do what's best for your brand, investing in design, investing in cool things. So we're going to slow some of you down from making those decisions so you can build your business. So got it paid off, went on and expanded my studio. Here's a little clip of my current studio. This is the production space, which is always this clean. If you look like in the closet in the back room, you would see where we shoved everything. Here's my camera room, about 500 square feet. We have lights that mount to the ceiling, and I can shoot on all the different walls. We hand paint a lot of our backgrounds. And then this is the foyer, and we swap out images in this front hallway once or twice a year so that when clients come in, we're showing them that we're creative. We don't have to just tell them. Here we're waving bye to everyone. This is Ed Pierce from PhotoVision came out. If you guys have seen that, we have a little something fun, special for everyone. If you want to join in and invest in PhotoVision, they go to cool photography studios all over the country and show photographers shooting and little nuggets that you can pick up. And they have a special for all of you guys. So only $49, no brainer. You get it mailed to you. And again, it's that inspiration that comes to you every month. So a lot of the tools we're giving you guys are things that can keep you progressing and not having to travel all the time to invest in your business, but keep them coming to you. Within 5 years of opening this business, I was named as having one of the most profitable studios in the country by the Professional Photographers of America. So I heard someone speaking, a business speaker, saying, anybody you're taking business advice from, you should ask to see their tax return. And I thought that was so funny because we know how many people in our industry are teaching business. And you just want to know that they have a profitable business. So when we were named most profitable, it was awesome because it validated, I knew I was profitable, but I really don't want to put my tax returns out there. I'm not running for president. I don't think people need to see that, but I do run a profitable business. So what happened was I started speaking, teaching photographers how I was doing it. You know, I'm an MBA, I've worked in an ad agency, fully qualified to teach it, but now I have a successful business too. So when I'm gone teaching, I was coming home and there was no line waiting for me at home to be my client. So I had to come home and work twice as hard. But with these 3 little kids at home, I realized I need to teach more from home. So I created a second company called The Joy of Marketing. And it's an online company. Many of you are familiar. We do online events. We do a ton of education, a lot of free education to lift people up. And then a lot more intense education, like our branding product. And we'll be talking about a couple more on attracting the right clients and things like that. But we're dedicated to helping photographers. But I didn't want to be one of those people who is like, I don't want my studio anymore. I'm just going to be a teacher. Because in 2 or 3 years, what am I going to teach? Business changes every single day. So that was when it was time to bring in the big guns. The Chief Joy Officer. I reached out to Erin and said, it's time. Because we'd always wanted to get back together. We'd worked together at the ad agency. And bizarrely enough, we were at our graphic designer who we hired to bring in to help you. She had a wedding shower in Texas. So we were together for 3 days and Erin told her husband, I have to tell Sarah no.
Sarah had called and said, it's time, we need to work together. And
no, it was more like, I need you, please. Holding on to her legs. She's like, get off.
I had a career that I loved and, was moving up in a company that I loved and worked with great people. And I told my husband, I said, this is going to be really hard because she's really convincing, And I said, I'm going to have to tell her no, and it's going to be really hard to do this. And I go and spend 3 days with her, and after I think a day and a half, she got me. And so we're driving back up from Houston to Dallas, and I call him on the phone and say, well,
I said yes.
So honey, I'm sure you're watching, and thank you for letting me say yes. So here we are together, and we love what we do, and we're so excited to bring our passion and our love for marketing and branding to everyone because we get it. Not everyone loves it like we do, right? And we know Claire does, but not everyone else does.
Claire who's dragging her husband behind. Yeah. Come on, honey. We're selling him. I can feel him coming our way.
I'm on board.
But what's great about Erin is Erin runs the Joy of Marketing, so I can run my studio. So people are always like, how could you possibly be running a studio? Because I have Super Erin with
Well,
me.
and it's not just me. I mean,
Super Erin.
It's not just me. We have a whole staff. So that's the really great thing about our little company is that there's a whole staff of us that, it takes a village to do all of this. And like Sarah was saying, from a photography studio perspective, you guys are at it by yourself. A lot of you don't have a marketing director like the Troutmans do. You don't have a copywriter. You don't have someone to do all of this for you. You don't necessarily have an accountant or someone looking over your books, right? And so you have to at least, it's kind of like what the MBA is all about. You learn a little bit in each area to be dangerous. And that's what you guys have to do as business owners. You have to learn a little bit. You have to know enough about your numbers to be able to go to your accountant and say something's wrong here. Even if it is once a year.
I thought that MBA taught us a lot about things. We learned more than a little, right? That was a lot of money.
It was a lot and a lot of work.
It was a lot of work.
But it teaches you a lot about how to run a business, and I think that's what we're here to do for you guys, and that's what we get so excited about is we know how to do it. We know how to run $1 million company, or we know how to run a tiny company, and so and it doesn't have to be hard, and anybody can do it, but you just have to know the right things to focus on.
Yeah, so we have a full-time customer service person, we have an on-staff designer, we have a whole team helping us do what we do. I have a studio manager who runs the studio, does all the production, and shoots the high school seniors. So I will always shoot kids and babies. That's my passion. And so it's great. I can be big picture and being in both companies, but I have awesome people keeping them going. Erin was a Division I runner. I get to talk a little bit about Erin. She comes in. I love this photo. Is that college or?
That's high school. High school,
actually.
Yeah.
So
really skinny.
Because you're not now. And I say mean things. But I think that's what we both love is that we were both Division I athletes and we're very competitive. So we're very goal oriented. And we see a goal and we want to get to it. And we want you guys to know that there's more about getting to the goal than just bringing in clients. Like there's all these other things. So I think that's one of the reasons we work really well together. Erin is a horned frog.
Horned frog. All my
horned
Texas
frogs?
people.
Let's see if any Texas horned frogs are watching. TCU grads, tweet on in. You'll get special love from Erin. And Erin was also a brand manager at Sabre. So maybe talk a little bit about that because I started my career at Coca-Cola and I stole her at a high level, a brand manager from the parent company of Travelocity.
Right.
Same kind of strong brand foundation.
Right. So, again, like we mentioned earlier on in the program, these large companies, it is so important for them to be consistent everywhere because they've got employees all over the world and they're in so many different countries. And so they have to have rules. If they don't have rules, then, their logo may be pink one day and purple the next day and maybe one font. Oh, do you guys do that?
No.
But you shouldn't be, and that's the point. And so I learned so much here about how you build a strong brand and how you stay consistent and how you have to look at from a bigger perspective your overarching brand. Even if you decide that you want to start shooting pets and you want to start shooting weddings and maybe you want to shoot babies and you need to be true to that overarching brand. It doesn't mean that you need a different logo for everything you do. I mean, that was one of the biggest lessons that I learned in corporate at Sabre is that we would have all these different products that were available to travel agents, but we still had one logo. And I think that that's the key thing for all of us to remember is we had one corporate logo, but everything else from there were strategically named lines, strategically named products. And so just because you have a great idea doesn't mean you have to go create a new logo for it, doesn't mean you have to have a whole new look and feel for it. And that's the biggest thing that I took away from a high level is that you have to make strategic decisions about what you do with your brand. You can't just on a whim decide that you want something, a new logo, new font.
So we call Erin the brand police.
That's
so
what
she will be looking for brand disconnect and brand failure, and we'll talk more about that. So watch out if Erin's walking toward you. They're going to be like, oh, brand police coming. So what we did is, I talked a little bit about boutique and how there are all these different elements that we're going to be going through over the next 3 days. We put this little ebook on our website talking about it. It was called The Boutique Experience. You downloaded it? Oh, yeah. You were one of about 8,000 people the first year who downloaded it. And we said, like a lot of people say, we should write a book. So We did.
We did.
So we sat down and we wrote a book talking about the boutique business model. So we were pretty stoked. Hit Amazon, or it hit New York Times bestseller list in Wall Street Journal, USA Today. So overwhelmed, and it was our industry, who reached out, supported us, and said we want this book. And other industries too have reached out and said this has changed our life, because I think so many people are doing parts of this right, but missing certain key parts, and we hope to fill that gap in over this next couple of days together.
One thing we found that's very encouraging, and as we go through this, you guys will learn a lot of what we teach is about partnering with other businesses in your community and partnering with other people who see business the way that you see it and want to do the same types of things that you do. And proof is, we see it in Sarah's business all the time because she partners with everyone in her community, but business owners reaching out to us from so many different industries saying this, like Sarah said, this book has changed our lives. These are the people that everyone at home needs to be partnering with to help lift you up. You are not out there by yourself as a small business owner. You aren't. But so I know it's hard when you're by yourself, you kind of get on an island and you're like, and you're not by yourself.
Yeah.
There's so many other business owners that are out there that want the same things that you do.
Yeah, so you can go rent a mailing list of people with toddlers, or you can partner with a business who has a beautiful mailing list of people with toddlers that can partner with you. So exciting stuff. So next step for us is, my husband is an architect. Finally get some fringe benefits of being married to an architect. So we are hopefully, honey, in the process, wherever you are, of breaking ground literally this week on a new studio. And he made me a fun little fancy rendering that I'm going to show you guys. I know, how cool, right? So he has this whole south side, and you'll come around and you'll be able to see my part. So this chunk here is my businesses. I'm the purple corner office. I always want a purple corner office. And the north green is the camera room. But we have a dedicated sales room, which is very important when you first come in to give our clients love. We have storage off the camera room for all our cool chairs and things. And one of the fun things I begged for is a little lift. It's like an elevator to the basement where we can haul all our cool props. Cool production space that will fit a couple people, office, nice dressing room. So as you can see, it's not huge. It looks bigger than it is, but it doesn't have to be a giant space. But I've never had a dedicated sales room, and I'm really, really, really excited about it. Going through my life, enjoying my family. I have 3 kids that I talked about. My twins are now 11, almost 12, and my baby's 9. So really building a business so I can be with them. That is my goal. I don't want to be in corporate, and that's how I got Erin too. She said, I don't want to be in corporate and when I'm ready to have kids and work day and night, because once you have kids in corporate, it's a whole different thing. You're either a great parent or you succeed in corporate.
Yeah.
And we both want to be great parents. We want to build businesses that can allow us to be great parents. So I want that for you guys too. Whether you're parents or not, you don't need to work for 30 years day and night in your business to be successful. Throughout these 3 days, we're here to give cool tools away. Yes, everybody's excited. We have great things for the Troutmans. We have great things for our live audience. We have great things for you guys at home throughout the time, so stay tuned. We have exciting things. So I think it's time, right, that we meet the Troutmans. So let's bring them on over, Claire and Daniel from Jefferson, Oregon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Feels good to stand. We've been sitting, talking.
Yeah, it's nice to just move around.
I know. We'll all hug. You guys get to go here. Yeah. High five, Daniel. We'll high five over the crowd.
Being tall gives you that lift.
It does. I can always see over the crowd. In group photos, I get to be the one in the back, so it never matters what I'm wearing. So excited for you guys to be here, and you're brave. And we talked a little. We didn't meet till yesterday. In fact, do we get to show our little pre-meeting yesterday? Is that something we show now? We'll show that later.
I think we show it later, don't we?
Later.
Yeah.
I'll find out for you.
Okay, because I think they were going to cut a little clip, but it was fun because we just got to meet you yesterday, so we are all very excited. We've flown in a graphic designer who is madly working on things for you. So
We're excited about that.
I mean, really, this is something to get to see what we used to do at the ad agency behind the scenes with, presenting to clients, working through the evolution of where you're going. We have surprises for you all along. But tell everybody your story so they can hear a little bit about Because you're a husband and wife team,
Right.
and you don't have a big staff, so.
We're it.
We're it,
This
yep.
is it. So.
And you're both like, yeah, you guys like being here talking, and we so don't.
No, it's cool. So the children are 5, 13, and 15.
So 3 kids.
And they model an hour a week if we make them. They don't like to be involved at that aspect of things. So dads beat them with the camera enough that they have no interest in ever being in front of it.
He's like, don't say that, people won't believe you.
Not really.
We
It's
know
not just like, no.
I have
Chasing
children.
them with the
Yeah, the
camera is
camera,
not
we
good.
know.
Yeah, no. So Daniel and I met at a .com in '99. And the .com failed, and our
imagine that,
relationship didn't. So,
Yay! And
So-
Daniel's been home with the kids, which I think is
Yes.
He's been our stay-at-home daddy.
Yeah.
And we've taken him out a certain amount of stress out of our families as they realize that that's not abnormal these days. And it's actually it's worked out really well for us. So Daniel's been at home, doing the day-to-day mom 9 to 5 style stuff, and then shooting in the weekends and in the evenings, and like I follow him around with tripod or light gear or whatever, Well,
that's what's
so it's worked out really well.
That's what's so nice about this career as a photographer. You can be part-time and be profitable. You can be full-time and be profitable. You can have a retail business and be profitable. You can have a location only. We work with every kind of photographer, and the key is, no matter how big or small, you can be profitable. And so what's great for you is you've gotten to build your business organically as you're raising kids, and now your baby's in kindergarten, and you're ready to spread your wings. And your dream is possibly to join him?
Eventually, I want to be full-time. Well, full-time. Eventually, I want to walk away from my day job. So that's the goal. So.
Well, I hear our video is ready, so let's show a little clip of our first meeting. I just click. I'm in control. I am the boss. I love this place. We're going to go home, and it's going to be bad because I'm going to be like, Diet Coke? No one's bringing me a Diet Coke? Guess I got to get up and get it. Here we go. We don't know much about you. I know we've exchanged some emails, but we just want to get big picture, kind of where you've been and where you want to go. And then Beth has some questions about digging a little deeper.
Okay. Well, why don't you guys start by telling us a little bit about how you started your studio and what type of photography you specialize in.
We specialize is easier to answer. How we started is a longer statement.
You can make it a kind of a short story.
Okay, so we've had the studio there. It'll be 4 years on October 31st.
Okay.
That's when we opened. And we specialize mostly in seniors and under 2.
Okay.
Yeah, we do a lot of infants, a lot of first birthdays, a lot of young children.
And Daniel, you're the photographer.
I am, yes.
Okay, and you, is it just the two of you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do the business marketing, you do the sales? Okay, so a little partnership. And kids?
3.
Yes, we have 13, 15, and 5.
Wow, 13, 15, 5, spread out.
What about just overarching style? If you had some sort of, I don't want to say theme, because we don't want to get into, again, the same kind of thing as if you're talking about a font that's too trendy, but what about a feel that you're going for?
Yeah, and describing your style, your photographic style.
Mid-key. I'm thinking 1940s kind of steampunk light. I mean, very light.
Is there anything else you guys want to tell us? Any other little tidbits about your photography, about your style, about your studio, about brand hopes and dreams?
Brand hopes and dreams. Well, no, not really. I mean, we covered the dilapidated building angle. That's the humor.
Mini logo angle.
Right.
The fish angle.
Yes. Yeah, all of the things that haven't worked. I think that's really where we're at, is that we've narrowed down, not necessarily on purpose, but just through all of these different presentations, trying to figure out what it was we wanted. At least we know what we don't want.
Yay! Fun to see yourself giant behind us, right? I'm like, whoa, I'm looking giant face. So at myself, a little too close for us. So So,
Sarah, can I jump in and say
Yes.
That this was just a preview
Okay.
of that whole interview with you and Beth, correct? And so that is, maybe you could talk just a minute about what the rest of that is, and that the rest of that video is available when you purchase the course. You can see that interview and what questions were asked.
Yeah, so what we did was we worked with Beth, our graphic designer, to ask the Troutmans a little more information and get kind of your direction for her on where you've been style-wise, where you want to go, those kind of things, which we didn't, we can only do so much here in our live time together. So I think it's really fun for people to get to see that whole conversation that we had. And that's really how she's going back to base her designs on that feedback that you gave. And that was really fun to get to have that first moment together and hang with you guys. So what's exciting is our designers madly working on these designs. We're going to get started in the next segment with exercises to get everybody clear on how we're doing this process. So you guys at home can be working on it. You guys here, we have some fun surprises for you. And then this afternoon, you will be presented with your choices for a logo.
Oh, very cool.
Which is exciting. So we're going to actually see this happening live. And I said, to these guys yesterday, are you prepared to move forward? Are you ready to make a decision? They were like, yes. Oh my God. We've been held back.
Yeah.
You've been held back because you've identified that you're having branding issues, which a lot of people just keep going forward. They don't have logos, they don't have signage, they don't have anything, and they're out there stirring stuff up, but people don't even know who they are. So you guys are in the perfect place. You're in the perfect place, and I'm excited for you.
This is the perfect thing for us.
Yeah.
This is the best time. This is the best thing because, a year ago we didn't realize how frustrated we were, and now we've been waiting so long that this is wonderful.
So how many logos are you guys using right now?
Well, how many did you see on the website?
We've been trying to not use them, but I would have to guess there's got to be 5 or 6 different renditions of the old logo.
Okay.
If you go all the way back through the website and see all of the things we've done over the last several years.
And you guys are brave for letting us show the things because it's hard to hear, but you're doing it wrong. But by showing an example of what not to do, we can black out your faces like glamour don'ts.
It's cool. So.
It will help people see why, and we've taught this stuff for years. I know that 8 or 9 out of 10 of the people watching are doing some of the same things you're doing, at least one of the same things. Even speakers, industry leaders that we are good friends with, will call us and say, what are we doing wrong? And we'll look at their stuff and we'll be able to see everybody is doing these things wrong. So thank you guys for being so brave to be the before and the after, because you're doing so many things great. We were looking for someone to pick that had some strong photography skills. Not that we couldn't do this for someone just learning how to use their camera, but you have that figured out. Like you're looking for the business side to lift it up. So that's what we're here for. So before we go to break, do you have some chats? Are there any fun questions that we can answer for our friends at home?
Oh, Sarah and Aaron, there are always internet questions. The internet loves questions.
Please don't make them hard.
Okay. And first of all, again, on behalf of the internet, thank you guys for putting yourselves out there and being an example for us.
Aren't they great?
To follow along with.
Aren't they great?
Yeah, it's really awesome. Really awesome.
Brave souls.
Yes.
We'll be nice, we promise.
A Chandler, a photo saying, spreading my wings like the Troutman since my baby is off to school full time. So cheers to us both.
Yay!
So good job. You have lots of people voting or cheering you on. Okay, questions from Adia. So we usually have most people who are quite creative but not so much into brand business at the same time and vice versa. What do you say about that? I see people struggling with these two things hand in hand.
I think Sarah, first off, is a rare breed. I will say that.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
She is definitely, and anyone that knows Sarah well, it is hard. It is hard to use both those sides of your brain. I mean, she's extremely creative, but she knows how to put it aside when she needs to really focus on the business and stay focused on the numbers and what makes her profitable and what makes sense in that overarching view of what she wants at the end of the day, which is to be home with her kids. But the thing is, I think that she also is very, she understands where has a weakness, which is sometimes it's
Which weakness are you going for?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for this.
It is in that sometimes the creative side does weigh out, and she wants to do too much and wants to get it all going, and so she does have to say, you know what, I need to pull back because I'm going to kill everyone around me and I'm going to kill myself if I keep pushing in this way. So I mean, I think I see it, I get to witness it every day as her partner. But I don't know how you do that, and I don't know how you make that balance, and how you say, you know, right now is when I need to be I need to wear the creative hat, and right now is, hey, I have to put that aside, and I need to really buckle down and focus.
Yeah, so Monday has become my work on the business day, and really, I probably work on my businesses 80% of my days, but that helped me early on. Are you guys open on Mondays? We're open, but our clients were not available. We don't answer the phone. Usually we'll check voicemail in case there's a problem, but is there ever really a portrait emergency? I mean, come on. So Monday is that day where I listen to education, I read, I write, I blog, I focus on, okay, how am I going to keep the phone ringing in a month, in 2 months, in 6 months? And to speak to Erin's point, we had a business coach maybe a year ago who taught us the saying, imperfect action beats perfect inaction. And that was me. I was the one with the direct marketing piece. I would be like, okay, move that second line over 1/4 inch, then let me see it. Okay, make the picture a 1/4 inch bigger. Okay, let me see it. Now let me see it in blue. Let me see it in red. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little, but then like the whole holiday is gone. And so my team, it's sort of like people with retouching. They always say you need 2 people, one to do it, one to stop you. Same thing. They'll say, Sarah, look at it one more time, and then it's going to the printer. So I'm sort of like, okay, this is my last chance to make sure the date's right, the phone number's right, big picture's right, and I'm gonna have to live with it. Because imperfect action always beats perfect inaction, because I can beat it to death and it doesn't work. So
and it doesn't go out, it never gets there. And I think that that's the thing, you know, for everyone to kind of think about and remember, and what are those things that I'm a little too anal about? You know, so balancing that, recognizing that, having that self-awareness that there's some things I need to let go of and I just need to be okay with, because otherwise I'm never going to get the chance to work on my business, or otherwise I'm never going to get the chance to work on my photography because I'm too particular about this particular piece of it.
Yeah, and it's nice for people like you who have, some people have employees, but sometimes you have a spouse or a partner or a significant other who's not really working in the business, but enough in the business to be able to help you and say, okay, honey,
It's time to go to bed now.
I know, it's time to go to bed. Honey, we're in bed, put the computer away.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that a lot of these questions that are coming in are things that we might be addressing later today. So if that's the case, feel free to say that. But we'll take some more questions before we go to break. We have about 10 minutes.
We have a few minutes, yeah.
So, the one question is, Jeremiah Van Allen, who says, I'm just launching my studio and trying to settle on what to call it. Can you talk about the difference between creating a brand around the photographer's name versus a brand name?
That's a really good
Yeah,
question.
that is a really good question, and we can talk about it now, because we did ask the Troutmans. We said, are you good with your name? Have you thought through adding other employees? Back to our conversation we had, lots of little nuggets in there. There are different philosophies for sure. So I went with Sarah Petty Photography because I wanted to be boutique. I wanted them to know that they were working with a person, that my name is on it, so quality is paramount. I'm not going to put something out there that isn't of the highest quality. And then as I grew, I started to feel like, okay, I want to have summers with my kids. My passion isn't as much with the high school seniors. I love shooting them, but I could let that go. So I hired another photographer, and we did have some challenges with, okay, it's under the Sarah Petty brand. But if you look at Martha Stewart Living or Oprah, I mean, are they writing every article in their magazine? Are they doing everything? No, but you know that something produced by companies of a certain quality are of that quality. So I feel like for building a boutique brand, using my name was a good decision for me. Now, could I have used something else? Yes. I think if you're someone who has a long-term vision of having more employees and making it a big thing, then I use the word generic, but meaning not a specific name, could be a really good strategy. I think also if we've run into photographers who named it something. They specialized in babies, for examples, and they named it like Silly Smiles. Well, then their clientele grew up 10 years later and the demand was created for senior photography, but their name wasn't really appropriate. So the biggest thing for me with a name is to think long term. I never thought I would have another shooter. I thought, it's just me. I'm a mom. If I can make this extra money and pay my rent and have all this time with my kids, I'm in love with my career. And then I realized, hey, I love this. And so I did find a way to overcome that, but those are the biggest things.
Well, and I think too, one thing you have to consider is if you have a name that's hard to spell, that can be really confusing for people. And so depending on the size of your community that you're in, how well known you are, and just how confusing it is to spell your last name. I mean, Sarah had a heck of a maiden name.
Yes.
I had a pretty rotten one too. That was really hard to spell. And so
Could have never
no one
used my maiden
ever
name.
would have been able to find us. So I think that that's another thing you need to keep into consideration when you're naming your business is how hard is that name to spell.
Yeah.
We see that question a lot as well.
As far as
The
naming.
the challenging name to spell.
It is hard. And I worked with someone that had a French name that's a common thing to say. And I was like hacking it up. And I feel like I'm a smart person. And then when they told me what it was, I was like, oh, I'm an idiot.
C'est la vie.
It was C'est la vie.
Yeah.
Something like, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I mean, just in my opinion, if I was confused, the average person Googling you, they're not, it's like hors d'oeuvres. You know, it's a word that no one can say or spell. You would never name your business something with hors d'oeuvres in it.
Right.
So even you can test it on people. I'm leery to say test logos in certain things because you're going to get 10 million opinions, but more for pronunciation and clarity and those kind of things.
Very cool.
Very good question. Thank you.
A great question from Cindy Shaver. How often should a business rebrand? And what about changing the name of a business? How should that be handled?
Okay, we will talk about rebranding, but let me just say this. Rebranding is a huge decision. The fewer times you rebrand, the better. Because here's why. Rebranding is expensive. Look at Pepsi changes their logo, Coke doesn't. So we can't say never rebrand. Some companies do it successfully. But look at what a company like Pepsi has to do to rebrand. Every box, every vehicle, every logo on every shirt, everything. So if you are thinking about rebranding, look at everything in your business and everywhere your logo and name is, that has to be gone. You can't just be like, oh, I have all these extra marketing pieces.
Your checks,
gone.
your envelopes, your business
Everything.
cards. I mean, even little things that you don't even think about. You know, if you have a business checking account, your credit card, all of these things. I mean, that again, as we said early on, when you have such a limited budget and so few impressions, every single one of them has to be consistent.
But times that would be good to rebrand if people don't know your name, you've opened and you realize they can't spell hors d'oeuvres and no one can find you or anything, then it's probably a good time. Or you bought a business that the owners, had ticked everybody off, or there are certain things, if it's just wrong or bad, it might be a good time to rebrand. And sometimes people say rebrand, it's just freshening up their logo. Maybe you have a film strip and you feel dated. That's a time that a fresh new logo could say, I'm moving forward, I'm fresh and clean. But again, it's got to be communicated, and that is not inexpensive. Maybe one more before break?
Yeah, we have a lot of great questions on the same subject matter, so we'll just keep going with that.
Yeah.
So Cowgirl Jessie, Amy C, Kelly with just an A-Y, just A-Y, who are talking about, and Bright Novella, talking about names that are too common. So things like Bright Novella, her last name, his is Lee. Kelly is Kelly Moore, and there's a famous photographer named Kelly Moore. Amy C is saying that her name is Amy Clark, and that sounds a little bit more bland, so what are your suggestions there?
Well, I mean, that is one of those things that to me doesn't really matter unless they're in your exact market. Because what we do is pretty much, I mean, for 99% of us, most of us are operating
Unless
in
we're
our
destination wedding or something like that.
But most of us are operating in our market, right? And so if it's a case where it's head to head in your own market, then absolutely, I would say stay away from that. But if it's a case where you are far away from whoever the other common name is, again, this is about you creating your brand and you and what makes you different. And so you may have to work a little bit harder on making things look a little bit differently than everyone else. But in terms of search engine optimization and what you can do to make sure that you're the one that's found and that it's your market, you're the one that pops up, all that stuff can be taken care of.
Well, and just popping my creative brain, working on like Kelly Moore. Is it Kelly Moore? More is such a fun name, more in the whole campaign, more of this, more of that. What more are you giving? So it could even be something that's a tagline or used in the marketing and promotional campaign.
I like that.
We worked with someone with the last name Gwads. Remember Jessica Gwads? And I said, you should do like Gwads of fun. So if you have a name, look and see how it can be playful. I mean, Petty, I don't know, people always, I have a Google alert on myself to see if I ever pop up somewhere like arrested or anything, and people use Petty far too much. So Petty is like a negative thing, but it is what it is. So it was easy to say and spell, so I said yes to him when he asked. Cute little joke.
I think when and one more thing I'd like to add on this, I think that when your name is the business name, there's a couple things that happen, and Sarah, you can talk more about this in terms of being the artist and being, I mean, it elevates your status with people, because now instead of something cute or instead of something that doesn't really, that anybody could take that name and have, it's you.
Right.
So it's personal and it's about your art. And you get another level of connection, I think, through your name with your clients when that is your business name.
And there's something about when your name is on your artwork, there's just an extra level of quality control and pride that, you don't want something hanging in someone's home or in a building, a restaurant that isn't the highest quality possible. So I would hope that for everyone, but still, and also the other thing about your name, you do become a little less hidden in your market. I mean, I'm recognized everywhere. I've built a brand on my name. So you got to be really careful. I mean, on your social media, when you are your brand, you can't be acting inappropriate, not even inappropriately, but borderline things at events. I mean, you are your brand. So everyone could say, well, there's Sarah Petty dancing on the table. It's Sarah Petty that owns Sarah Petty Photography. And that goes, I mean, that's a reflection on me and my brand.
But even just that, I mean, not even going that far, but you have a bad day and you go to a restaurant and the service is, cruddy. You don't want everyone, you can't make a scene, you can't, you don't, because you don't want people to say, oh, that's Sarah Petty, she's a real jerk, or that Erin Verbeck, she's a real jerk.
Because people know you.
Right.
You become more, you lose your...
Anonymity.
Anonymity was the word I was looking for. Anonymity. Well, guys, great questions. Thank you. This has been really exciting. I know people are dying to get into branding, which we're going to do. We're going to take a little break, and then we're going to get our hands dirty, and we're going to get in there. We're going to make some decisions and get you guys on the path to creating this business. We're laying the foundation. So everybody go get a little sugar, get a little caffeine, and we'll meet you back here in a couple minutes.
Okay, cool. So we're going to be back in 15 minutes, and what do you have in store for us when we come back?
Good question. No, I'm kidding. I do know. When we come back, we're going to start getting a little more tactical with everyone's brands. We're going to talk more about what is a brand, what is your identity, and the things that go into building it. So we're going to get into the how-to a little more, so people at home can be working through this stuff with us.
Cool. Awesome. Can't wait. Kate D from the internet says, super excited for this event. Thank you, Sarah and Erin, for sharing and Creative Live for this awesome event.
Oh,
Thanks for the great quote, Kate D.
Yay, Kate. That's my daughter's name.
And from the moment you started speaking this morning, I felt like you were like literally here just for me. Like, especially the part where you're like, stop, slow down, breathe.
We are here for you, Kate. Kate, for you. Go, Kate.
So thank you very much for being here and speaking to everybody on the internet. You're speaking to all of us.
Right. And that was Lorraine saying that she
yeah,
thought that you were here for Lorraine.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
literally, I thought you were here for me.
Awesome. I thought you were saying that was Kate. We're here for Kate and you.
Thanks.
That's right. I love that slow down and breathe part though. But so we have a few announcements. First of all, if you have not heard, Creative Live is picking up and going to New York City in a few weeks. And we are going to be not only bringing you Lara Jade, who is teaching a Fashion 101 workshop from a beautiful studio in New York, we are also bringing you 2 days of what we're calling Creative Live New York City. And the format is a little bit different from, well, it's very different from what you see here. We've never done this before, but we are having 8 speakers over the course of 2 days. They are some of your favorite classics here at Creative Live and some new faces for us at Creative Live. We are going to have Sue Bryce, Bob and Dawn Davis, Corinne Alavecchios, Jason Group, Sal Sincata, Blair Bunting, Penny De Los Santos, and they are all going to be speaking about different subject matters. So go to the course page. You'll find it on our home page, a quick link to Creative Live New York City. And if you are going to be in New York City, or you live there, or you live nearby, if you live on the East Coast and have a hard time trying to come out here to Seattle, we are looking for people for our studio audience for those 2 days. And so there is a form. Today is the last day to fill that out for the chance to get your own front row seat to Creative Live New York City. All right, and also we have a very special opportunity for those of you out there to get your logo critiqued. And so this is very exciting, so don't go away yet. And so can you and Erin talk about what that opportunity is, and then I'll tell people how to do that.
Yeah, so we're going to be critiquing logos, Troutman's, our live studio audience, and we want people from home who are struggling with logo issues. So maybe you're in the process of selecting from a handful of logos. We're happy to give our opinion. Maybe you think your logo's terrible and you want to know what we think. Maybe, I don't know, you just don't like your logo. You want our opinion. Maybe you think it's too much. Whatever it is, maybe you think there's conflict between your logo and your style. We'd love to know your website address too, so we can kind of look. Saw a photographer the other day who had this really high fashion style, and then her logo was kind of whimsical and playful and cartoonish, and I just felt like there was a disconnect. So if you're open, we promise we'll be as nice as we can, but we find it really helps to hear and look at these different situations, because it really, seeing it is different than us talking about it. It's like riding a bike. We can tell you about it, but when you get on the bike and you can feel it for yourself, it's such a difference. So seeing it happen is where those light bulbs go off.
Very cool. Well, and this is an incredible opportunity to have the two of you look at and critique somebody's logo. So for people out there, the way that you're going to do this is you have to enroll for the course on the course page, so go ahead and do that. You will then see right underneath the screen there on the course page, or the video for the course page, you can hover over and download a release form. Now this is because we're going to be putting your logo up on the screen and sharing that out with folks all over the world. So we need you to fill out that release form. And then what you're going to do is email that along with a copy of your logo, a JPEG, a GIF, PNG, whichever one of those. And you're going to email it to support plus logos, and that's the plus sign. So support plus logos at creativelive.com. Now you need to get these in before lunch, because we're going to be doing this later today. And so we'll post some more information about that, but support plus logos at creativelive.com. with your website, with your logo, and with the release form. And good luck, guys, because this is an incredible opportunity. Yay. So we will see you all back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back from break, everybody. Before we hand it back over to Sarah and Erin, we have some Twitter giveaways.
What do we got?
We have
prize of the day.
First prize of the day and of the course is a WHCC gallery wrap up to 20 by 24, and the value is up to $117. So that's going to be an amazing, gorgeous print for somebody out there. And the lucky winner is...
First, let's have Sarah talk about White House Custom Color.
I love
and
White
this
House
prize.
Custom Color. They did these amazing, these are the gallery wrapped canvases, and I absolutely love them. And when you're building a business, your vendors and the people that you work with are such partners with you. If you don't have a lab that thrills you every single day, you need to stop and not pass go, and you need to go to White House. If you have a lab and they thrill you, then you're good. But if you don't, White House, I've been through several labs, and when I met them, they are unbelievable with their products, their customer service, their quality, and they're just really good people. They want to lift up the industry. So that's one of my favorite things to give. I don't know, can we tweet in to win? No.
All right, but the lucky winner who receives that gallery wrap 20 by 24 from WHCC is Will Walher, Twitter handle Will Walher. And the quote is, "You can't build that strong house business without the foundation brand." Great
Very
quote.
good.
Thank you so much, Will, for providing that tweet. And thank you very much, WHCC, for the amazing gift.
And folks, there is a blog post on the creativelive.com/blog that tells you about all the different prizes we're going to be giving away throughout the course. So go check those out, and there's links to things like White House Custom Color. So check that out and continue to tweet to win. All right, back over to you.
Back to us. So everybody's all re-energized, ready to dig in. They're like, all right, come on, come on, come on. So we have some fun things to do, but first we want to talk about brand failure and why branding is more important for a boutique business. We touched on it a smidge this morning, but we really want you guys to understand why it's so important for you to have consistency. And as you'll see throughout the morning, you'll see what we mean by consistency in everything you do, because people don't recognize you if you're inconsistent. And as Aaron mentioned earlier this morning, with a big company like Coke or some of these big brands, maybe have a mishap. Gap brought out that new logo and everybody went nuts and then they took it away. People forget about that. We marketing people don't forget about it, but the average person forgets about it. So it's like a little drip in a big pond. Nobody sees it. But when our little businesses make a mistake or a faux pas, or we're like one day get happy with our fonts and just change our logo for fun, it's a big ripple in a little bitty pond. So we want to really emphasize the importance of that consistency, and I'm gonna let Erin talk about brand failure because she's the brand police. What is brand failure, and how do smaller businesses keep from having brand failure?
Well, I think the set in here, you guys see the set, and a lot of you guys watch Creative Live a lot, and I think that the set here is a good example of branding. For those of you who have followed Sarah Petty Photography, you know that her style is bright, fun, whimsical. And so look at the set in here. It's bright, fun, whimsical. If we would have come in here and the set would have been black walls and, dark and, the portraits wouldn't have been fun, bright, colorful things, that would be an example of brand failure right there. Because it's a little different because Sarah's clients aren't watching this, but what brand failure is when you cause a disconnect for your clients between the way you're doing something now and what they expect from you. So if your clients come in and you go to a fancy restaurant, okay, and it's your anniversary and it's going to be a great night out and you're going to spend a little bit more than you usually do, so you get dressed up and you're like, okay, we're going to this nice fancy restaurant, and you walk in to the restaurant and nobody greets you at the door. You stand there, you wait a while, nobody seems to pay any attention to you, nobody cares. You're like, well, we had a reservation, what's going on? You wait a while, but 10 minutes go by, you're still standing there. Okay, finally somebody comes up and says, do you have a reservation? Not nice at all, right? This is a place where you were planning to invest a lot of money, have a great memory, it's your anniversary, and you've been there before maybe, or you've heard great things about it. So you're expecting to have a wonderful experience. You're expected to be greeted with open arms when you come in the door. You're expected for them to have a table ready for you. You're expected for them, you expect certain things. So right there is just a tiny example of what brand failure would be. If you go, you sit down, and you finally get seated, and you wait a while for anyone to again come and offer you anything. They come up and they say, what would you like to eat? They don't start talking about all the great things on the menu and describing them and what their favorite thing is and what wine pairs nicely with this and that. And the menu that they give you is, kind of a rumpled up piece of paper like this. It's nothing nice, nothing designed, things scratched out. Yeah, the price is scratched out on it. That's brand failure, okay? So when you set an expectation for your clients, which all strong brands should be doing, your clients should have a very clear expectation of what they're going to get from you when they come to you. So they should have an expectation of whether this is going to be a fun experience or whether this is going to be a serious experience or whether they're going to feel like $1 million or whether they're going to be one of 200 people that are in at that time. They should have an expectation. And it's up to you guys to live up to that expectation. And when you don't, that's brand failure. And it goes from everything from your signage, from your logo, from the way you treat your clients, from the way their experience is when they walk in the door, from the way you answer the phone when they call you. All of these things can lead to brand failure. They're all places where you can let down your clients and not give them the experience that they're expecting.
And every decision you make is determining, it's a branding decision. We talk about going to having an event in my market or co-marketing. We would never wear polo shirts with my name embroidered on it. I mean, we're bright and we promote ourselves as we built a brand of creativity and fresh. And if my team and I showed up in matching embroidered polo shirts, that's brand failure. Okay, someone else it might be perfect for. And I'll see photographers at events or whatever, and they all match, and I think they're right on. Like, that's a perfect look for them. But for me, that would be a decision that would be inconsistent with my brand. So all of those little things that we don't think about that are no big deal, but they are a really big deal.
And even things that it goes as far as discounting, right? So if you're seen as the high-end person in your market, and everybody comes to you and they know that they're going to come to you for, they save up, they don't come to you for everything, they come to you for one special thing, and then suddenly you're on Groupon and you're, half off, or you send out a postcard to everybody saying, or Facebook post, sessions today only, 50% off. That's brand failure right there. If you're trying to build a boutique business, that's an example of brand failure.
I see it a lot too with marketing and promotion, because we have an amazing industry of all these templates and people you can get all these resources from, but they're inconsistent. I always like to look at the example of, say you're planning a birthday party for your kids and you're going to have a Mexican theme, right? So you get invitations that are bright and colored and they have a piñata, and then the food would be, what would you expect if you showed up to that party with a Mexican theme? Right? You wouldn't expect to walk in and see the table set with velvet and candles and a pretty princess tea party being greeted by a pretty princess all dressed up. No, you want a piñata, you want streamers, you want the little shaky,
mariachi.
Mariachi
band and maracas.
So again, it's about expectations. Some of you may be a Mexican restaurant, some of you may be an Italian, some of you may be the little bar you go to that's dark and dingy and really cool. What happens when you get a template from someone and you're like, because we're creatives, right? So we like a lot of different things. We have schizophrenia a little bit with our design, because we're like, oh, that's really pretty. What Sarah Petty did in that promotional piece is really pretty, but that's a Mexican party and that's not the kind of party I'm having. So what happens is we have brand failure all over the place and we have a disconnect, our marketing stops working, and we panic and we have discounts, which is another disconnect. So see how all those little decisions that you're making in your business can affect your brand. And they're branding decisions. Yes, they're marketing decisions, or they're communication decisions, or they're workflow decisions. My studio, people will ask me, well, do you ever have a session and then preview it and sell it right there? That's it, not for me. For me, I'm a boutique brand. I want to shoot it and I want weeks to go by. I want them to have some nervousness to come back and be like, I hope I like these images. If their kid's still wearing the same outfit the same day, that takes away the magic of what I do. So in my case, that might be brand failure. In your case, or your case, or your case, you might be the kind of place that's how you say, hey, I work with people who are from out of town. You come in, we do it, you go to lunch, you come back, I present, and you still have a way to work. But it's every decision, it's workflow, it's how you answer the phone, it's what you mail, it's everything that has to do with how your business is perceived by others is a branding decision.
Yes, exactly. And again, it can maybe seem a little overwhelming because there are so many places where you can go wrong here. But really, my best advice for you to stop and make sure that you're not having brand failure is to think about all the places where your clients come into contact with you. So whether it be that they see a display that you've done in someone's office in your town, the dentist office or the hospital, if you say, for example, you've got marketing pieces that you're leaving somewhere, where are they seeing those? Are there places where they would expect to see you? Or are they places that maybe could reflect poorly on you? You hear about we talked about it in the book, actually. It's one of my favorite examples. Say your brother-in-law got a new job and he's selling advertising in the toilet stalls in bars.
Where you're sitting there and you look at the ad.
And you can get it for free. Is that a good decision for you? But it's free, so it can't be bad. I mean, maybe I could pick up a client from it, so surely it's not bad, is it? Yeah, it is. I mean, think about it.
If you're a boutique brand that's building your business so that you can charge what you're worth and still thrill your clients, and you're not always working on competing on price, these are the things we're going to be teaching you guys over this workshop. But it starts with all those little branding decisions.
So look at the touch points. Look at every place where your clients can possibly come in touch with you. Make a list of those things. Think about how they find you. Think about how they come into contact with you from your website, whether it's a referral from somebody else. What are other people out there saying about you? They've driven by your business if you have an actual location. If they meet you on the playground when you're picking up your child, what type of interaction are they having with you? And is it consistent with what you are saying as a brand?
Yeah, that's why we're kind of get into the conversation about what makes you different. We're going to start with the Troutmans, and then we're going to move to our audience, then we're going to move to all of you guys on the internet. And part of that is based on your style. And I know a lot of people have struggle with what makes me different and what is my style. Like, I'm a photographer, I'm a creative, so I like all of these different things. But you have to, so for example, say I'm a person who wears all black and kind of the goth look, and people know me as really artsy, and I dress in really dark, and that's edgy. Edgy. And then my photography is like pink and butterflies. I mean, is that consistent with me? No. So sometimes there's a personal disconnect. And I really do think that our business brand is somewhat of an extension of our personal brand. Everything I love and everything about me is bright, and my husband's like, she's not bright. No, but I mean, I like bright colors, I'm happy, my photography, I want to lift people up. I want to get laughing kids. I do stuff like this. I don't do some things, and I see some cool photographers, you guys out there in the world, doing some stuff that I'm like, I would love to do that. And sometimes I can work it into a product line, but a lot of times it's just, it could never work in my business because it's not what my clients expect from me. Now, if there's a way to work it into something cool that I could do with the high school seniors that's edgy or whatever, but when people are looking for their style, for those of you out there watching that are still trying to get your arms around, what do I even like to shoot? I'm still in that phase where I shoot everything. Go back to your personal style. How do you dress? What's your personal favorite store that you shop in? How do they market? What's their feel, their flavor?
And that's actually part of that whole developing a strong brand. And it's an exercise that we have you go through in that 21 days of branding worksheet, which I think
you guys all have, yes.
Right?
You're going to be working through it.
You're going to have it.
You're going to have it here soon.
So
they're like, what?
They're like, what? We don't have it yet. Erin, we need that. So
where's our people? On it, see?
But that's one of those things that you have to look at. When you're developing a brand, the first thing you need to do is get clear on your style, okay? So what is your style? If your style is fun, whimsical, if it's more classical, traditional, and it's okay to like to shoot a lot of different things, but think about what it is that you love the most and what gets you excited every day. And that's really what your brand, your logo, your identity, and your marketing pieces should reflect. it's that piece that you really love, that gets you excited. That's what you want to focus the next pieces of developing your brand around.
Exactly. So do we want to go into some, let's bring the Troutmans back.
Yeah.
And we want to start conversations on what makes you different, because all of the decisions we're making over the next few days hinge on that. And Erin is awesome at this, and I'm going to jump in too, but it's so fun because so many people say, well, I'm a photographer, I'm a good photographer. But there is something about every single one of you watching, every single one, that is different. So you can't build a brand until you know what is different about you. So come on over, Claire and Daniel, and let's get digging in here on your brand, on your business.
So Sarah, just like that, magically, they now have the jump start.
I'm telling you, Erin and I are not going to be very fun to go home to our husbands when we've been treated so well.
Jump start to 21 days, jump start.
21 days jump starting your husband's waiting on you, hand over foot.
And for all of you guys at home, you can get the What Makes You Different worksheets, which is, you don't have to have it obviously at all, but it's part of this product, and you can get it for free at thejoyofmarketing.com/day1. So you can get that part of this product, that What Makes You Different.
So you guys can all work through it with us right now. So this is what's really fun.
Perfect.
One of our branding exercises.
I was going to tell you guys which page it was on, but I wasn't finding it quickly, so
Can find it.
Okay, so guys, what I want to do with you is I want you to tell me, as if I were a potential client and you were just hearing from me for the first time.
No pressure.
I pick up the phone and I call you and I say, hey guys, I'm looking for some photography for my newborn. I want you to tell me now what makes you different and why I should choose you over anyone else in town that I'm looking at.
Well, with the newborns, we tend to focus more on the relationship rather than just taking a picture of the child in a cute little basket with a cute little blanket. We want that family connection, and a lot of people, really appreciate that, and that's where we're.
So, but I don't want to be in the photo, because I'm not comfortable yet. I just had the baby. I want it to just be about the baby.
Well, that makes it really easy because it's actually not usually about you. It's usually about dad.
Okay.
We actually shoot a lot of father newborn shots. In fact, Daniel does a significant number of those. And we're talking black and white. Sometimes dad is just the prop. Sometimes he is the basket.
Okay.
That's where we put our emphasis.
And if we do show mom, we usually show mom, face shots, with the baby. It's never going to be a full body, because we understand where you're at.
And Daniel lights them such that what you're going to get is your expression and the emotion that you feel towards this newborn, not your physical. You're going to get that soft look that's really going to put the emphasis on the emotion that you are feeling in that moment when you only have that brand new baby. And it's such a short time with those new babies that you really need to capture that because it's gone in an instant.
And back to the stories, that's where I would jump in with. I would love to have that photo with my mom or my dad, just me, not all three of us sitting there looking at the camera, or my brother and I looking at the camera or whatever.
And we actually tell people not to do that. I mean, we put the emphasis when people call and they're like, oh, well, I want to do that, but I want to do it when the baby's 2 months and we want to have the whole family. It's like, no. We break those into two different things. Do the emotional shots with the baby by themselves right now, and then do the family shot when the baby can actually.
Okay, so great learning moment.
Okay,
great learning moment for all of you guys. They're not just taking everything. Sure, bring the dog, bring the siblings, bring the cousins, aunts, uncles. We'll do all these combinations because they know for the style that he has. He does best when he can get that little baby close. He can have contrast between dad's hands. And if you're putting a big family in this little baby, it's not what you do. You're not going to love it. It's not going to be your style. It's not going to be consistent. So that's awesome that you did that. And you were able to clearly say, that's not right. And I think people definitely respect you when you say, that's not what we do. We do it this way, and here's why. Yeah, question.
So question for Claire. So I love that. Everything you just said about
well, it's hard. It's hard to tell them no when, it's hard to say no the right way.
So my question is, do you have a package that they have the 2 sessions? Because a lot of times people don't want to do the 2 session fees.
Yeah.
They want to cram it all in.
But we don't have a written package, but we do offer to do it separately without the. Our session fee is not where the dollar figure is for us. Our session fee is really about them actually showing up when they say. I mean,
It's the prints,
I mean, the sessions fee is really pretty much so that they actually come through the door when they say they're going to. So. So the session fee is actually a negotiation piece for me. I'm not really about, I don't need the second session fee.
It's value added for them because you know they're going to show up and they're going to order more if they come back that second time. And so I think part of it is knowing what you like to sell. Like I have a plan for that first year, what I like them to get with that new baby. Like I don't want anybody to do a big family group with a new baby when the baby's 1 or 2. So by then they're going to need more, and we'll do the baby alone, but we'll also be able to do the family. So I think if you're a little clear on when they should come back and what products, because I still wouldn't want them coming back even 2 weeks later. I want them back way down the road when that kid's big, they can hold his hands and things like that. So that's really how I educate it. A lot of this is education. We'll talk a lot about that through the next 3 days. That's why you have to have a system where you spend time with the clients so you can educate them on how you do what you do. It means you come wearing these things, this is our system, and they appreciate that.
So, perfect. Again, another teaching example here from one of the things that you said. Instead of making my mind go straight to how much is this going to cost me or what am I going to get, you're painting a picture for me of the experience I'm going to have. And so that was beautiful. And unfortunately, both of you probably won't be on the phone at the same time when the phone call comes in. And that's typically how these conversations happen and why you need to get it out early on in that first conversation. So one of the things that we would advise is for you to ask how I came to you. Which is a little bit different beyond what makes you different, but I'd like to talk about it here because we're in this moment. How have you seen our photography before? Because if I've already seen what you do, then that's one thing, and what you're going to say to me. And if I haven't, then you're going to say, okay, well, we do things a little bit differently than many of, maybe what you've been used to seeing. So let me tell you about how we focus on newborns. We really want to make it about that emotional connection between the family because you only have that moment in time for that first 2 weeks. And then you're used to the baby being in your life. But in that first 2 weeks, you're still trying to get used to it. I remember when I was there, my youngest is now 5, and or you can go into the story that Sarah mentioned of I wish I had this from when I was growing up, or we did this with all of our kids, and now they won't let us photograph them anymore. But when we had them, they let us do this. Okay, so it's all about developing that rapport, but also being very clear in positioning yourself on what makes you different and what you do best. Because in your case, what you do best are this emotional connection, and you very well overcame the objection, another teaching moment, which we'll get into more in day 3, but I don't want to be in it. No problem. You don't have to be in it. It's not about you.
Yeah. Now, what about seniors? And then we can show some images of their studio. What about seniors? What is it that, if I'm a high school senior and I'm looking at all these photographers, what is it people are saying about you? What is it that you do that's magical?
They say that we shoot Portland style without the Portland price, but we're fixing that.
They do say that.
One of our biggest hoaxes is that we do horses, we do pets, we do cars. If you want it, you want your best friend.
We're extremely unique.
Yeah, we give them as many options as they want to have.
And the experience, are you spending more time with them? So you're really getting custom individual attention.
Yep, they're getting that. And if they want to bring a sibling and include a sibling, that's fine. We'll do that for some of the pictures. We really communicate the uniqueness, and I'm going to tattle on you.
Sure.
I use this a lot. I say, one of the first senior portraits we ever did, Daniel took pictures in a porta potty. I mean, that was what the senior wanted to do. I mean, we did crazy. It was a boy. We did crazy. I mean, there's a lot of humor and a lot of twist in what Daniel does with the seniors. You get the humor comes out a lot more. with the senior level.
So it's not about your agenda.
No.
It's about what they want.
Absolutely.
And so you could say, again, I know a lot of photographers, they have a certain style and they have a certain thing that they only like to do when it comes to their seniors. Maybe they only want to do like high fashion and make you be like a model or whatever. But for me, what this is really about is capturing, and I don't want to use the cliche, but for me, what it's really about is where you are right now, who your friends are right now, what you like to do, where you spend your time. So we're going to go all over the county if we need to, to get that, to tell a story about where you are at this point in your life. Because guess what? Next year you're going to be graduated from high school and you're going to go away to college, and your life is not going to be like this ever again. And so we want this to be about you right now.
And what's cool that you guys will see as we go through this process with them, my mind is already clicking when tomorrow we're talking about your products and your prices. I'm already seeing what I would, as far as a branding perspective, products that I would see you offering. I'm seeing books, I'm seeing things that are like this timepiece, this time capsule. Scrapbook doesn't have to be a literal scrapbook, but because you're capturing that true who I am as a senior. And so everything you do stems from this conversation we're having right now. So they may say, well, that's cool, velvet, throw pillows with your face on it or whatever, but it's not consistent with what you do well. The beautiful relationship artwork and the working with the seniors and having this custom kind of thing. And you don't have to bash on other photographers to clearly state who you are. You didn't say, well, Evernote, also my market does blah, blah, blah. By stating what you do, they'll know what's different. Like, they don't hear this from anyone else.
Well, and Daniel puts a lot of emphasis on the transition piece. There's a lot of, we are in a rural community. There's a lot of dirt roads. There's a lot of, okay, we're at that point. It's ready to take that leap. You're ready to take that step. Like pictures with wings, whatever. It's that transition that these kids are going through, and it's wonderful to watch them go through.
Well, and that's something I would talk about in the consultation with the mom. Like, I feel that same way too. Like, kids out in a field, or they get that look of confidence, and you just feel like, life, here I come. And I think that needs to be a big wall portrait.
Yes.
That needs to be a big wall portrait. When you start having those conversations early on, we're getting away from the, how much is a CD?
Right.
I mean, that's fine. We don't, we don't do that, but look at what we do, or we'll talk about how to handle those questions. But you start talking about this, what makes you different, and it starts to position you as a different kind of photographer. You've already created so much value in our mind. And like Erin said, you paint a picture. I see these beautiful, warm black and white images of dad and baby, mom and baby, those loving moments. I see these amazing seniors in really cool places, out in the open, and I see big pieces of art. So I see all of the places that you're going already, just from the conversation of what makes you different.
Right, and again, it's one of those first things that you need to get out on that first phone call. So even if they say, what are your prices, which we talked about at the beginning, first thing out of their mouth is, what are your prices? Well, yeah, absolutely. Tell me a little bit more about what you're looking for. Exactly. And then you can start the conversation about what makes you different. And this shouldn't be my prices start at $59 for an 8x10. Oh, that's too expensive, goodbye. I mean, that's not how that first phone call should go.
And we will go through this. This is part of that sales process that we said you will love, when you know what to say to people on the phone, but you have the first step in that you can articulate what makes you different. But now that we know this about you, let's look at some pictures, okay? Because we're bringing this back to your brand. Now, these guys have been awesome to let us point out places that there has been brand failure, okay? We know they have very strong photography and they're amazing people. Look at their skills at communicating, and they know that they've made some failures here. So, our goal is to lift them up.
Cry. We won't cry.
Our goal is to lift them up, and all of you guys. So I always feel like I should preface with that, because if we just say, oh, everything's great, I mean, that's not helping you. And I think that's something I take pride in, like Susie Orman or some of those people that are like, honey, quit spending the money. You're broke, you're out of money. And I feel like that's what we're here for. We're not serving you if we're saying everything's fine, because a lot of your stuff is way better than average.
And even that conversation that we just had, by the way, I have these conversations with photographers. I mean, it's part of what we do with our coaching. that was hands down like so much above and beyond and better in advance of what where most people are.
Well,
so
you guys have been following you guys for like the last 2 or 3 years, right? So,
but you did.
And we gave them no cliff notes.
No,
we promised.
We have not had this conversation at all. They rocked it. So I'm hoping that you guys are not as good at it because it's more fun.
So it is. It's good. It's good. And yeah, we'll get somebody maybe even from home who's like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
So just looking, in my mind, because we didn't want to know and have a huge amount of information about you because we want to let this process happen organically, but listening to you talk, and I have seen some of your images. We looked at all the images when people submitted, so we're not completely blind to what you're doing, but hearing you talk in these warm black and white yummy images and these just really cool senior things, and then I look at this and that does not reflect. Look, you've got bright whimsical colors. Now I know there's photos in there, but it's hard for me to see them, so all I see is whimsical, and then again a totally different font than on your website, so disconnect there. And while it's a really cool building, I think, and you've even said we've held off doing anything because we don't know who we are yet.
Yeah.
So I just see this as like a palette ready to just have cool things done to it, and not even expensive, like, oh, you need a fancy awning or whatever. I mean, a cool sign, cool elements. I mean, maybe cool window box that you change out during the year with like unexpected things. We had a really creative interior designer in my city. She had this old building on a corner, not really downtown, but off the beaten path a little. She took chairs, painted them all these funky colors, and hung them. It was like a city block of chairs. Well, the newspaper came out, photos. Of course, the city came out and scolded them for not having them hung properly. But they fixed that because it could fall on people. And publicity, and everyone's like, wow, they're so creative, they're so creative. So what can you show visually to the drive-by person, these two things that you've just shared with us? That's the challenge. I'm not necessarily looking for an answer,
Right.
but that's the challenge of, like a rusty flower box that is, got cool elements of it, and then in the window a big photo. Like we're Midwest, and we did this darling girl in a prom dress in the giant wheel of the John Deere tractor. Her dad's a farmer, and they were just adorable. So I'm seeing for you, because you do these like medals and some of this cool stuff, something that pulls those two together, and then maybe you round the corner into first quarter when it's moms and babies. You're not doing as many seniors, and it becomes this. You have pretty lights, like the summer lights, and you have these pretty earthy, yummy relationship photos. So it's a way, this is like a display for you. And I know you're using it as a display, but it's inconsistent with where we're taking you. Okay, so let's keep looking at your things. This is fun. But really, look at the potential. Cool door. I mean, I'd have that door painted often. Bright colors.
I keep wanting to make it wood. I keep thinking like old, heavy wood is really what I want to put there.
Yeah.
But so much of our stuff has been waiting on the logo.
Yeah,
Like the
and
doors,
the identity,
doors waiting on the
everything.
logo, and the signs waiting on the logo. And it's like, with the logo.
For sure,
I think that could be cool.
So,
Okay, so you walk in and this is your camera room?
yeah, this is the second room. So you go through the entrance, and
Okay.
then this is the second room in.
Awesome. Nice high ceilings.
Yeah, a little bit of a color cast problem, but other than that, it's not
Yeah,
bad.
because you get that warm
Oh, yeah,
bounce.
yeah.
So you've got cool wood floors. You've got you're bringing in different elements, so you can create a crazy, amazing experience in
Oh,
here.
absolutely. Yeah, completely
So-
custom. Yeah.
So that's what I expect. I mean, I expect to come in and have you be like, I found this old grungy, thing in the dumpster, and I pulled it out for your session. Like that's what you
Maybe
do
not
for these
dumpster.
seniors.
Dumpster, but yeah.
But yard sales, totally.
At an
estate sale,
Yeah,
totally.
So you're not going to the prop catalog and picking out the posing stools. I mean,
No.
that's consistent with your brand. The things you're telling them, we go out into here, we do this, we have, I just found the coolest barbed wire that a farmer gave me, and we're wrapping it in Christmas lights with a prom dress. So you're throwing ideas
actually,
out that are
that's-
all consistent with who you are, all based on what makes you different. Okay, and then this is sort of your outdoor.
This is behind
the
Okay.
studio.
This
yeah.
is behind the studio, and so the building's over 100 years old, and they just painted it cream to that point. And so then we have that lovely old exposed brick there that we shoot against all the
Nice.
time. And there's like this little alleyway that is, well, it's in the pictures, but it's ugly, but it's, you know, it just melds right out. It's beautiful.
See, that's what we're building our new building, and that's what I'm like, oh, but I love a 100-year-old building to, you know, you can't fake that.
But there's
So that's cool.
no windows. I really would love your window bank.
Windows, yeah, the north light window.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's trade-offs and closets and working
closets would be
plumbing and
good,
stuff
yes.
like that.
Yeah.
But this is all consistent with everything you're doing. So building this brand is just going to be so much fun. Awesome. And then what room is this on the right?
This is the entrance, actually. So as you enter, that's the counter, and then Daniel's work area is behind it. And on this side is a complete wall that we're waiting to put up. We're going to do the next batch. We have bootstrapped this. That every dime we've paid for out of pocket. There's no loans, no nothing. And so we've done this piece by piece as we've had the ability.
Since you mentioned that, just for everybody, I am a believer. I am a risk taker somewhat, but I'm also a believer that if you're going to make it, you should be able to make it without taking a bunch of loans. If you need a little short-term loan for some reason, but know that you can pay it off very quickly. I mean, I have nice size limits on my credit cards, and I'll put stuff on knowing, you know, I can pay it off next month. It's not a real loan, but it's, you know, if I can't pay for it in 30 days, I don't want to get it. Unless it's something that can make me money,
Right.
But most of the time it's not. It's stuff you know, a cool prov or this or that, a cool place. So I love that you're a great example of you're just out there doing it. You're out there doing it, and every single one of you guys can do it, and you can give attention to your brand that you need to give. So I love the copper color. It's hard to tell on this monitor. Is it kind of orangey warm copper?
So this is actually brown, and the ceiling is copper.
Okay.
So
Real copper, like a copper.
We faked it a little bit.
Okay.
Yes. So,
But it's tin.
It's wallpapered
Thick.
and then
Yeah.
painted, and it's like a double layer. And
Okay.
It looks gorgeous.
Okay. Love it. Love it. So even inside, you know, if you saw a polka dot sofa, brand failure. So they know who they are on the inside.
Yeah.
And that's a good challenge. I mean, some of you are still not sure who you are on the inside, and you're figuring that out, and that's okay. Let's go move to our live audience and see if you can dig in a little bit.
Who's gonna be the guinea pig?
Start on the end and move your way down.
All right. So tell me, and I know you've got a good handle on this too. Maybe. So posing the same challenge to you. If I'm calling you, and I know you focus on portraits, so I'm calling you, and I have a newborn, and
Or is it newborns? What is your specialty?
A lot of high school seniors right now.
okay, well then,
I'm photographing a lot of high school seniors right now.
all right. So I'll be a high school senior.
And so it's usually the mom calling
Okay.
for their
Okay.
high school senior.
Okay.
And I tell them, you know, usually it is price-based and it's very time-sensitive too, because some of them are waiting until the last minute to get their yearbook photo in.
Okay.
So I just explained to them that I try and match the senior's personality with like a local beach or a park, and I have probably 50 different places in mind. And I usually say, you know, I'd like to have a short conversation with your senior to figure out where they want to go, because it's a unique experience for them. And I just explained to the mom that, you know, it's a really fun time for them and they should do something that they want. That's, you know, will match their personality.
So kind of similar, very custom. As I know when I went and had my senior portraits done a few years ago. Actually, I just had my 25th class reunion, yeah. But you'd go pick from a book, and they called them poses, and you'd say, I want pose 7, pose 9, and pose 12. And then they'd literally, pose 7 is against that curtain, so you'd walk over and you'd do this. Literally the exact pose. So I talk about that in that, you know, with us, same kind of thing. I mean, one kid you could go to a field, one kid you're at the beach, one kid you're out on a jet ski. So back to that whole custom.
Well, and I think so. The first question would be, tell me about her. What does she like to do?
Yes, I do ask them.
You know,
right.
so yeah, absolutely.
I
So
do
find
ask.
out and then say, oh my gosh, I've got like 5 awesome places that are coming to mind right now.
Perfect for
Yes.
the country girl that wears boots.
Yes, that are perfect for you. I just found this great spot the other day, And so for you, I think in your case, it's like, you know what? I only take on a certain amount of seniors every year.
Right.
And so because I really want to make this all about her. And I know she's at that point in your life and you're getting a little sad because she's getting ready to leave. And so I just want this to be such a cool, fun experience where this can be all about her.
And then probably about 20% of the time, I'll invite them into the studio. Like if they're unsure what they want to do, we'll look through some images and they'll point out the locations that they like. And then I can identify the location.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go here.
So you're also spending a lot of time with them.
Yes.
Which is a big part of what makes you different. I mean,
Right.
if you look at, you're comparing two studios, or even if they're not a retail studio, if you're comparing two photographers, this one I have a pre-consultation and we go all these places. This one, I just show up that day with my clothes and we shoot. I mean, that makes you different too. So the time you're investing with people is good to bring up.
So what about your style? Tell me a little bit too, because I want you to work that into what makes you different. So I'm getting the location piece, but like with them, we got the grungy, different, that piece of the style. So is there a piece of your style that you feel like is different? Could you liken it to like a magazine? So, think about like, Cosmopolitan, or Vogue, or if it's more, think about
Real simple.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I've never thought of it in terms of what my style is to a magazine. I just talk to them about just how things kind of unfold naturally, like their personality, my personality, and I get along really well with the seniors and they become really relaxed, and that's a lot of the comments that I get is that people look like they're having fun.
So you build
And
their
so
self-esteem and give them confidence.
I
So
just-
many moms love that.
I just don't make them feel like they're in front of a camera. And for those guys who won't smile, I will just do crazy, silly stuff until
so comfortable.
they do. And you crack a smile and you get it, and the parents love it.
So perfect. So that's one of those things that, when the mom says it's my son or it's my daughter, say, oh, are you having to fight if it's the boy? Oh, are you having to fight him to get him to do this? And, so that back to that developing that rapport of, oh, yes, they're the biggest, he doesn't want to do this at all, and be like, oh, I love working with guys just like your son, believe it or not. Like those kind of people are perfect because that's where I really shine, and it's my specialty, and I consider it a personal challenge to do whatever I have to do to make him laugh and make him comfortable and make him have fun, so that this isn't something that he's complaining to you about, Mom, for the next 10 years. Remember when you took me and made me do this?
Well, what's fun is with guys like that, it's fun. After the session, they're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. Like they've actually had fun.
So I think a lot of it, as you can see, and this will be a theme so we can keep going, is our skills is what makes us different. I mean, you can copy you can copy my studio, you can copy my lighting, you can copy a lot of things, but you're still not me, you're still not you, you're still not you. So a lot of your gifts, I heard the saying the other day, open your gifts. You have them, open them. So let people know this is what I'm good at. This is my gift, and that's what makes you different. So that ability to work with those kids and really make them as beautiful on the inside as they are on the outside, and comfortable and natural and different, is very cool. Yay. Next victim.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, you're probably right. It wasn't too bad, was it? I think for us, it's more of a personal touch that makes us a lot different. We don't have our own studio, so it's all on location shooting that we do. So it's really based off of what they want. So we have a questionnaire that we use, that we go through, that we really get to know them, their personal likes, what their hobbies are, favorite colors, classes, what kind of music they like, all kinds of different things, just to get to know them on a personal level. And then from there, we can work out what are going to be some great locations. The great thing about St. Louis is there's all kinds of different places that you can go and shoot, from farmland down into the inner city. And it really can match their style.
Now you say we. Who's we?
I'm sorry. I shoot with my wife.
Okay, so you shoot together. So I mean, that makes you different. That there are always two of you. So how does that benefit the client?
A lot, because we can take. My wife really likes to shoot more journalistic style.
Okay.
So she likes to catch them when they're not paying
So
attention.
you're both shooting.
Usually.
One's not even just reflecting. So I mean,
Right.
that's pretty big deal.
Yes.
So you've got the beautiful, posed and lit beautiful, but then you've got your wife shooting them like afterwards, the candid, the laughter that tells the story. So that's really cool.
That right there is definitely, that's a sweet spot that you have that many people don't have. So I think, again, beyond the, we send you this really detailed questionnaire, to fill everything out. And I'm not sure that you would say that to a client anyway, but
Right.
to me, that might sound like work. So
Well, he
I already
probably does it in the consultation, don't you? When you're sitting there, you get
Usually,
it out of
yeah.
them.
Right.
That's part of the.
But I don't. I just want to make sure that you're not saying that on the phone.
Right.
Of saying, you know what, we're going to spend a lot of time getting to know you before we even pick up the camera and do the images, because how many times have you seen photos where you, or even your own senior pictures, you could say, I look back at my senior pictures and I don't even recognize myself. Not because I physically changed so much, but just because it was you went and you picked number 7 and you were going like this.
I was like this on a tree, 6 feet tall. It was really sweet. With a mullet.
But the thing is, that didn't reflect you.
No.
You were this aggressive volleyball player,
Yeah.
like sports kid, and you're standing against a tree with
Like a
bad
little-
style, like a little demure girl.
Yeah, totally
that
not
didn't
me.
reflect you at all.
Yeah.
So, that could be your story, and that could be part of what makes you different. I look back at my own senior pictures, and you know what? We just went and sat down and clicked, and that was it. And I really wish that I had a better representation of who I was when I was that age.
Right.
And so that's what my wife and I really worked to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Good job.
Absolutely.
Very good job.
All right, so I'm just starting out, and I'm an on-location natural light photographer.
Okay.
So I always feel like my biggest thing is that it's all about the client. What the client likes, what they need. I want it to reflect them. As far as styles, I love colorful whimsy. I'm very laid back, so. But I love color, which is, camera gypsy. I don't know, I kind of relate to the gypsy, the bright colors and the rich royal colors, so I don't know.
So I'm the same way. I love color. And in my studio, I had those bright colored papers, which I saw you guys had. And I shoot with a ring light. And I know you are location, but you could use natural light. You can get those little rolls. We put kids in front of those, and we have them do all these fun things and all these cool products that we create because that's my passion. The kids love them. And we'd use fun frames like this. They look cool on canvas. We do some metal stuff from White House. And it's part of my style, and that becomes part of what makes me different.
Right.
So just to think about, even though you don't have an actual retail space, you still can use backgrounds, even small ones you pop up. So you're separating yourself from all the other people who just do like nature type things. You have some variety.
So what do you, you mentioned you let them direct it, and you're laid back, and I think that is a nice selling point, especially I remember at my, some people from a personality perspective that really appeals to them, right? And so it goes back to Sarah saying it's the you in it. That was a big thing for me in choosing a wedding photographer, was having someone that wasn't annoying and wasn't the person that was like constantly, but and so if you're, if you say, you know what, you're not even going to know I'm there, your kids are just going to be playing, or you guys are just going to be having a moment and you're not even going to know I'm there, because really I like to fade into the background. I like to make you the star of the show, but we just go with it. It doesn't have to be a big deal because you're laid back.
Yeah.
And that does appeal to somebody who's like constantly, feeling the pressure of this, and, so that's something that you could pull out too, is that, I want to get to know you better, but then we're just going to go someplace and we're going to have fun, and I'm going to get the images that look like this because this is my style. So if you like my style, this is what we're going to do. But it's going to be a real relaxed, easy process doing it.
Almost the anti-pose, come in, pose one, click, click, click. Like you just, part of what your magic might be, and you have to figure out if we're saying it the right way. But you're so easy and comfortable, and you want those natural expressions and natural things. So you aren't highly directive.
Right, exactly, yeah.
See, so
right
cool.
on.
Isn't this fun? We could go, 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 go.
Do we have anyone? Can we do anyone from home? Or do we have time?
We probably can. I don't think we can.
Okay.
No, because we got a couple things I want to get through because we have a fun project. But if anybody has a question, we can start our next segment with a question or two from people who are confused on what makes them different.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I think that is some questions we're getting in that about how do you know what's different about you.
Yeah.
But I love the audience participation, but there's always like a delay. So if we can ask for something specific and then we can collect those and come back with that. So what should we have the people do? The people.
Yeah, have our people around the world just email their what they're struggling with. Now they've heard us go through this and pull out, you know, he said we, and I'm like, who's we? He wasn't even going to tell us that he shoots with his wife.
Right.
So I think everybody's got that little something.
And we take it for granted because we're living it every day. Like we take it for granted. It's like everybody goes on location, but the way that you go on location may be different than the way somebody else goes on location.
And how you interact, how you talk to kids. I have 3 kids. And my whole studio, if you have a studio too, talk about it. You know, my whole studio, I have lights that mount to the ceiling. So I can spin and turn and move and there's nothing kids can touch, nothing they can get hurt on. And so I talk about the passion I have for kids and how I know how to make kids get them to do what I want them to do.
And that's funny because I'm sure that the person, when they called you, they weren't thinking, oh, I hope my child doesn't get hurt in your studio. But now you've planted that thought in their head of, ooh.
It's almost more like the mom's running around going, no, 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 smile. You can't have no, 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 and then tell them to smile. We don't work that way. So I'm educating them on the phone in a longer conversation why it's important for me to make it super safe and fun and play. You're bringing your kid to play. And that's how we get the natural thing. So sometimes it's just what you do, how you interact. And the people that are struggling with this, start asking. Ask your clients, ask your friends, like, what's different about me? Why do you think I'm special? I know it sounds like you're being needy. Give me a compliment. But again, it could be right in front of you and you're missing it.
Cool. So I invite you to go to Creative Live's Facebook page and post what your biggest challenge is there. And then we can look at those
and
later.
We'll talk about it at the end. Okay. Cool. Good. So we have a few minutes. I want to talk about the difference between your identity and your brand. And then we have a little project. You guys at home, I'm so excited you're still with us because everyone can do this, okay? We hear words all the time, marketing, branding, identity, and people are like, I need to be branding. I'm not sure what that means, but I need to be branding. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna make it really simple, okay? So if you look at your business like your personal self, okay, your logo, well, let's see here. You've got a logo for your business. It's your face, and it shouldn't change. That's the problem. The Troutmans have been looking different every time they go out of the house. People aren't recognizing you. They're not sure who you are. One day you kind of have on the Harley outfit, and one day you got on the preppy outfit, and you're just like a lot of things. And you very much know who you are, and you're clear inside. It's on the outside what you're showing people that's not as clear. So you've got your logo that is like your face. Then you've got your materials, all your promotional pieces, your identity marks, the colors, all the things you guys are going to be working through, and we're going to be working with everyone this 21 days of branding. All of those things, that's like your clothes and your hair and your makeup. It's part of who you are. And that's where I think people get confused. Logo is face, stays the same. But over time, you're always probably going to like bright colors. I'm going to like bright colors, but we're going to have, skinny jeans when they're in style, and wide-legged jeans, and low-rise and high-rise, and we're going to evolve, but our logo and our face are going to stay the same. Okay, so your identity is how you look. It's your logo, it's your face. It's your colors and your symbols and your elements and everything, your marketing pieces. So it's your outfits and your clothes that you wear. So you might wear a mom outfit to the mom group, and you might dress differently for the senior party. It's okay, your face is still the same. Okay,
You're not Michael Jackson.
But that's why people came down on Michael Jackson, because he started doing plastic surgery and they don't trust him, they don't recognize him. It's a perfect example of why changing your logo hurts you, because people don't recognize you. So your identity is how you look. Your brand is how people feel about you. Okay, we want people to fall in love with you guys. If you're a commodity photographer and they don't know your name, they're going into the mall, they don't care who they get or whatever, they go in, they get their photo taken, they pay $30, they go home. It's a commodity. They don't care about the person, they don't know the person, but we are a brand. People love brands. Back in the day of the corner grocer, people would walk in and they'd say, I want some flour. They'd reach in, they'd scoop out flour, put it in a bag, and you'd go home. And it was a commodity. It was a price, $2, whatever for the bag. And then brands came along and people started caring about brands. We care, what's your runner? What are some of your running brands that you love?
No, I love being up here because I'm a diehard Nike person, and a lot of hardcore runners aren't, but I am. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, it says something about me. And so when I go to the running store, I always know I'm going to buy a pair of Nike shoes. I'm not going to buy, they'll try to get me to try on something else or, but I'm going to buy that. That's something that is very important to me. And I know a lot about the history of the company. I've seen so I really like that. It's a running company. That's important to me. And we all have things like that we're loyal to. And you want to be that. And you don't have to be $1 million brand to have that. You don't. You can be that as a small business owner, and that's what's so cool.
So every single one of you has had the experience, you guys at home too, of someone who's like, you're the best photographer, you're so creative, you're so awesome. Could be your mom, okay? But to that person, you're a brand because they think you're great. It's how they feel about you. And then they tell their friend, and you're a brand to 2 people. And then you're a brand to 3 people. You don't do that by putting a half-off ad in the paper. That does not make you a brand. It may get you a client, it may get you some short-term cash flow, but it does not make you a brand. So, a strong brand starts with a strong identity. And that's where we're going to start with all of you guys while we're getting ready to present right after lunch. We're going to be having a reveal of logos. Are you guys excited?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're like, all right already. Yeah. So part of this process is for everybody to figure out what your face is going to look like. And what's really cool is we didn't get to pick this face, right? We get to pick this face. We get to look like whatever we want to look like. We get to look slick and contemporary. We get to look romantic. We get to look distressed. We get to look playful. We get to look whatever we want. And we can wear whatever clothes we want. We just have to be consistent. So we're going to figure out what those are. Can you reach down there?
Yeah.
So here's what our audience is going to be doing here, along with our Troutman friends. We have made a board, a pin board, for everyone to find their joy, okay? So here's what we're gonna be doing over lunch, and everyone at home, start a Pinterest page, get out, your scissor, your papers, and we're going to get literally tactile. We're gonna start putting things on here to show where you're going, what you're gonna look like, okay? We had you guys bring images. We have images of yours, and we're gonna start by putting images on so our audience at home can see. They heard you talk about what makes you different, but now they can see, oh, but look at her style, look at his style, look at her style, and see, okay, she's bright and whimsical and flowers and earthy. She can't possibly use this big manly font. Or maybe she can. So we're gonna start to look for disconnects. We can pull, if you guys want to pull any elements from your current website, and we can talk about, is there a disconnect? Is everything consistent, and is it you? And if it's not, we're going to take steps to get you there. Okay? You guys we've got your style that we're going to put on your board, and then we're going to be picking your logo. So you actually get to take that next step.
Awesome.
Okay? And of course at home, you gave directions for them if they want to have a logo critiqued, because we're going to pull logos out after lunch, and we're going to start by looking at pin boards, and we're going to watch these pin boards evolve. We're going to get into colors, we're going to get into shapes, we're going to get into kind of like kindergarten. Color, it's everything we need to know in life we learned in kindergarten. You know it? Flush, be nice to others. So we're gonna get our scissors and our pins, and we're gonna create these looks for all of you guys, and our audience at home can see, because visually you'll start to see, okay, this is clearly not right, or these colors are not us. They're cool, but they're not us. One of my friends, Bev Walden, good friends, Tim and Beverly in Kentucky, they said, one of the hardest things we do is knowing what to pass up. And I think that's brilliant, because we're gonna see things of each other's and go, that's so cool, but I can't, it's not for me. That's a cool color, that's a cool font, that's a cool look, that's a cool design element, that's the cool prop, it's a cool shot, but it's not for me. So our job is going to be to get you excited,
The
but then
rules, getting back to those rules. It's setting these rules. That's what branding is about, is a lot of it is setting rules for your business and getting that look down. So then you can have some restraint. When you go home and things come up, you can practice that restraint.
Yeah, and it sounds, I've done this in workshops a lot, and it sounds like, I'm not really gonna do it. I can just watch others, and people start doing it, and I'm telling you, everybody at home, do it. Do it, because you will start to see things that are right in front of your face that you've looked at every day that you had no idea was there. So I encourage everyone to do this exercise with us. Start printing stuff out while you're eating lunch. Print out screenshots, print out things you like. I have a huge bulletin board in my production space that serves as this for me. And we'll talk about graphic standards this afternoon too, which is, when I was at Coke, they had a big fat binder for every product, Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, Diet Cherry Coke, of the rules. Is it too much to ask for us to have a couple pages? No. So we're gonna create those rules. And do we want to take a question or two? Because we have a gift for the Troutmans. Ooh. Would you like us to gift, or do you want to take questions? Or how would you like to end us before lunch? Because this has been so much fun.
We just have a couple of minutes, but let's take a couple questions and then the gift. That sounds good.
And if you can find the slide that goes with it to show people at home how they can get one too.
Okay, we will do that. Magic.
I know people here are magic. I love them.
Where are the wands? Okay, question from Bucharest, Romania.
Ooh.
Do you think there's a brand disconnect if your brand is all about bright colors, but your clothes are all gray tones?
Not necessarily. That's interesting, because I'm kind of that person. I am bright and playful, but I pretty much dress neutral. Probably because I'm so tall. I feel like if we were looking at clothes a while back and the bright colored jeans are in, and I'm like, I just feel like Gumby. I mean, I'm 6 feet tall. If I get green jeans, I just think there's something weird. So my personal style is really pretty neutral, and I wear a lot of fun jewelry that brings the bright colors in. But if you, I was kind of going to the extreme. If you literally wear all black and you're more introverted and whatever, I don't know. I think you can have, if you love the bright colors and your photography is that way, you kind of are who you are. But what I've seen is there's typically a connection somehow between your personal style and your business style. So if you know who you are and you know how you dress and you know your business style, you're good. For the people who are struggling, I think it helps them more to look at your personal self and say, this is how I am, and I'm gonna move that into my business, because it's who I am, and this is what I'm selling.
Very cool. So I had one more question that we do see quite a bit, and that is from Amanda, ROF, who says, I have a passion to serve lower budget families who truly can't afford high prices, especially in weddings and family photos. Is it better to focus my entire business and brand on that market to be consistent? Or should I serve two different markets, high income and low income, in order to make profit?
Well, that's really a bigger question as far as, as far as why do we create a business? I'm creating a business for profit so that I can be with my kids. And part of my passion is doing ultra creative stuff and being able to spend a lot of time with my clients. I could never be the place where there's a long line and I have to shoot, because I couldn't do it. Part of how I get the images is by spending time. So to accomplish all of my objectives, I charge more, and I have to charge more. But if your passion is to truly help those who aren't able to afford a higher end product, then there's nothing wrong with that. Just know that you're not going to have possibly the profit margin that you have in a more boutique business model. It doesn't mean you can't make profit. You're just shooting more people in a day. So your system has to change. Your product mix has to change. Everything we're working through here today, you use a different filter to make those decisions. You're not offering these gorgeous frames and these gallery wraps. You're probably doing smaller collections of little things so that everyone can have images. The question of, can you serve both of those markets at once?
That to me, that's where you start to have a disconnect. And I think that if it's you and you're offering the same service, basically, I mean, the same images to both markets, I think that that's where you start to muddy the waters and things get unclear. So I would say pick a pony and ride it.
I love that.
Pick a pony.
But I think that's thank you for talking about that and the way that you did, because I think that's such an important question even before talking about what's your brand. What is your objective? What is your life objective, like you said? So that's really cool. I'm gonna have to think about that one.
Yeah,
myself.
Because I am building a business to serve my life. I mean, serve my clients, obviously, but I made that decision. That's why I showed you guys my life, because I had these 2 new babies at home, and I knew every decision I made was to get me home.
Right.
What about, I mean, like the way we look at it, and maybe this is wrong, but if we charge more, then we can do free things for the I mean, and that's how we do, nonprofit work.
Right.
And just don't charge them.
Right.
But we can't afford to do that unless we
It's a
can.
really good point.
So it's not that you can't give back to your community.
Exactly.
You just have to think about how you do it.
Yeah, exactly. And we do the same thing. I have a charitable fund called the Petty Cash Fund that I'll talk about. And we do a lot of that same kind of thing. And you're right. You can't do that if you don't have the means, whether it's because you're working day and night serving 3,000 customers, so you don't have the time to donate, or you don't have the funds or the staff or the equipment because you didn't make it. So I think Erin's advice, pick a pony and ride it. You can accomplish financial and charitable goals with whichever way you go, but pick one.
Cool. I've already seen that be tweeted out in our
Pick a
Twitter
pony and ride it.
contest. Pick a pony and ride it. So let's go away and do the giveaway before we go to
So
break.
this is really exciting. This is our favorite thing. We work with, we don't work with 10,000 vendors. We're really picky. I talked about White House Custom Color. If I was deserted with my business on a desert island, I would take White House Custom Color with me or make sure that they delivered there. I mean, they're hands down.
Yeah.
They take great care of me. But then along our way, we have all these other fun little companies that make our life better. And one of them that we met a couple years ago were the folks at the Jilly Bag Company. And they have this line, they have camera bags, little camera bags, pro camera bags. And this is their Jack line. Get it? Jack and Jilly? I know. And they've sent us these. This is my iPad bag, which I love. But this is my all-time favorite bag. Can you guys see this? It is the workhorse. So my 17-inch laptop fits in here. And then inside, I can have a camera. So if I'm going like out of town on a shoot or whatever, I can have everything I need. They also make a camera bag that matches it, that has a pocket on the back that sits on the top. So when I travel, I have everything I need in these 2 bags.
And it matches.
But we didn't have them ship it here because they're shipping it directly to you guys, but they're giving you one of these.
Wow. Thank you.
Isn't that awesome? We want to set you guys up for like this biz so you look good. And
Well, and that actually matches our style.
Exactly.
it does.
It's actually, that looks like what Daniel likes to wear.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, but
That's way cool.
That's not everything. Our audience here is going to get a gift certificate to Jilly for a bag as well. So you get to choose what you want.
It's an amount they put toward a bag.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
like 50 bucks or something.
You get $50 to put toward a bag at Jilly, so you're going to get that. And then everybody at home, we have something great for you too.
Yeah.
You get 20% off when you use this code through the end of this month. So use the code, get a new bag for yourself, and also we've been giving offers throughout. So if you want to catch the offers that we gave earlier, go to thejoyofmarketing.com/day1. And you can get all of those. So we've got them all typed out for you, but this is the one for this hour. So, yeah.
So, when you're going out to sessions and you're schlepping like 12 things and you look disheveled, that reflects on your brand. So get your stuff together. These 3 pieces, actually I have the 3-piece set. The iPad for posing guides and things that you keep on your iPad when you're shooting. This that holds everything, and then the camera bag. And I look so sharp and put together. And it's awesome. Andrea, you're probably watching Andrea back at my studio manager. She'll pack me up. Like if I call her and I say, I've got a shoot or whatever, and I'm coming and going, she'll have me all packed up in my Jack bag, and I'm set to go. So congratulations, you guys. We want you going back looking good, feeling good, having clarity on your brand, and we're picking on you for 3 days, so we got to give you some goodies along the way.
So after lunch is the big reveal. First big reveal.
So yes, so everyone wants to get some caffeine, get a good lunch, and you do not want to miss this. This is where they are going to be presented with a new set of logos, which is the face of your business. So it's part of your identity. It's not your whole identity, but everything will stem from the decision they make. And then in the morning, we'll present them with their identity, the other elements and the things that go with it. But it all stems based on the logo that they choose. So
Awesome.
it'll be fun if people at home can tweet in their thoughts and comments when we present,
Okay.
and we'd like the studio, you guys, to give input, because now that you've seen their space and you know their style and you know what makes them different, it will help us in selecting the logo that's most appropriate for them. And
I love that. I love that. So the internet gets to vote, give in their. They get to.
we may not go with the number one.
It's not like American Idol, people.
It is not like American Idol. We get to veto that if we want.
So folks, we're going to take a 45-minute lunch break, but we have a few things to tell you about first. First of all, I am so excited, you guys. I think there's close to 200, if not more by now, people that sent in their logos. Which is just
So you're telling us our
incredible.
days just added 4 more hours on it? Get comfortable, everybody.
I'm not sure what the number is, but earlier it was 167, so it's got to be up over that. So thank you to all of you who have sent those in, and we
lunch for us.
unfortunately won't be able to review all of those. We'll pick a few of those and get to go through those. And so what a wonderful half of the day so far. I am just already very inspired. You ladies have such enthusiasm that makes me want to just nod my head and do what you say, which is this, it is the foundation of what we're doing here, what people are doing. So I have a very big announcement to make. We have just announced a brand new workshop just in between the time we started this course and just now. So one of your favorites, Lindsay Adler, is coming back to Creative Live October 30th to November 1st. And this time, Lindsay is going to teach a class called Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques. And this is going to be for 3 days. So when Lindsay was here before, she did do some of her retouching and post-processing, and people cheered and said, bring Lindsay back. Well, we are answering and we are doing what you guys have asked for. So go to the course page and check out this course, enroll right away so that you don't forget. Again, she's going to be helping you figure out how to make your clients look their best and expressing your creative vision. Your creative vision is a big part of your brand, right? And so having that down as to how you actually present your photos at the end, I mean, that's a big part of your brand too. So her retouching techniques, creating porcelain skin, changing colors, displacement maps, I don't even know what that is. Adding textures, makeup, et cetera, everything that Lindsay's work, which is so beautiful, does. So big announcement. We are so excited, Lindsay, to have you back.
Yay, I'm super excited too. Another wonderful course that is coming in 1 week is Doug Gordon Photography Project. And during that 3-day course, he will be teaching us his amazing, unique flow posing system. So it's like 30 to 50 poses in a matter of minutes. He will be going through that extensively for 3 days so that we can have that down as well when we go in to shoot people.
And I just want to, I just want to add something in that was so exciting. If any of you are Howard Stern listeners out there, are you, Erin? Yeah. Nice.
I mean, that may be revealing too much now. No, my husband makes me listen to it. Right.
You were probably a little bit busy this morning, but Howard Stern talked about Mr. Doug Gordon this morning on the show. Right. Doug is Howard Stern's personal photography teacher.
Oh my goodness.
Which is just incredible. So thank you, Howard Stern. I would love to hear if any of you heard that this morning. I haven't heard it yet, but Doug is a very unique character, and that is going to be a whole lot of fun. whole lot of fun next
Okay,
week.
so please join us next week. Go enroll right now for the course, and so he'll be here October 11th through 13th, and I think we're going to have a blast here in
Yes,
the
we
studio.
are. Yes, we are.
Cool. There are so many puzzle pieces to owning a photography business, and many of us don't even have the picture on the box. You guys were talking about that at the very beginning of this morning, and this course is the most important puzzle piece. And basically, Sarah and Erin are giving us the tools to create the picture on the box so that we can create and see clearly our own vision and brand so that we can complete our own puzzle and have a successful photography business, so that we can have extra free time to do the things that we love, like spending time with our family at the end of the day, our friends, or traveling more often. So during this break is the perfect time to go purchase this course for the special price of $99. Thank you, and we will see you in 45 minutes. Welcome back from break, everyone. We hope you had a good one. We did here. Before we get started on the next segment with Sarah Petty and Erin, we have an amazing Twitter prize to give away.
That's right. So this prize is from Marathon Press, and it is worth over $1,000, which is incredible. Would you tell us a little bit about the prize, please?
Yeah, so Marathon Press is another one of my favorite companies to work with. They specialize in the photography industry. They are so wonderful to create products to help photographers. And one of the things that we use them for, which we'll be talking about a lot on Friday morning, are these beautiful promotional pieces that we create where they have die cuts, things that spin and twist. So they house the dies so that it's cost effective for photographers. Again, it's not cheap like postcards, but it's cost effective to do something really cool. And they have a huge staff. I think they have like 100 employees with designers, and they are there to support and service our industry. So one of the things they offer is a branding package. And so we said, hey, will you give a branding package? Because we're talking about branding. I know there are so many people out there who want a new logo, need a new logo, are looking for all the things that go with it. And this collection, I think it's $99 a month, so they spread the payment out for the year if people want to make that investment.
Right.
And you can call and they'll talk you through what all you get and how you can customize it to your business. But they said we could give one away to the audience.
Wow.
So I know,
That
really
is
exciting.
huge. That is huge. And there is a link to Marathon Press and all the other things we're giving away on the Creative Live blog, so on the blog post. So you can go directly there to go find this essential.
Yeah, it's called Branding Essentials when you go to their website and you can read. And I just love how they broke it down into an affordable bite, 99 bucks a month.
Cool.
So, we invest in expensive blue jeans to make our personal identity look good, right? And then we sit down and we come up with a cheap, quick logo thinking we'll fix it later, and that's not the solution. So this is a great cost-effective alternative for everybody out there watching who wants a new identity and needs a new identity. So thanks, Marathon Press.
Yes, and the winner this is so exciting. The winner is Carol, and her Twitter handle is Carol D Photo. So Carol, if you're out there, congratulations.
Carol D. Woo!
Carol D. And Carol's quote was, no matter how big or small, you can be profitable. And that's really what we're here for. So
Awesome.
Great quote. Thank you,
Awesome.
Marathon Press. Keep tweeting away, folks, because as you can see, we have incredible prizes. All right, so you guys have your pin boards out. This is very exciting. We're going to pass it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. And thanks, everybody at home. I just am overwhelmed by the amazing comments and questions and really excited. A little bit later, we're going to do logo critiques. Been overwhelmed with the amount of those that came in. So really exciting time. And wanted to start this segment off looking a little bit at everyone's pin boards, and we'll see these evolve. And these guys were just given this project and are just getting their arms around, but I want you to see, I'm not sure if you camera guys, you want them to hold them up? Let's start down here with Andrea. So see how she's pulling. Look at the beads, the jewel tone beads. the bright blue and the reds and purples, and this, is that a scarf?
Yes.
Good job. She's taking her clothes and pinning them on her pin board.
Pretty much.
And we have a ton of little color swatches that we're playing with to get everybody get their arms around those color schemes, which is really important. So we'll be looking at everyone's photography. So I love that you guys all brought little snippets of your photography so we can see, look for disconnects. But what I see so far is fabulous. The color palettes you're picking and inspiration. And now that we have iPhones and camera phones on our phone with us all the time, I don't know about you guys, but that's my main source of inspiration. We were in Minneapolis a couple of years ago, and there was a carpet that I loved. It had these swirls, and it's become a design element at the Joy of Marketing for a lot of products and backgrounds and things we've done. We even have a huge background at my studio, really subtle, of this background, and it all came from just shooting that carpet. So when you're here and you're walking around, you see something cool, this building is amazing, shoot it. These guys will print it because they do anything we ask. It's like being a bride, you know, you got the power of the white dress. And I didn't even have to wear the big, cupcake thing. I know. So while you're here, anything you see, you're out to dinner, you see a cool corner of a table, shoot it because it's all contributing to your brand. Good job, Andrea. Okay, Matt.
Yeah, I'm like, I guess the slow one in
You've
the group.
got the arch. I know, St. Louis, my neighbor.
Yep.
So you picked that dark charcoal color gray?
Yes.
I love that color.
Yeah, that's, you can't see because it's in black and white, but that's the color that we use on the box there on the website.
I love it. And you're being a guy, I love it for women too. I kind of have more masculine taste. But I think for a guy, that's a good, strong, the metal, the arch, the silver, all the things you're doing. It's and it can go, you can put girly things, because you do weddings?
Yes.
Yes. So you can put a feminine for brides to make it certain way, and you can go for seniors, it can go a certain way. You can take that a lot of directions.
Absolutely.
Do you have other colors you're thinking about putting with that?
Yeah, I couldn't find it in time, but like a bright, kind of a red.
Okay.
I don't know, it's just the thought that it was something that we've run with before. I've changed a lot since we started a year ago.
I want to look at your photography, more of it, because red I think is a hard color. I want to look at it and see if because sometimes it's so powerful it can take over the imagery. When maybe, I look at the mustard pin you used at the bottom of the photo. I love that mustard and charcoal combination. The mustard gives it a snap and vibrant and unexpected, but isn't quite as strong and dominant as red. So let's look through that with your images as this course progresses and see if we can nail that down. But I definitely love the direction you're going.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job. Miss Carrie.
So
these
are the colors of my studio right now.
Okay.
I have one wall that's this muted,
kind of blue-green.
Yeah.
More green, but like a gray-green.
And I get comments on it all the time. It's really, and my chairs.
Calming.
Yeah, my chairs can match this. And then I guess screenshot of my website.
Okay.
And my business card front and back. And of course the Marathon Press
Yes,
boxes.
Marathon Press, yep.
And I can't believe how many comments I get on my packaging.
Awesome.
People love it, love it, love it.
Awesome.
And then just some skinny cards and just a gift certificate.
Okay.
And my photos are coming. They're being printed.
Okay, good. Same thing. Let's keep looking at, over this time, I'll get to see more of all of your images and make sure that we're getting, everything cohesive and consistent. Because I don't see that blue-green color, that gray-green throughout as much as I would like to. And how that kind of plays in. But definitely all in that family of earthy.
Yeah. I'm open to changing my colors and logo.
Okay. And logo. Okay.
Yes.
We'll talk about logos.
I
Okay.
need a new logo.
Okay. Good.
So we're still waiting on our pictures too, but
just say no. No fish. No goldfish.
in the copper color, but you notice these colors come back in a lot of the things that we just do. So we're not. The black's been gonna go on the back for the background for the website, but it just hasn't happened yet. It's been one of those things that's waiting, but we're into kind of those the creams and the browns and the coppers.
I love that. Is that a black or a charcoal above the copper, the paint, the color swatch?
This right here?
Yeah.
It's a black.
It's a black. I mean, I love the depth of that combination. And I'm seeing some conflict, which is good. I mean, we know we're working, you've got a couple logos. You've got that curls font. I'm gonna come and delete that off your computer.
Please do.
I can do that, right? Papyrus, all of you need to make a list of fonts to delete. We'll just start with Papyrus and we'll add curls, okay? Especially you guys. You guys are like metal and steel and cool. You're not like girls. You know, all the kids' clothing stores with the bows, they use that font. So for you guys, as we're looking through fonts and once we're getting ready to see your new logo and look and feel, Beth will talk to you about font families that you will go with and font families that you will stay away with or stay away from. My whole identity is wrapped up in the Futura family. Both ironically, or maybe not ironically, because Beth did all of my logos, but Sarah Petty Photography and The Joy of Marketing, and my husband's logo. But you almost wouldn't know that they're all the same. So in our new building, everything is very cohesive, which just randomly happened. But we use like 2 or 3 fonts in all of our marketing and promotion. If we use a fun, like a stylized font, a decorative font, it would be in a headline or the front of a promotional piece that's short-lived. Okay, for our core identity, it's like I'm jeans and a boot girl, and then I can do some fun stuff with hair or jewelry for a night out, but I'm pretty much core. We're figuring out who you're gonna be at your core. So I can't wait to see. This is kind of the before. Plus you're pulling in some things that you like, which will help develop where you're going. So exciting. So are we ready to bring out Beth? Are you guys excited? Look, they're like super duper excited. So you guys can put your boards when she comes out. You can.
Do you want to talk about hiring?
Oh,
a designer first
yeah.
Before Beth comes
Good.
out.
Yes. No, this is really good because we're going to bring out our graphic designer, Beth, who we hired to come in. She used to be our fabulous designer, and she's working for corporate now. But for me, I would rather take my budget and put a chunk of it toward the design and production and have less money to produce it and produce it well than to skimp there, okay? Because again, you create value in your business through everything you do, how you answer the phone, you know, the printed pieces, everything you're sending out. And believe it or not, your design creates value for your photography.
So if we go back to what I talked about before, you go and you're on your anniversary and you're going to that nice restaurant and you go in and the menu is not, you know, I have trouble spending $30 for a steak if the menu is printed on something they've run off their copy machine that morning, right? That's a disconnect for me. I don't see the value because I don't see where they have invested there. Now, just because you may not personally feel that way doesn't mean that your clients feel that way. So like what Sarah's saying is that every time, again, they go back to those touch points, every time they come into contact with you, they should feel value. So whether it be from that price menu that you hand them, that business card that you hand them, the business card says printed for free at Vistaprint, get yours too. What do you think? I mean, do you think that they really want to invest with you if they're not seeing that you're investing in yourself and in your own business? So,
and typography is so important to me. People think, well, I have fonts, and you look at my logo, you can see Sarah Petty Photography on my packaging back here. It's a clean, simple logo, but it's not just a font typed in. The font has been manipulated. It's taller, it's narrower, the space between the letters is huge. And you may think that people can't tell a difference between you typing it in and a professional designer putting it in and manipulating it so slightly, but there is a huge difference. And so I get a little on my soapbox here because if you're not going to invest in anything in your business, you've got to invest in a professional designer to do your logo. Okay, we have a whole PDF of how to find a designer, how to work with a designer in the goodies in the resource page at thejoyofmarketing.com/day1. Okay, there's a whole PDF of how to find them, how to interview them, some resources, all of that, because we want to take time today with hands-on stuff. But I want you guys to know there's a designer in every market who's great. There are industry resources. You've got places like Marathon Press. You can trade with a stay-at-home mom who just had a baby who needs photos, who's a great designer. Okay, so it's not necessarily always about the almighty dollar and having to go out and write a big check. But you've got to have professional design. Everyone do this. Okay, everyone at home do this. Good neck massage exercise. Have I stressed that enough? That was my moment to rant. That was the Sarah Petty rant.
Yep. I mean, I think that's spot on. I mean, if you expect people to spend money with you, then you have to show them that face, that designer, that face, that identity that you've invested in it.
Yeah, when we were creating our book, we had a hard time finding a publisher who would give us that creative control, because have you seen some of the cheap paperback books that people just order and they like type in their name, they put a couple things of ugly clip art? I mean, those books are cheaper, right? And then you look at the really high quality books with great design and they lure you in, and the fonts are great and the typography is great, and those are the more expensive books. They're on better paper, they're thicker, everything about them is better. So as a photographer, if you want to not be a commodity photographer and you want people to invest in you, your face, people do judge a book by its cover. People do. We say don't judge a book by its cover, but people do judge a book by its cover. So you have the opportunity to make a beautiful book. Make a beautiful book. And you guys at home, I know we hear, but I don't have a dime to invest in my business, or whatever the financial reasons are. Well, we've got how many hundreds of people in the chat room right now, and thousands all over the world who are basically your competition. And they're hearing us say, go invest. Ask for it for Christmas. Do a logo registry for your birthday. I think it's a new idea. Maybe graphic designers out there watching could start a logo registry for their small business clients. Get a part-time job. Working at a bar, serving alcohol on a Friday night after your kids go to bed. I mean, cut yards on the weekend to earn the money to invest in this, because there's nothing more important. I feel like if you are serious at all about having a business, you've got to invest here. You just do. So if you're just doing this for a hobby and it doesn't matter, it's a totally different thing. But back to what you want. If you want to create a business where you can charge what you're worth, you're not a commodity photographer, then make this investment. Silent pause so everyone can really let it sink in. Let it sink. Okay, do you think they have it?
I think so.
I made my point.
I think so.
Okay.
I do appreciate the silent pause.
The silent pause, yes. I'll get a sign that says
Dramatic.
silent pause. We tried to get a laugh card for you guys. So, okay, well, let's bring out our fabulous designer extraordinaire. This is Beth Sonneborn. Welcome, Beth. Yay! Come on out. I'm going to put you on this side because we're going to bring out the Troutmans. Troutmans, come on over too.
Set this down here. There's no peeking.
No peeking for the ideas. Okay, so.
Hi, good to see you guys.
Yes, they met last night. You guys saw a video earlier of Beth. Erin said we probably didn't tell people who Beth was on the video. We've kept her hidden away, doing her magic things that she does.
They lock me up and make sure I'm caffeinated and plugged in. Everything's charged.
And you're good. You're happy as a little bee. Happy as a little bee. So I know, look at these guys, are like, there's Christmas presents laying there. So go ahead and explain to people, big picture, what's going on here in your process and what's happening.
So first, I applaud everybody. It's like little Pinterest right here in the studio. So that was fun. I was here long enough to be able to see some of that. So that was fun to watch. Which is kind of where we started, is talking about, everything that they like about their photography and everything like that. And it's really, really important just to make sure that, your logo is about you, and it is about your studio and your photography. And so many people just kind of say, oh, well, I like that. Well, I like Sarah Petty, and then they want to do everything that Sarah Petty does, or another photographer. But it's not your style, and so then it ends up not working. And so the exercise that you guys are doing is really, really important. And I really like that everybody kind of, brought something.
They're not shy. They're just jumping in. They're
Hey.
putting clothes on. Give me your shirt. Give me that sweater.
No,
with
and
the
I
tie
mean,
on.
I don't know, forgive me if this has already been said, but think of tactile things too. If there's any different surfaces you like, you can always take pictures of them, scan them in, and show them to a designer. I always say, kind of greeting cards are good places to pull from, just because greeting cards nowadays have, little things tagged onto them and trinkets and.
Well, and really, everyone should have a design inspiration bin. You buy blue jeans and you get the coolest tags with like cool texture, vellum, and things like that. And magazines. I'm a magazine junkie. I love printed. I know they're all going to online, but I still want to get them. And I rip out pages. I see font combinations I like. I see color combinations. Stick those on your board.
So I digress. So what we're going to talk about is logos. So first I thought we would kind of talk about the designer's process and what a designer goes through when working on a logo and when working with a client, and the things that are important, because before we show you the logos, it's important to know, the things you have to think about when choosing a logo. So first and foremost, it is incredibly important that that your logo is designed for the lowest common denominator. I know that doesn't sound so sexy, but it's, you have got to have your logo be able to be represented with integrity intact at 1 inch. So think of a postage stamp. And lots of logos, you get all the flourishes going, you've got little serifs going down the sides, and then lo and behold, you can't read half of it when it is printed on an envelope or some sponsor flyer that you're working with. So you have to think about that. You also have to think about color. It has to be able to be represented in black and white, just black and white. I don't mean shades of gray, just black and white. And again, it's going to be used that way, especially for photographers. You're putting it on your images. And so it's got to be able to be just printed in one color. And then you need to think about promotional items, t-shirts. The last thing you want to have happen is you're working on this really big event for the weekend. You're cramming, because we all know we're last minute people. You're cramming to get the t-shirt artwork off to the vendor. They have to have it in 20 minutes or the world's going to end. And they call you back and say, this doesn't work for screen printing. Now what are we going to do? So then you're modifying your logo at the last minute for some big important event. So you have to think about what you're going to use your logo for. If it's going to be on apparel items, if it's going to be on promotional items, those are different printing processes than we're normally used to with print, and so, or online purposes, so you kind of have to think about every place it's going to be. You have to think about your sign, you have to think about your printed pieces, your online components, you have to think about all of those, how you're going to use it. Let's see, what else?
Black and white versus color.
We just did that.
Okay.
Thanks for listening.
I was trying to give sign language over there. Totally busted me. What about t-shirts, screen printing?
And then make sure that your logo, Sarah's is a good example of just text, obviously. And it's not competing. But you don't have to. Again, I'm not saying that everybody needs to have Sarah's logo. Obviously, we want everybody to be unique. But the important thing is that it doesn't compete with what is the star of the show, which is your photography. So it needs to coordinate with, but not compete with.
And also your logo doesn't have to say everything you do. Like mine didn't have to be in the curls font to say my artwork is whimsical.
Stop talking about the curls. That's logo number 1.
But if you were to present it with curls, I really would like that. Luckily, I know you better than that you would
And number 2 is papyrus.
Ever use either of those two fonts, because we should maybe make a download of fonts to delete. We should make note to self. We'll have a download maybe later of fonts. But that's another point, is a trendy font.
True.
What happens
Very
when
true.
you could be the first one. In fact, I think back in our ad agency days, I believe we did a font in curls because no one had seen it. It was brand new.
We did.
And the client loved it, and we thought we were the greatest thing. And look where we are probably 15 now years later.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh. And I know that Scriptina, that really beautiful calligraphy one, that came out, and then Pottery Barn took it Restoration Hardware.
Yeah.
You're seeing it everywhere. So again, I talked about the decorative font being great for a promotional piece or something that's going to be around 6 months or a year. Same thing with really trendy. So you're the first one to have it on a promotional piece that makes you look hip and forward. But if you use it for your logo and 5 years down the road, you're then in a bad place because you look dated.
True. And there's one other thing kind of along those lines that I want to mention that is a little bit contradictory to that, but there's a reason. So, because of course rules are made to be broken, but I think that the exception to that rule is if it happens to be on trend, but for some reason it works for you. And I mean that you've made your own. You didn't use that trendy font, but you've made your own and it works within your style that is something really super unique. So for example, the business that I used to own had, I used two different fonts that were actually totally not in style. And, well, they weren't. I think I may have used, I can't remember the one on the bottom, it may have been cartoon. It was not a trendy font, but the reason that I used those was because I was going for a really, really, really super retro look. So to me, it didn't matter if it was in style now or it was in style 20 years ago or whatever. That was the look that I wanted, and I used that font sparingly. I didn't use it in any of my other materials. It was just in one portion of my logo. And then the other font that I used was a really trendy font from a long time ago. So does that make sense? Okay. So, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
So with that said, are we ready to kind of look at logos?
Yes.
No, go ahead.
Actually, no, I did have my thought pop back. I see this a lot. People will pick a font from their logo and then they do use it everywhere. You said with yours you don't use it everywhere, but I think that's the rule of thumb. Now, rules are always meant to be broken because I'm a case. I use a Futura medium with my Futura family. But for 95% of the people, if you have a font in your logo, don't use it in your website as like the categories because it takes away from the uniqueness of it being your logo. It's not a font anymore. It's your logo. It's the face of your business.
So, all right, you can keep talking, but I'm setting up
Yes,
logos.
no, I have these actually.
And if you have the clicker.
Is the clicker over there?
There it is.
Sorry. So I have these, Beth, to put up on the screen when they see them.
Hold on one second here. I'm peeking.
We're going to show these one at a time, and Beth will tell you because when she's presenting the logo, she's thinking through how it affects everything else. So they're not presented in a vacuum like this logo, and then she's going to go back and be like, okay, let's see. I'd put this with these colors. I mean, a lot of what she's showing you, she has a bigger picture vision.
Which we'll talk about.
Yes.
So we're going to go through each one and we'll talk about what I'm thinking and see if that kind of matches with what we've discussed and what you guys are thinking, and we're all going down the same road. And keep in mind, these are in no particular order.
Yes.
And I'm not telling you if I have a favorite. So everyone always wants to know that.
Wait.
Before we reveal, I'm going to pull Beth off because I want to fix your microphone real quick.
Oh, okay.
You got to fix Beth in the reveal.
Okay.
It's only going to take 1 minute, but let's pull you off real quick.
So we'll just chit chat because I can, edit this part out later. But I think this is so exciting. In case you guys are just joining us, we're actually rebranding for the Troutmans, and they are actually getting a new brand right now, are the choices, and only here on Creative Live do we do things.
Look at them, they're so excited.
I was gonna ask you guys how you feel. Like, how do you feel right now? Are you so excited, or you just?
I am honestly a little nervous, a little excited, a lot excited, a little nervous.
I think relieved just to be actually
my
going
goodness, if we
in
actually
somewhere.
had a
you know.
logo when we walked out of here tonight, do you know how, I mean, after like
would-
18 months
yeah.
of like trying to get somewhere, there was somewhere that wasn't gonna pigeonhole us in 2 years or 2 months or whatever, you know.
This is just huge. So yeah, thank you. I mean,
You're welcome. Don't thank me yet.
What are you nervous about?
That's a good question.
What happens if I don't like them?
Okay. This is
We've been disappointed multiple times now. So, and
It's very
and it's
scary.
hard to communicate who you are. Like we don't think in those terms, you know. Like you don't on a regular basis. You don't think about who you are. You just are.
Right.
You know, and trying to communicate that across is difficult. So, but I feel like we're more comfortable about who we are as a business now than we were 18 months ago.
absolutely.
And hopefully we're getting that across better than we were 18 months ago.
And something else that I want to share before you're getting these presented to you, your logo doesn't have to be everything. You know, my logo, look at it. You know, I kind of mentioned that a little bit, but you take the logo and it evolves with you. You know, your promotional pieces, it's like I said, it's like your clothing. So you start to dress more dressy, or you know, it's like getting the body makeover. You see people on the show and you can take that a lot of different directions. And I think sometimes people do get really caught up in a perfect logo or whatever. I mean, I know you guys have really worked hard at this, so I'm excited. So I think we're ready for Miss Beth to come on back. Drum roll. We've got them all psyched up for you.
Yeah,
Sorry
the
about
internet is on their toes.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
So, okay.
Logo one.
There we go. There's
This is for these guys
again
to
in
see.
no particular order. It's easier to name them by number than by some sort of style. So with this one, as you can see, it's got the little flourishes on it that one can say are trendy. However, neither one of these are a font. So the last portion of that has been hand drawn. The beginning T started as a font, and all the flourishes were then hand drawn and added. And I kind of went for you guys. This particular one, has anybody ever seen the show American Pickers? Anybody?
Oh, absolutely.
Anybody?
Big fan.
Okay, so I was kind of channeling my inner picker. And the girl on there is kind of, you know, they're retro, kind of hip, and the girl on there is full of tattoos, but still like light and bubbly and colorful. And that's kind of what I was thinking when I was going with this logo. And, you know, kind of talking about the things we've discussed, the colors you like, and the type, you know, the kind of setting that your studio is. So that's kind of where I was going with that, and would then build upon that, you know, once we were talking about colors that you guys like, the rich colors, and then it would kind of take on a little bit more of a rich feel to it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
We have to go this way.
Sorry, I think I'm going to set these down here too, so these guys can digest as they see them. Because it's like we present to our clients their images almost the first time. They kind of glaze over because it's so much. And then you take a breath and you go back, and we're going to have a break. We're not going to put you on the spot like, what's your favorite? But I find you start to resonate with, or certain ones start to resonate with you, and you start to gravitate toward them. So first time, just
Let it all sink
let it all sink in. Yep.
Okay, we're going to go to number 2. And you can see this one is more simple. And keep in mind, again, all of these have a little bit of a similar feel to them. And that's because of the things we've discussed. So, you know, that's, you know, why give you, oh, well, this is really contemporary, and this is when we've already decided that's not your style. So they all have a little bit of a similar feel to them. And with this one, actually with any of these really, I'm going to tell you kind of, again, kind of like I said with the American Picker, there was a couple of things that I was thinking. And the other is, you guys talked about your building being in this old butcher shop. Well, and having these gorgeous, beat up 100-year-old floors. Well, I started thinking, okay, well that makes you different than everybody else. Right. And it's pretty cool. So, what if, you know, you're thinking down the road here, talking identity pieces, and you know, you've got frames and photos you're getting ready to present to your clients, and you've got that wrapped up in butcher paper with a big stamp on it, and then you've got a big, you know, twine tied around it, and then the tag. Do you ever go to
to the butcher. And
Like, I don't have one of those by me. Like, explain it to me.
my husband's a chef.
I
know
gets
these.
good quality
I know these
meats
things.
and things. Yes.
So okay, you go to the butcher and they've got those little sticks in that identifiers for the different kinds of meat. Well, so say your tag is one of those little tags, and it's got your logo printed on it. You could punch a little hole in it, and it gets tied up. There's your picture, tied up in a fancy little bow, all with something that's totally unique to you.
Right.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And that's kind of the stuff we've been pulling anyway.
Yay! See, the process works. Awesome. So now we're going to
Can
go.
I say
Go ahead.
something about
Yeah.
this? What I like about this, the typography, is you've got the name bold with good contrast between the name and the photography, but the font, the Troutman treatment, it's got a little of. It's not this perfect shape, and you said he's got some humor and unexpected, and I think that's what that font is. It's not a straight line, I'm marching down the road perfectly. It's a little quirky, and I think that is reflecting, yet you've got photography strong there, so you've got the contrast between the two, so I think it's an interesting juxtaposition of like big bold but a little twist on it.
Okay, you want to set that one down?
Sure will, yes.
And we will move on to number 3. So with each one, like I said, with each one I'm going to kind of explain what I was thinking, and they're all, again, within the same kind of realm of thinking, but each one may have a specific treatment that it might lend itself better to. And in this particular one, think of an actual brand. Yeah, so, kind of before I was talking about a stamp, well, this could be a real brand. And then you guys can have parties, and you could just brand. You could brand your
things.
steaks, and your hamburgers.
Brand your steaks. They make those.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, but I thought that would be really cool, and that's where I was going with that. Again, kind of tying it back into the location that you guys are in. And we talked about that you might want to have something that is an icon, but not per se have your whole name in it. Right. So this is kind of, taking that in a little bit of a different direction, so it's not just an icon that is a graphic, but it is initials in a way, and that could be used alone on pieces if you wanted. And then you could use the typography along with it when you're talking about printed pieces that need more of an explanation. But once people have already met you or know who, when you're on your images, maybe it's just the brand.
Cool.
So talk a little more about that for people listening. The logo is this whole piece, but they can separate it or they can separate it. How do you decide those rules for people? Because I agree, the TP, the circle brand on your images really reflects who you are, who could be a really cool thing. I mean, you could have wood business cards, you could have your tags on your bags made of wood, and the brand stamp on your butcher paper, or like all those same, or not, I mean craft paper. But how do they know, talk a little bit about that, like when the symbol's alone and when they're together, and would they just use Troutman together? And I know some of that goes into the next step, the identity and how it all fits together, but talk about your thought process when you're doing that.
I think for me, it goes back to the particular logo. So in this case, you can see how you could use the TP brand as, let's say it's on your stationery and it is blown up. We've all seen like screened back images. Well, you could see how that could lend itself to that. Now, that doesn't take away from the integrity of your logo, but you would never just want to, let's say, on your business card, you might use the brand on one side of it as a graphic element, but then it needs to be, let's say, maybe on the other side or something together. Right. So I would say that it is used sparingly, and you have to think about the audience. If it's, like I said, on your images, they've already met you, they know who you are, and they're looking at their proofs. That's a good thing to put on there. But other than that purpose, really, it would be more of a graphic element in addition to your logo on some sort of piece. Does that make sense?
Yes. So they're teaching people to recognize both.
Yes.
And that symbol is you guys.
Yes, and all of them. Let's say in number 2, there isn't really a graphic element per se, and so there wouldn't be anything to pull from. But then that means that we would create additional graphic elements so you would have some of those things in addition to the logo. They just wouldn't be a part of the logo. This one happens to lend itself for both.
Right. So that's kind of where we go next after we get your feedback on these. Beth goes back and takes the one that you love and works through how it applies to everything, so that you have those rules of this is when you use it here, this is when you, here's how big it is on a wallet, on a, some of those decisions you go back and make, and then you make the rules. Even in Photoshop, you go in and you make the brush size. This is the brush stamp you use for an 8x10 and for 11x14, and boom. Consistent every single time.
That would be nice.
Yeah, nice, really nice feeling. I agree, because we all do that where we, I see people in blog posts, photographers who they watermark, like that's a cool watermark for a blog post. Where I see some people just type their name big, and then the next post it'll be their logo, and the next post
their URL.
Yeah, their URL. So you want to think through how this, whatever you pick, how it trickles through to every part of your business.
Yeah, and you can think about graphic standards. And have you guys already talked about that?
A little. We're going to talk a little more about it throughout the day, but go ahead.
And so that's something that I'm a big believer in. And actually, just kind of decided a long time ago when all of us worked together that every client needs it. It doesn't matter how big or small you are, because you need that consistent place to go find them too. And you need to be able to reference your colors, because you're going to forget. And you need to be able to reference, what set of fonts that you use. And if you go ahead and both visually have, like maybe, a through-ring binder that you refer to, then, you start hiring people, somebody else starts helping you with the marketing. And here's the folder on the computer, here's the through-ring binder, here's how our logo is to be used, here's the minimum size, here's the file you send if you're, you send an EPS if you're going to a printer, you send a JPEG if you're going to somebody online. And if you've got that on your computer, then you can just reference it all the time.
If I can jump in and point out what vector art is, because we're photographers, we work in pixelated artwork. So a photo, you blow it up and it gets fuzzier, it's made of pixels. Well, vector art is created in a program called Illustrator. Many of you have it when you get the creative suites, but we don't really use it. But these logos are created in a way that they're scalable. So they're on a mathematical formula. So you can make them the size of this wall and they'll be perfect. Okay, so if anybody watching, if you have a logo that you love, but it's a JPEG, it's not scalable. So that's, again, worth investing in a designer who can, that wouldn't be an expensive task to have them create as an EPS art, and make a folder on your desktop for that so that you can always access it.
Yes,
Good little tip. Okay.
All right, you get that one and I'll get this one.
The internet is loving this, by the way. So cool.
What, are they having questions, or they're loving? I mean,
well, we can get to those later.
Okay.
Of course they have questions, but just
okay.
already
Awesome.
kudos.
Okay, awesome.
All right, so we've got number 4. And you can, again, kind of along the same theme, but in let's say number 2, where the text wasn't exactly perfect. The text in this one is a little bit distressed, but the not perfect part is kind of behind it. But you can see, instead of having it a regular shadow, it's a distressed shadow. And there's 2 reasons for that. 1, just purely stylistic. And 2, you use a gray back there and it's not going to print well. You're going to have dots when you start printing things. And so this way it's still strictly black and white, and you don't have to mess with those gradients or anything. And then the little dots and the lines kind of at both sides of photography just kind of add something that you could see how that could be worked in later too. It may seem like something little, but maybe under every headline you've got a line with 2 dots at the end of it on all of your pieces. Again, just tying back, even the littlest bit of element can be something that coordinates everything together.
And pulls it all together. So, think die cut, a business card, and maybe there's a die cut. You get a little embosser stamp or debosser, so you can cut, you do a direct mail piece, you're cutting your note cards, you have that little cut. So Beth's thinking, again, big picture with the logo. And with all of these too, they may say, I love Troutman, but I don't love the dot, or I love one part and I don't love the other. So let them know that.
A lot of things are interchangeable. So let's say you are looking at all of them and you think, okay, well, I really like the font from number 2, but I really like the graphic element from number 3. So somehow can we mix and match and put those together to get the final result? And the answer to that would be yes.
Well,
it doesn't
not
always work.
yes.
You may not want to put this particular font with number 1. I don't really think that might be a good idea.
Right.
But the majority of the time, like I said, we're kind of designing in the same vein because that's what we've determined is your style.
Right.
So they should be pretty much interchangeable. So just keep that in mind if there's a particular font or a particular treatment or a particular element that you like, feel free to say that, and we can kind of go to stage 2 with that thought in mind.
And I think what's nice about these, I think we all like that, brown for packaging for your framed pieces and things, wrapping them in the brown. I mean, that lends itself nicely to a branded look also, the rubber stamp or silk screen, bag tags. We did that when we had them silk screen on canvas. It was not expensive, ripped them, tea-dyed them, kind of to get that look. And then, in 2 or 3 years, that maybe you may not want to do that same kind of tag. Maybe then it gets engraved on little metal tags, and that becomes the same look. So I think that kind of has a cool reproductive quality that's like they're building. It's not trendy or dated, but it'll withstand the test of time, which is important for all of these logos.
Right.
They should all stand the test of time.
So we're going to move
2
on.
more.
Wow.
Yeah, she wasn't doing it.
Nice. How were you up last night?
All right, so this one has a little bit more straight lines, a little bit different, and I'm going to explain kind of the difference in this one. The text is a little bit stronger, a little bit more masculine, as are the lines inside. But again, going back to there's that the circle on the outside, and you can see how that element, even compared to the other one, it can be a brand. So that could be, think of color in this particular one is what is going to make it look rich. So when you're talking about, copper hues and beautiful creams, then the color is going to make that one a little bit more rich. And so, like I said, this one stands out a little bit more, is a little bit more modern than the others, but it's got that edge to it that you wouldn't expect. So it's got the rough edge along with the smooth, clean lines in the middle, and I would say that those can be used separately as well.
I love that particular element, the fact that the edge isn't just a big harsh circle, because you have the strength of the font. So the typography, you've got that contrast. And I think that's what Beth does really well, that a lot of designers or non-designers don't, is the contrast. Big, small, cap, uppercase, lowercase, strong, weak. So you want to have those elements happening, and I think in so many different ways you show that over and over. But I have a question. When I saw this, and logos are interpreted differently by different people, but for me, what I saw, and I don't know if you were thinking this when you designed it, but I see like the front of a truck.
Yeah.
Like the grill.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I'll admit it. Happy accident.
I didn't think you were, but I feel like.
But that does go with you.
But it's
It
like
does, and that's I feel
I
like
didn't think that.
I'm thinking more like like 50s logos.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Like that old truck with the rust and I feel like that's very consistent with your style and your brand. And I didn't think you were thinking of it, but when I first saw
I
it,
like
that's
it.
exactly what I thought. And especially the rough edge sort of makes it look not like a 2012 shiny new truck, but like a truck that's
old
got
beat up.
character. Yeah.
Well, and this is jumping ahead of the game, but I'm excited about this, and I don't know if you'll like it or not. But I like the front of your building when you guys were talking about, putting your logo on the front of your building. So when I was designing these, I started kind of thinking about that and had that in the back of my head. And I thought, how fun would it be to do a community mural if you were going to paint on your building, and it looks, how you go by a building and the paint starts looking dated and stuff. So after you've done it, it gets all worn, and then you put your moss over it, and so it looks like it's been there forever. And you could get people involved. You can get some of your clients involved in doing it. You could get some of the seniors over and make it a little party. So kind of an unveiling of, hey, look at this. This is our brand new identity, and we want everybody to be involved. And here's some, pizza, and come make a day of it.
So you're saying paint their logo on the wall? And
because they had talked about putting their
Yeah.
logo in moss on their wall. And
In
so
moss.
what I was suggesting is maybe it's painted on the wall and the moss starts growing over it.
And the
so
ivy.
it starts so it starts
Yeah.
looking like it's been there as long as the building's been there. I know that was a jump ahead, but
Yeah, no, that's.
all right, let's move on to the next
Okay.
one. This is the last one.
Okay.
All right,
Go,
here we
drum
go. So again, kind of went with the pretty much just what you had said with the other one. We kind of went with the 50s, retro sign vintage thing, and we had this one kind of came from talking about the gas pump. So they've said that they have this gas pump that they are talking about putting their logo on. So you would see that when you pull in to the studio, and this just made me think of what some of those signs used to look like on those gas pumps, and then cutting out the center and making the focal point your name. And then what I was actually thinking is, so here is the gas pump and here's your door, and the arrows are pointing towards the door.
Nice.
Yes.
And then again, that can be something that maybe it works there, right? But then maybe you don't like those arrows for consistency all the time, because maybe all the time there isn't something you want it pointing at, so it doesn't make sense. So maybe that's something that is used almost as an element. And then maybe, and sorry.
No, go ahead.
And then maybe you don't have it on the logo, let's say on the inside of your price guide, right? So you're looking at the inside of your price guide, and your logo is up here, but you've got the little arrows right in front of the headline of every package. You know what I mean? So it still all goes right.
It's a
It still all
design
goes
element.
together.
Yeah.
I was even thinking, you said your daughter isn't happy about it, but you're photographing high school seniors and you are doing some of the dances and things so you can build relationships. How fun if you had a little stand that, you remember those, what are they, Burma Shave, like where you're driving down the road and it would tell a little story? Suppose you had a campaign that had this with the arrow pointing to where you're shooting, and they could even be on a stick with words all along, that either told a story or description. You could add a photo or whatever, but I do think the directional thing could be a really fun. Just consistent element to make your things stand out. The guys that did the things, and they had the signs with the arrows.
Well, and just
so you kind of
something
get known for that.
unexpected. And kind of goes back to what I was saying when I first came out and we were talking about all the boards that you guys are doing. It's you just need to be you, and don't be afraid to be you, because you don't have to be you don't have to go, oh, well, I think this is in right now, or this is in right now, because in the end, that means you're going to be, I know you guys touched on this a little bit, but you're going to be trendy and you're going to be changing it in a couple of years. And so it's important to think about all the things we've discussed and think, well, this really is our identity, and we're going to own it, and we're going to take it to the nth degree. I mean, when people walk in and, say you've got some old signs up that mean something to your business and mean something to the place that you are, and you're going to think about that in everything that you are looking at as far as branding your studio, both online, in your space, and in all of your printed materials. Because think about, your space is so important. They walk in, and a lot of times, they may have just talked to you on the phone, or they may have seen your logo someplace, but they don't really get the full effect until they walk in that door. And for you guys, I really feel like you have such a unique identity kind of in itself with the building and the location, that even if you move, let's say you move, you are so huge that you have to hire people and you outgrow your studio. Then you still have that history. You've always got it. Let's say, this is where we started and this is the building we were in, and you put pictures of the building up so people kind of see it. And I just think that it can grow and kind of always give you new inspiration.
And you treat things differently. So, maybe the craft paper cool wrap goes because your new building is a little funkier, so you find a different ribbon or a different way to treat things. The design changes a little, but it's still all consistent with who you are. Yes. So I'm going to lay this one down so we can see. So while these guys, I don't know, do you have initial thoughts or feedback? I don't want to put you on the spot too much because I know it's overwhelming.
We've talked a lot about logos.
Okay.
I really like that font that Troutman has in the first one. That ROUTMAN I like quite well.
Okay.
I like the tilt. You know, I'm good with that.
Well, and the tilt is, again, kind of a lot of retro signs are at a tilt.
It does feel retro. It also has a music bend to me, like that something of that is invoking
A feeling of notes.
I'm trying to think of like what guitar symbol that is, but it definitely has a music.
Clef palette?
No, there's a not clef palette. you
can tell I'm
J1,
not
right?
in band.
J1. So I think it's Gibson. Actually, it looks like.
I wish everyone else could see this face right here.
I'll just quick change the Tesla.
Okay.
It's a nice shade of red yet. No.
I'm bright red.
I like
live TV. Keep going.
Okay, I like the lines on this one.
Okay.
Really well. I kind of like the 50s feel of this here.
50s feel. Let me go a little slower. Hang on.
I like the roughness of the circle.
Yeah,
You know, like I'm not.
both
I'm not,
of those, yeah.
Roughness of circle.
Yes.
You guys see?
What are you thinking?
Yeah, pretty much the same. I'm digging the how the circles aren't perfect because that's just.
Because it's not. I mean, like the building's not. The sidewalk isn't. The
And
floor
again,
isn't.
like this edge or this edge could go on
Yes.
that if you feel like, I love that concept, but I love this, so you have some flexibility there.
We have decided that we don't want to use the TP because it's toilet paper in so many And so at one point we made that decision and we're like, okay, no moss.
Done.
Because
Yeah.
I can't do that.
TP.
Yeah, I'm not that, yeah. Anyway, I'm shutting up now.
Could be your Christmas decorations, I'm seeing white everywhere. That's what you do to your clients after they pay their bill. You go and celebrate them by TPing their house.
I'm going to bring this back, only not to try to convince you, mind you.
for the typography.
Right, well, so go ahead.
Love that. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. And the thing that I was seeing in this was faces. Like that's not that far from being somebody's profile.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
And
here's
that was what I was-
here's the thing to think about too. Okay, so let's say you like some of those things. It doesn't have to be the TP. It could be TNT, and it's not saying TT. It's just that happens to be, we
could it just be the
make.
T?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Or we make it, just one. So it doesn't have to be exactly what's there.
But I like this quite
It's
well
nice
too.
and clean.
Okay.
I like the clean and I like the strength on the Troutman. I don't know if anybody else can see what we're doing. Okay.
They have.
Okay, good. so that I like how strong that is. One of the things we really struggle with is that when you write out Troutman and you write out photography, how long that is.
Yeah.
And so we ended up doing the Troutman photo for our web, for our URL because people can't spell real well. And,
No, it is. It's
like
long.
that. So, but yeah, I like the strength in this.
Can I jump in on that? I see a lot of this, and I'm glad you brought that up because that is one of those branding decisions. Can you still get Troutman photography if everyone out there watching didn't? You own it too? Okay. Can you get it?
No. We have both.
Here's the reason I would argue for keeping Troutman photography. For one, I feel like when you abbreviate photo, it's like abbreviating Christmas, like Xmas.
Yeah.
I just think it's. I know.
We feel the same
and
way.
I feel like a lot of times people will find you through search. They put in your city and and you come up, so they're clicking on it. Or you're sending them there. And does it take that much longer to type in ography? I mean, I agree that it gets longer, but I feel strongly that I'd like to see you guys go back to Troutman photography because one of the things with your identity, guys, if you're a real business, please don't have a Gmail or a Hotmail address. Please, 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 please. We talk about creating value. A valuable business person, I'm not doing business with them at Hotmail. Do you email your banker at Hotmail? Your insurance guy at Hotmail?
I wouldn't. And I did that at first.
We all did.
I was kennakphoto@gmail.com at first, and I even printed it on my business card, and people were like,
We had those problems when we were all working at the ad agency together with clients who we didn't, domains were so new and we were all at whatever.com. Well, then they merged. So every client's calling, I need new business cards. And then it occurred to us, wow, if we have email at our own domain, we have it forever. So people moving, whatever. And I just can't stress that enough. So part of your identity is figuring that out. Your website, your names at your website, like Hot Mama at Troutman Photography. It's a brand failure, right?
Yes.
But we laugh, but we see that.
Yes,
we
do.
look through our database of photographers and we see the craziest stuff. And it could be people's personal. I get that. But anywhere you're putting your face out there, it needs to be. Not that you couldn't do like cowboy at Troutman or whatever, something,
But that would be as long as it was brand appropriate.
If it were brand appropriate, right, and it was consistent with, I was trying to think of something that's like cool, but, so it's a nickname or something that's consistent.
Well,
but
and
not
for you guys, sorry.
No.
I mean, you're the one that people are going to be, I don't like the cowboy at.
Not cowboy, but you know
hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
But I think for like your general email or something, like then I think it lends itself to something really, I mean, you could, because obviously you guys kind of have.
A little creative.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, I think that would be fun. But I'm going to echo a little bit what Sarah said about the photography. And I don't think it's that much longer for people to type in. I really don't. Because, you can build a little bit. Have you talked about your name at all?
I don't know.
So Sarah's last name before it was Petty.
she did talk about
Okay.
Aaron brought that up, yeah.
So, I mean, and they built a whole campaign around that. And I think that there's, you could always kind of think of different ways to get people to bookmark, always to be and tell people, bookmark it, bookmark this bookmark this, or keep us, I don't know. I just think that you can, if you're really feeling that it's too long, that there are ways that you can kind of work that in to get around it.
I have to tell people now that we've brought my maiden name up twice, what it is. You have any Norwegian?
Oh, no, but I thought you must have said it earlier.
We didn't say it, but it's spelled TJELMELAND. It's Norwegian. And my family has another business, and they did a lot of radio campaigns, and they would say "Chumalama Ding Dong." And Nick in high school, I was Tejamahelehead. I had like every kind of nickname. So TJ, those Norwegians, they don't put many consonants in there. So, we did play on the name.
How do you actually pronounce it?
It's pronounced like CH, Chelmeland.
Wow.
I know.
That is a challenge.
She married up.
Sorry, Dad. My dad's a little sensitive. He loves his name, which I love it too.
It's hard. It's hard to spell. It's hard. People really do have a problem with it. But everybody in our town, they have a auto business, and everybody in our town knows it. So they've done a really great job of building that brand and letting people know how to spell it and say it. And so I just feel like, with that being such a huge obstacle, and knowing that they succeeded, I feel like photography can certainly be done.
Yeah. No T's, J's, FJ's, all of that. How did you feel about this one? I noticed we didn't comment. Is that like your least?
And if there are certain things you want to just right now go, don't like it, moving on. Like
It's
the
totally
TP,
fun.
the only reason that's out there is for other elements.
Right.
Yeah, I kind of liked how it wasn't all uniform, and I do like the strength in it, but I feel it's almost a little too Western. I mean, we're not, that's kind of my thought with the brand too. I mean, I see where you're going with the butcher shop, and that's awesome,
Well,
but
we do the brown craft paper. We're into
Okay.
that.
Yeah,
that's
we're
already
already
something
there.
that we're into. So that's a great.
So we're speaking the same language.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just thought this was something I would have never thought of. The very unexpected. The
And I do get auto.
yeah,
out
oh
of
yeah,
that.
that's a
Yeah, I think it's got really cool elements, and I just love that how the treatment of the not perfect, but it's unexpected. It's not just the traditional what you'd see with a little grunge on it or whatever. It's clean, but yet kind of fun.
right.
You're gonna have to speak up.
I'm thinking right now, the one that I was kind of gravitating towards is probably this one here with the arrow.
This one?
Yeah, I mean, just me
arrow?
personally. I love the Troutman with the flourish. It's very like Kodak, from the 1930s.
It does feel like Kodak.
And,
Yeah, it does have a little bit of a retro.
Which is good. A retro camera is definitely where our head
Well,
is.
and I feel like retro's never out of style.
That's what
Exactly,
we think too.
yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly
the
right.
And
30s
it
always
goes with
replaced the
you.
30s.
And so that's what I was saying earlier, when you pick a font that, may be trendy now, if there's a reason for it. So, I mean, that kind of look is trendy, but it's not, we didn't go over the top with it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to talk about gender a little bit.
Okay.
So one of the things that we work, we need to appeal to moms, and yet recognize that the guy that's shooting, it's a guy, So, and that's something that we deal with when we're balancing is that, like we want mom to feel comfortable and appreciated and supported. But when they talk to me on the phone, I have to go, I'm not the shooter.
For sure.
And then trying to balance that
But
in who we are as a brand.
Well, and that's where what you wear to the party matters.
Yeah.
Okay, so your face is the same whether you're going to a party with new moms and new babies, or you're going to a high school senior, homecoming dance or prom or football game. That's where all of the other elements come in and how they're treated. I mean, look at my logo. There's nothing mom, feminine. I mean, it's really more masculine than it is feminine.
It's very solid.
Yeah, it's
very
solid.
stable.
It's but yet look at my everything that I create, and everywhere I go, this is what goes with me.
And then look at your senior that goes with the same logo.
Yeah.
And different packaging, different print material.
Yeah.
And all the identity for that, all the rest of the identity, I should say, is completely different from her children.
Yep. And we will show that as we get into marketing in the next couple days, how I've done that with the help of fabulous designers, because I have that one face and I need to be able to go to all of these different parties, and reach different target markets. But certain things we do, like our packaging, it's clear. So we can put bright whimsical tissue for the seniors. We can do the rusts and the earth tones, and we even do bag tags where we like take twisty metal and you saw the charms that we made for the high school kids, real earthy. And then with we'll put polka dot ribbon for the kids' family. So we're just really approaching our style, our promotional style differently. So I just see how these can go both of those ways. I think every single one of these can go momish, dressed up for a mom event, and they can go senior with a little more of the metallic emphasis. I mean, even think of cool metals that are, did your kids, have you ever done this where you get the kit where you take the pokey thing and you carve a shape? You know what I'm saying? Like a piece of metal, and sometimes you'll trace something and it'll be 3D in art class. You never did that with a little varnishing stick? Here is art class together, different generations, I guess. But you can make little bag tags like that could be really cool, and even rub bright hot pink on it for your babies in tangerine and fun mom colors, if that's whatever look. And then for the seniors, it's like the metals and even jewels for the girls. So yeah, I can see all of these.
And kind of, what we talked about, the graphic standards, maybe you've got, and Sarah does, two completely separate sets of graphic standards. So here's your logo files, and over here's your children and family standards, over here's your senior standards.
Yeah.
And you just have to know which to pull from.
So I want to give these guys a minute to, I mean, we're going to have a break in a minute, and they can digest, and this is a really exciting part of the process. But you said you have so many comments from home, so let's hear what everybody out there saying. Beth, unfortunately, is leaving us in the morning, so any questions for graphic designer genius, or about questions about these or comments about these? We're open to all of that to hear what people think.
Cool. Well, we put out on the internet, we asked them what they thought of their favorite logo was. Quite a few people like the image with the logo with the arrow. Some people say that logo without the arrows is still their favorite. And let's see, in the live tab, we have number 3 is a favorite. Number 3 and 4 is a favorite in the
So
live tab.
that was 3.
Okay, this is 3, and this is 4.
This is 4. I had to think about this. We've kind of moved them around.
We have,
This was 4.
sorry.
That's okay.
In any case, I don't know if it would be something fun or cool if you guys would want this, but I think it would be fun if we were to like put them on Facebook and have people vote.
Can
or
you do
something
that?
like that? Can we do that? Would you guys want us to do that? I think that would be cool.
Yeah. They're nodding.
I'm not
The camera.
As I look at the camera, waiting for it to say yes.
I'm not going to promise it, but we'll see if we can do that.
See what we can do, for sure.
It's crazy. People around here, you ask for it, it happens. It's kind of magic. It's magical here. But yeah, that would be fun because especially the people who have been listening and watching and looking at their stuff and you guys now know who they are and you can give quality.
It's like our own focus group. Who knew we were going to have a focus group?
Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew?
Very cool. Well, we'll take some questions.
Okay,
if
yes,
that's good.
please.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome.
Okay, great. Photog Mickle is wondering, my last name is Ferrari. How does one market themselves with a logo that doesn't make people think of something famous, in that case, the car? And a similar question from Fashion TV in Singapore, how do we ensure our logo is unique? How does one ensure that their design does not look or infringe on another design?
Good.
All right, so let's go. Yeah, let's go with the famous first. I think that goes with, obviously, unless you're willing to change your name out there, you've got a little obstacle. But I think the important part with that would be to make sure that everything that goes with it doesn't in any way resemble anything that the car manufacturer does. It doesn't, it's not too, obviously we wouldn't want to put that along with that name. And so just make sure that, you go research what their logo looks like, you go research what their materials look like, and you don't make anything look like anything automotive.
And also, this example, a Ferrari brings a feeling that's fast and sexy and high quality product. Lori Nordstrom's a friend in Iowa. Nordstrom, same thing. Nordstrom's a high quality business. So you want to make sure that if your name is something, that it is a high quality connotation that comes to people's minds. So they hear, I'm trying to think of an example that maybe wouldn't be, but we know what those would be. So Ferrari is a great product. Nordstrom is a great product. So that's kind of can be fun.
And I don't think it's so bad, honestly. I mean, like you said, at least it's associated with something that is very high end. I don't think it's so bad, just as long as you make an effort to make it not look automotive, which you probably wouldn't anyway as a photographer.
Right,
I mean, yours is a different scenario. But
and then the second part of the question was about how do you make sure yours is different, unique, special?
You know what? And I'll be honest with a lot of photography studios, that is a little bit of a challenge because a lot of people do just want to go with something that is very generic. And so there's a lot, everybody can get online and search for different fonts. And while there may be hundreds of thousands of fonts out there, you kind of need to be aware of the things that we've discussed earlier, what the trendy fonts are, and make an effort to make something about it your own. And then I would also say that it's really important to research the competitors within your market, know what they're using. You would never ever want to use something similar to them. And then know, what other, look online, you can do, a search, and you probably have when you named your studio, so you can do a search and see anything that has the same or similar name to it, I should say, as you, and see what their identity looks like, because you do want to make sure that you are being unique.
If I can also say, I think sometimes people overthink the unique part. I mean, if you look at my logo, I wouldn't say you look at it and go, whoa, that's the most unique logo I've ever seen. Or you look at Tiffany's. No. To me, I prefer logos that are just super strong typography. Great contrast, strong, powerful. Even some of the comments you've said, I love the font, I love the power of the typography. Even just that on its own, look how beautiful
that is. Yeah, and there's
is.
nothing super special about that. I mean, yes, I mean, believe it or not, it has been manipulated, but there's nothing super special. I mean, it is a font, and other people could, sit in their computer and match that. But it's everything that you do with it that makes you even more unique.
Yeah.
So A question from Cinnamon, and I think I saw this earlier too. Is it wise to trademark a name or a logo? And from an artist perspective, is that something that you need to look for with regard to that infringement question, or?
Actually, I've done a lot of trademarking, and they typically tell you that you can't trademark a logo per se. If you have, like, what's a company that has a well-known icon logo? Swoosh. The Nike swoosh. Okay, that's probably trademarked. So if I were going to be like Sarah Petty Photography and put the Nike swoosh, I'd probably get in trouble. I mean, big companies, you're probably going to get in trouble. But you're more trademarking the name. And in this day and age, if they're not in your market with the same name, it's probably, they're going to allow it. So if there's another Sarah Petty Photography somewhere, there probably is by now. I have a sister-in-law named Sarah Petty, so it's not an uncommon name. I'm not going to go after them and I probably wouldn't win if they're out here in Seattle and I'm in Illinois.
But you would definitely want to look within your own market.
But definitely within your own market. And, you know, we trademark a lot of our taglines and things like that. But what they've told me is it's really hard to trademark a logo. Yeah.
Mindy Rose is wondering what Beth thinks about using a clean font over a signature or initial to differentiate.
Oh, good question.
All right, so let me make sure I've got this right. So using a clean font
So like
instead
a clean font, instead of a signature, like if they're positioning themselves as an artist, or initials like this.
Oh, I think that's, I mean, I don't know that it's one or the other. I think that it's, you know, you decide and you be consistent. And if you're going to use a signature, you always use the signature for that. If you're going to use this clean font for this, then you're always going to use that. Or if you're going to use, you know, this brand, then you're always going to use that.
And some people like a symbol. Vicki Toffer, a friend of mine up in an hour from me and by Peoria, Illinois, she uses the V. Her studio's V Gallery, and she signs everything with the V. So it's a cool shape, it's a cool letter. Whereas these guys are like, we've already decided we don't want TP because it sounds like toilet paper. So, you know, sometimes there are just reasons. Your initial just happens to be cool. Like if it's a D and a B, and they design-wise, you can come up with a cool way to combine the DB. You might have a DB as a brand.
I really think that, you know, in thinking about logos, we're kind of thinking about the way that you guys think about your photography. So it's the whole picture, and the logo is just kind of the start of the picture. And I really think that it doesn't, like you said earlier, it doesn't have to say everything, and there isn't really this huge, I know we've talked about a lot of things that are kind of wrong, but it's a big gray area, and you have to really decide what you want, decide who you are, and own it.
Pick a horse and ride it. To quote our little Erin, pick a horse and ride it.
She's been in Texas a while.
And the signature thing, oh, hang on, and I'll take that. The signature thing positions you as an artist. If you're a fine artist and you know, we work with a lot of people who are super creative that way, and you sign your artwork, like our artwork is all archivally framed and we sign the mat. That could be a reason, you know, that for your identity, everything's hand signed, hand done. So your logo is your signature. It's your name, it's your signature. That could be a reason to use a signature. Just a thought. Question?
Just looking at the logos again, see the circle.
This one?
Well, I mean, just the three there. Circle.
Okay.
Circle is a design there. Is there a reason that was a circle versus like a square or a different?
Actually, yes. No, that's a good question. When you look at a lot of the retro, because again, we're kind of going back to, you know, the things that go along with what they already have established, and the circle and or round corners, I should say, are elements that you see in a lot of retro. They didn't use hard edges in a lot of retro things. You'll notice that it's all a lot at an angle and a lot with curved or round edges on them, and it just lends itself a little bit more to that feel than a square or a hard edge does. So that was kind of where I was going with that.
All right, we have some more really great questions. So, especially having you here, Beth, for
thank
us.
you.
Yeah.
So, a question from Adrian Farr in England, and then a question from Travel Bug. Adrian Farr says, what do you do if you pay for a designer to come up with a logo and you don't like it? Does this happen to you? What happens?
It's happened to me.
No, I mean, that's what I mean, because it might not be you, it might just be the client.
No, it does happen.
And so how does that work in that situation from both perspectives? Because I know you guys have said that you have gone through this already. And then from Travel Bug, how many meetings should you have with a designer? And again, what if they don't come up with something you like? So I think that's also a big fear.
It is.
Like, what happens if, and then people just don't do it. So.
Well, and I'm going to reference, I don't know exactly what's on your sheet, but I know that you guys have tips on working with a graphic designer. And a lot of this, what I'm going to say, is probably covered in those tips. Yep. That, I think it's important to have a contract with your graphic designer. So you're going to hire someone, and in that contract, if they don't give you one, then you need to have that conversation with them so you know that you're all on the same page. So you're going to talk about, how many rounds we're going to go through. Because a lot of designers will say, I will do 2 rounds and then you're going to have to pay me more. Because, from a designer's perspective, they spend a lot of time thinking of these, or they should spend a lot of time, thinking about what's particular to you, what's going to make you unique, and all the things that we've discussed. So, let's say they've spent so many hours, just like you would with any shoot that you're going to do. You kind of get to that limit, and then you just want to know what that limit is up front. So let's say they're going to do so many rounds, and then you can talk about, additional fees for additional services. So that's something to know up front. Another thing to know up front is, like you said, well, what happens if we're just not happy? And I've definitely had, and I wasn't a big believer in charging people more until, unless there was just absolutely nothing we could agree on, and I'm not sure that ever happened. I just feel like, here's the set price, and we're going to do this until it's right. And again, it's just a difference in who you work with, so you just need to know that up front. And you don't have to be, shouldn't be shy about saying, okay, well, I am willing to pay extra for not ever having to come to you and say, hey, I just want this tweak. Don't charge me another $100 for this tweak because, I said this up front. And set some time frames. Designers are notorious for not kind of completing things. Artists.
Creatives.
Yeah, it
Those
just
creatives.
happens. So set some timelines, especially if you're working towards a specific goal. You've got an event or something coming up. I think it's important that you both are working on that same goal and hold them accountable to that. If you have to call the day before, I know this sounds like you shouldn't have to babysit someone, but sometimes, just so you don't get disappointed yourself, call them the day before and say, hey, are we still on target for our meeting tomorrow for presenting these? And just kind of touch base with them. I also think that it's important that, you, even if your designer doesn't come to you with kind of the survey or the pin board project or the things that we've been discussing, it's important that you voice those things to them. Just because you're talking and having a conversation and you need a logo doesn't mean they know anything about you. So you need to give them all the extra help you can possibly give them, and then you're just going to save time and frustration and have a better outcome.
That's actually why we created the Jumpstart Your Brand in 21 Days, for people to go through these exercises and be able to communicate to the designer. And we're going to go through more of those exercises with everyone this afternoon.
Okay.
And that's also why we created the resource on getting a graphic designer that's at thejoymarketing.com/day1. That is in there because I have seen people go to a designer and look at some of their stuff and go, oh, they're perfect, and they come and they present, here's your logo, your one choice, and it's maybe not what you were expecting, and then you're like, well, and you were thinking you were going to get a whole bunch. So I think a lot of it is getting those expectations clear up front. How many will I see? What if I don't like them? So again, you say your rule is I show 5 to 7, you get a second round, maybe a third tweak round, and usually almost always that was successful because you got the right information up front.
Yeah, and I'm really big on, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a face-to-face meeting, but but the pin board stuff, I mean, I would have people send me, I mean, a package of all these tactile things, all these things that they like. So all the stuff that you're putting on, instead of just taking a photo of it, you know, because a lot of people I worked with were out of town. And so I literally would get boxes from people full of stuff. And it was like Christmas for me.
Ooh, a scarf.
Like, oh, I so get it now. So every little thing that you think might not be, you know, because it's something that you guys are used to, just kind of step back and think about things that, you know, just you've never met someone before. What would be important for them to know?
Because the best designer in the world, not giving Beth any direction, and you say, go design a logo for Carrie, and you don't know anything about her, you could present her 30 logos and not hit the nail on the head. So a lot of that responsibility does fall on us. The better, you know, the better in, the better out.
Okay, question from Francesca, 31. How do you assess the stability of your logo after you've been using it a while and have an open mind to begin thinking out of the box of your existing logo to a new design?
Good question. You know, I would really think, I would say that it depends on your logo. A lot of people, you know, just because we're talking about logos and you guys are in the position to have a new logo doesn't mean that if you've had a logo for 20 years that you need a new one. So I think first you have to assess, is there a problem with your logo? Is there something that needs to be fixed? And does it require a brand new logo, or could you just tweak it? Look at brands that have been around for years and years and years. Nike hasn't changed the swoosh, they change campaigns. They haven't changed their font or anything, but they do change campaigns. You know, Coca-Cola has gone through various different minor tweaks of their logo. Pepsi has done, go ahead.
Can I jump back to Coke before you go on? I mean, every designer in the world is probably chomping at the bit at that crooked hand-drawn Coca-Cola font. Think of how, if you give these designers a challenge of come up with a new logo for Coke, how would they not love it? They could do so many cool things. So your point of maybe you don't really need a new logo is a really good one.
And maybe it's that you need to do something different with all the pieces that surround your logo.
Yeah.
So you could change all these graphic elements, you could change you could change colors, you can change a lot of different things that would make your logo look new and fresh and up to date without changing the logo and completely losing everything that you've built upon.
Like a few years ago when Anthropology came out with their swirls, and then everybody put the swirls, so maybe it's time to just take off the swirls. The logo can stand without the swirls, so it's more of a little fresh updating.
Look at Starbucks. I mean, Starbucks and the big, huge to-do earlier, I think it was earlier this year with their logo. It wasn't a huge change, but there were blog posts and tweets and Facebook rants and pages created just to dislike the logo. And I mean, you know, it was such a big deal about just taking a minor change to their logo. And yeah, they really did. And so, and I think I even made a post.
Okay, so I started that whole movement, but
no, I just think that, you know, it's really important, and use that as an example to go, you know, oh my goodness, well, let's really seriously think about what we're going to do and why we're going to do it, and have a reason and rationale behind it before we invest in that. Because the last thing you want to do is go recreate everything and then realize that there's a big problem and now you've just wasted money. Ooh, good example. Gap, speaking of, totally changed back.
Yeah, we talked about that.
I think that's the one I made a comment on. It wasn't Starbucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Somebody just decided they're going to make a new logo for Gap, and people weren't having it.
No.
People like it because they kind of have a retro, classic feel to their logo.
You know, it's just that's the way it's always been, and people didn't like it.
Yeah.
And so it's not always the best thing to do to just start from scratch.
We know how we talk about an identity is how you look, and a brand is how people feel about you. Back in 1985, Coca-Cola changed their formula, and the world freaked out. People at water coolers are talking about, can you believe they did that to us? So the power of a brand is overwhelming. So there is brand equity. When you mess with your logo, you have to weigh, The good and the bad, and to change it just for the heck of it because maybe your process is broken and your business is slow and you're like, oh, a new logo will help me. It won't. It's not a fix for a broken business.
No, and I would even say that a lot of people, they may think, you see your logo every day, and so it's a normal reaction to then want to change it because you get tired of it. The rest of the world is not tired of seeing your logo. So it's like you said, it's really all about everything else that builds your brand and creates that emotion with them rather than just that one element.
Cool. Well, right before we go to break, since we haven't, if I can ask one more question that a couple people have asked for you, Beth, and that's from Peg Weather and Julia Rose, who's in Detroit. So could you just clarify, does having a logo that can be black and white and no shades of gray mean that no color in your logo, or maybe just one color? I would love a more detailed explanation. And then when presenting the logos, do they always present in black and white before adding colors to the logo?
Good questions.
I'm going to take it backwards. So the second question, I always present in black and white. And I do that for the reasons that we discussed earlier. I think that it's really important that it stands alone in black and white, but then the next phase would be adding color to it. And I think that you should have, when I say no shades of gray, I think I'm just saying that for that version, you need to have a version that is just black and white. And then when you move on to add color, you can do whatever you want. So it just goes along with, you can have one color, you can have 5 colors. Depending, I mean, Joy of Marketing has how many? 4 colors, I think. So I think it depends on what you're going to use the logo for. So when you're thinking about color and you're going to have, these great printed pieces and you've got colors in mind and you want your logo to stand out, then you're going to put color in the logo. So I think it just depends on what you're using it for, but I would always say that you just need to have that black and white to defer to if needed. And maybe some people only use their logo in one color or in black all the time. That doesn't mean it's wrong, but most people have a colorized version and a black and white version, and they interchange as needed.
And if you're new and you're thinking, oh, but I'm only going to use it on my website, so I'm going to put the rainbow of colors in it, then, as you grow and you get down the road, and we do cool t-shirts for the high school kids, if we had all this, that gets expensive. Not that you have to do t-shirts or not that you have to do some of these processes, but as you're in business a while, it's fun to have those options and flexibility. And remember, if you have a logo with all these colors and you put it up against a really sweet, soft black and white image, what's it going to do? Your eye is going to go right to the color.
And one last thing on that, I think that when presenting, the reason, I know I already said some reasons that it's important to present in black and white, but what I didn't mention was that if we presented these in colors and we haven't exactly established a color palette, if I used lime green on this and you didn't like lime green, you would automatically rule that out, and it may have nothing to do with the logo. It may end up being your favorite logo if it were just in another color. So.
Well, thank you so much,
Beth.
This is absolutely incredible, the work that you turned around so quickly, especially after meeting them yesterday.
Thank goodness for the coffee in Seattle.
And she put her cape on.
That's right.
Supergirl for sure.
So was there anything more, or is it time for break?
No, we can take a break because these guys want
to
talk with each other.
They haven't been able to talk with each other
without anybody hanging on there.
So we'll start the next segment by kind of regrouping, and then Beth is going to take off and put her cape back on, get her double, triple latte mocha mix, and dig in on the next step of how is this presented, what other elements go with it, and kind of get our arms around that. Because in the morning, we'll do another reveal. I believe it's first thing. It might be late morning, but we're going to do another reveal looking at identity and how this next step is the color. What are the color options? How does it all play together? So it's exciting to be here and exciting for everybody at home to see this process, because there's nothing like going through this process, starting with nothing and ending up with all of these decisions made.
And I want to say, since I'm not going to be here tomorrow, and I have to go work now, I want to say thank you to everyone for letting me come here, because this is really fun, and it's been really great to meet you guys, and I just absolutely love your concept and every place that everything we've talked about and where you guys are going. So I am thrilled to have the opportunity to work with you.
And don't leave, so I won't talk you off camera.
Question.
I just have to say, I am just amazed. You, Beth, I think, have truly proven the benefit of having a professional designer.
That's why I was
Yeah, I'm just like, wow. Okay, sold.
Yeah, and a good one. Not that I'm bashing anybody, but that's why it's important to interview them and go through the steps we share on that PDF to find someone that you groove with.
Well, and yeah, I mean, not everybody. I mean, I wouldn't be the right designer for everybody. I mean, it should be about you, but I mean, there are some people that you just don't have that vibe with. And, you know, you talk to them and you figure that out, and no harm, no foul, move on.
It's kind of like working with a photographer, why we spend time with our clients finding out who they are and what kind of artwork they like, and then we go back and we create beautiful artwork that gives them goosebumps. I mean, that's what they're doing for us as a designer. Treat yourself to that. Treat yourselves and your businesses to someone giving you the kind of love that you deserve and giving you something that's perfect for your business, just like we do for our clients every day. We try to do for our clients. It's our goal.
Beth, the internet absolutely loves you, your work, you're making a lot of like aha moments out there for around the world, but everyone in the audience applauding you. Thank you. So we are going to take a 15-minute break, and Sarah, what do you have in store for us next?
So next, we're gonna dig back in with all of you guys making these next steps of decisions. We're gonna work through the 21 days of branding and help you guys make some of these next key decisions so you get your arms around who you are. And I'm glad to hear you guys are having moments too of clarity on who you are and where you want to go. I know you know it on the inside, we got to get it on the outside.
It's hard. It's like going shopping. You get overwhelmed. You want everything.
It is in creatives especially, because aren't we like, oh yeah, and oh yeah. And
look, new bright shiny thing.
Exactly. Yeah, and so doing these exercises really help you hone in on who you really are. And I think Beth did such an awesome job of visually communicating who the Troutmans are.
Yep, absolutely.
Awesome. Absolutely.
All right, some really cool, awesome sauce quotes out there from the internet for you. Kelly with Just a Y says, "So embarrassed, I just clapped in my living room when Beth came out, and my kid is looking at me like I'm crazy." And MCM Portrait says, "It brought me to tears when Sarah said, 'You have a gift, open it.'" Wow, something literally just clicked. Thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, things clicking for people left and right, which is, so that's why we're here. That's why we're here for all of you. So earlier, Sarah, you were talking about your story and what it was, the way that you wanted to live, to set up your business and your financial goals. And I wanted to let everybody know that we have a workshop coming up very shortly. If you haven't signed up for this already, it is going to be fundamental for you to even be getting to this step about setting up your brand. Is what are your financial goals? What is it that you want out of life? And so Ramit Sethi, who is is a New York Times best-selling author, just like you guys, wrote a book called I Will Teach You to Be Rich. And I have started to read this book and feel so empowered. Just like I'm feeling empowered from you guys today, it all comes together. But you talked about, get a job, save money, like all these things. If you want to invest in a logo, to invest in your business, that is what we're going to learn how to do from a personal finance standpoint here on Creative Live with Ramit. And so be sure to go and sign up for this course page. There is so much as I read this book that there's so much guilt involved with money and just what it means in our lives and what it represents. And I know I have a lot of that and walking around every day. And so what Ramit is going to be teaching us is how to manage these personal finances so that we just lay it out and do it. Just like you said, having that playbook for your brand, lay that out, you have it, you refer back to it, and you do it. And so This is an amazing workshop coming up. Please go and sign up for that workshop. So along with all of that, you started off the day this morning talking about who this workshop is for, and I really loved that. And I want to just kind of refer to that, go through that again for people. So this workshop is for people who are working day and night, who are wanting to make more money, who are afraid to sell to clients. Raising my hand big up right there.
So you're here Friday for sure.
I'm here. People who are wanting to, who are right now maybe attracting the wrong price-sensitive buyers and feeling overwhelmed. And this class is giving you that playbook, is giving you the tools to be able to work through all of these things one by one, because it is overwhelming, and it is overwhelming to try to take in all at once. We've already covered so much ground today already. So if you are going to purchase this course, if you know you're going to purchase it, do it now. Scroll down the screen, click the Buy Now button. It is $99 right now. It will not be after this course is over. Included in that purchase, you essentially double your money, because after you purchase the course, you email info at thejoyofmarketing.com with your invoice information, and you get another thing that is valued at $99, and that is
how to double your marketing budget and generate publicity. So it's more than sending a press release. It's so how to talk to the media, how to know what's newsworthy, all those things that, we open the paper and we see a feature on a local business owner and we think, well, that could be us. Well, it can be.
Right,
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, folks, so we will see you back in 15 minutes. Get that $99 deal while you can. All right, welcome back from break, everyone. We are a ton of activity going on here. It's so much fun. So that was an incredible reveal for these logos, and just want to remind you that we just posted these 6 logos to Facebook for you all to vote. And so go there, let the Troutmans know which is your favorite and why. So that is up on our Facebook page. So before we go back to you two, we're going to give away a big prize.
That's right. It's the Twitter prize of the day. So the prize is Jumpstart Your Brand in 21 days. It is valued at $399. Sarah, please tell us more about this.
Well, you want to jump in with me? So this is our branding product. And as you see, we talked about with designers, you get back what you put in. And if you can't clearly articulate your style, what makes you different, what you like, what you don't like. We're going to talk a little more in this segment about competitors and how to figure out how you're different from other people in your market. This workbook works you through in detail, one bite at a time over 3 weeks. And our audience here is working through it with us, and you guys live are watching it happen, but this is the tool you need to figure out all of these things for yourself. And we have you do the same pinboard exercise where you pull colors and fonts and a magazine that represents your style and your brand. And it helps you get crystal clear on who you are, so when you go to that designer or you create anything new, you know the answers. Because if you're going out there and doing all this stuff and you don't know the answers, that's when things don't work, and that's when the system breaks down and your business breaks down and there's all kinds of problems and disconnects.
Well, and also the cool thing about it is every day there's an audio file that goes along with each day of the 21 days. So it's anywhere from 10 minutes to 20 minutes of Sarah walking through exactly how to do this exercise, giving examples as well. So not only do you get the workbook, but you also get an audio file for each day to walk you along. So sure, you can.
Your mic is muted.
So
We said, is the mic on? Shouldn't let us
there
control
we go.
the mic.
If that's the only snafu we have, I'm all for it. So as I was saying, the really cool thing about this product is that every single day there's an audio file that goes along with it. So anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes every day, you're going to do an exercise, and you're also going to hear an exercise. So you're walking through how to build a strong brand, and as you've been hearing all along, you're not going to attract the clients that you want to your business if you don't have a strong brand to begin with. So this is going to teach you how to do it. You walk away from it 21 days later with a clear head. For all you people that have been spinning out of control, not knowing what to do, how to choose, how to make a decision, Troutmans, you probably could have used this before we got here.
But we really, I mean, we're working through that with them. We got some what we needed by meeting with them ahead of time, but not all designers will take the time. And what we found is designers will meet with clients, and the photographer can't give them the answers. So the designer's trying to get it from all of you guys, but if you have a product or a system like this where you have it all laid out for them, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, boom, the system goes so much faster. So hopefully people can hop on right now and grab it and be working through all of these exercises with us. So their 21 days scrunches up to 3, and then they have the follow-up work to do.
Yeah, so they can win it on Twitter right now, or if you want to purchase it, if you're not the winner, then you can grab it for $149 for a couple days at thejoyofmarketing.com/21 days.
Yep, 21 days.
All right.
So who's our lucky winner?
The lucky winner. Are you ready for the next 21 days? All right. The winner is Q Gallery, Twitter handle Q Gallery Art. And the quote is, "Identity is how you look, and brand is what people feel about you."
Very good.
Excellent. Perfect quote for the day.
If I were to get a tattoo, that might be what I would have, because I, to my core, believe that.
Congratulations, Q Gallery. Sarah and Aaron, thank you so much for the amazing prize and helping change someone's identity and brand out there.
You're welcome. You're
That is
welcome.
awesome. And I just wanted to remind folks that everybody wins here. We're doing these Twitter prizes, but everybody wins there are tons of discounts that are included in the day 1 giveaway. So what you do is you go to thejoyofmarketing.com/day1. Number 1?
Yep, not O-N-E, 1. D-A-Y, 1.
Right, sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Day 1. And you fill out your name and your email address, and then you will get an email that will give you links to download these PDFs that we've been talking about, all for free. And one of them lists off all these offers and links and everything. So everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
Yay. Okay, all right. Now we only have a little bit of time left, so back over to you two.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted to start this segment with our live audience here and just ask you guys what has opened up for you for what we've been through so far, because we've had just come off an exciting reveal, and people can go vote on Facebook, right, for their favorite, but what has opened up for you three sitting there? And I know you're in your mind saying, I can't wait to do this, or maybe you feel good about where you are, but Carrie, what's opened up for you? And we'll just go down the way.
Just knowing that I need to get a stronger logo.
Okay.
For an identity. I'm just using kind of a cursive script, but it's not really an identity of who I am.
Okay.
And I actually have someone in my town who I'm going to have do my logo.
Great.
And, I'm thinking in my mind, you know how when you look on LinkedIn and you see these really silly profile pictures, and you don't take that business person seriously? Same thing. And now I'm looking at myself
Yes, that's a great analogy. Yeah, because that's the face of your business, just like your profile picture.
And it shows people how serious you are about your business and your photography.
Great.
So
great. Well, hopefully we're going to get more clarity for you as we work through all of these exercises, and in your mind you're getting your arms around the direction to give that designer and what's different. Because I just glanced at your logo, and it's not a terrible logo, but you're saying it's not you.
Yeah, it's not an identity. It's not a logo. Like, these are really cool, and I can't believe she came up with all those overnight.
Yeah. Well, she's had this project for, I mean, she didn't just sit down with nothing.
Oh,
She's been able to look at Troutman's, and we had them fill out a questionnaire about where, you know, some things that they like and don't like. So she had a starting point. So she came with ideas, and then after meeting with them, you know, roughed them more in.
Okay.
But because, you know, there is no magic for that. But yeah, that's exciting for
And
you.
even like you were saying on your logo, even though it's a typeface, it looks professional. It looks like you hired someone to do it. It just shows that you cared to put
Exactly.
that extra step in your business.
It does.
So
It does, yes.
Well, and I think again, you go back to, we hear constantly people complaining that, you know, how do I compete with the mom down the street who's doing it for free or giving out a CD, but yet they want to compete and they want to say, well, I'm really a professional and she's really not. But then when you look at that, you know, you look at their marketing and you look at their branding, you go, well, the mom down the street has better marketing and branding than you do. So if I'm a consumer and I'm looking at it, you know, from that perspective, there may be a problem that you have there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So how about you?
Well, I just recently changed what our logo was.
Okay.
It was something completely different. It was a picture with some script on it. And it just didn't, to me, at the time, it didn't match what we were moving towards and really what our photography was and whatnot. So I changed it. But I mean, looking at it, I just kind of, well, it took me forever to pick out a type, but yeah, I still don't know if it matches who we are. And I just want to confirm that what we changed to is really that. And again, it was something I designed, so it's not a professional. You know, it's just something I think I really need to take a deep look into.
Love it. Love it. What's open up for you, Miss Andrea?
Well, first off, I'm not really sure if I even like my name anymore, so it's like this whole complete change I feel like happening. I know my brand colors and logo are like the purple and the teal that you have on your couch actually, but looking at my board, I don't really have that much of that, so it's just kind of curious even that aspect. So I definitely have a lot of figuring out to do, and I can't wait to dive into the 21 days and really figure that out for myself.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up color because colors are important and they evoke different feelings. You've got warm tones, you've got, you know, dark red, bright red, oranges, yellows that are stronger and they come out at you, and then you've got cooler tones that recede. And we all know this, we're photographers and we're working on photography and sets and we're looking for color harmony and things, and a lot of times people just pick a color because they're like, oh, I like that color today or whatever. But what's the big picture, and what feelings is it evoking in the people who are looking at it, and what do you want them to feel? How do you want them to feel? And how does it go with your style and your photography? With me, I love the bright colors and the colored backgrounds, and so I don't have actual colors. I do have PMS colors, but they are in a family, a palette that can change. So I might pick a new color to pull in, like a different orange, because they're all this palette of whimsical colors. I don't do primary colors at all. And so that's how I do it. But other people go, like Tiffany's, you know, the Tiffany blue. We all know a box from Tiffany's, how women react when they open that blue box, and that's become their identity and who they are, thus evoking the feelings of love and goodies.
I must be really important.
I know, I think Aaron texted me Christmas Day, I got a Tiffany's box. And we're happy at that. I don't even know if you opened it, you just sat it there and you're like, my husband knows I'm a branding person.
But I got it.
Well, I mean, seriously, our husbands know we're branding people, so they know we appreciate every little place they shop. Hint, hint. So with colors, yeah, you have a color question, comment?
Well, we did have one quick color question, but then also I wanted to let you know what the internet is saying about what has opened up for them with regard to their logos as well. Okay. So the quick internet question is, for people who aren't familiar, what are PMS colors?
Yes, PMS colors are not every month what colors you see when you're angry. Forget we use terms that all people don't use. So it's called Pantone Matching System. And these are Pantone created colors and named them as a standard so that people can pick a color and always have the same color. So when you go to a printer, if you say you have something printed, you want your certain orange, you tell them the Pantone Matching System or the PMS color. So when you guys pick your colors, you want to find out the PMS color, and in Photoshop you can go in and you can put the cyan, the magenta, the yellow, and the black, and that PMS color will come up. And you'll put that in your identity, in your graphic standards, and anybody that prints anything for you, you say, these are my PMS colors. T-shirt people can create that exact PMS color with the formula that you give them.
Everything, anything you paint, anything you print, signage, everything, you need to have those PMS colors, because otherwise what looks blue on your screen may print out to be a different color blue on the big sign above your door, or on this gorgeous mailing that you just spent your whole marketing budget on. So you need to really get clear on what those exact colors are.
Yeah, and going back to brand failure, there's a business in my town, and their logo is bright green and yellow. And I drove by their building, and their signage was one bright green and yellow, and the paint on their building was they were trying to pick similar colors, but it was very off. And to me, that's like fingernails on a chalkboard. Either be the same or be very, very different. That's the rule of contrast. So you don't just get it kind of close. It doesn't work. So we've passed up buying things because we couldn't get them in a PMS color, whether it's a t-shirt or a promotional item or a chair or whatever, because we couldn't get the PMS color. So we're like, we'll go with a neutral, we'll go with black, we'll go with white, because it's that important to us.
Well, and again, you go back to, how would you feel if your Coke can was suddenly not the right color of red? Right? You wouldn't necessarily notice it on the shelf the same way. I mean,
well, you would be scared.
Yeah, it's like, okay, was this made in China, or was this an off?
But even ones made in other countries still have that same red because of the standard. So you would think, has it been out in the sun, and is it faded pink, or it's fake? Like, I'm not drinking it. What's in it? Yeah. So just like we wouldn't say, oh, just my font is a script, or my font is a sans serif, you name your font, you give an EPS file, and same thing with your PMS color. You pick it, you stay with it.
Awesome. Thank you.
So what's opening up for our audience at home? Because I love to hear those bells and whistles going off in people's minds.
Thomas Lindsay says that it really drives home the importance of hiring someone else to do this for us.
Just like Andrea, absolutely.
Someone just like Beth.
Can I jump in on that?
We all need a Beth.
Photographers, and our photographers always mad when they're like, oh, they think they're a photographer. They're, taking all their own photography for their website. They're taking their own business portrait. When we know they should hire a professional, and then we do the same thing. We have fonts. They have a camera. We have fonts. So,
right, absolutely. So, Gosh, I can botching of that one. Digital media, Divine Digital Media says, I realize that my logo might be too over the top, and that I should simplify it to get it to be a little bit more simple. And Ashley Willard says, I realize that I am not organized with my font, my colors, etc. So not having that system.
Yes. And what's funny is, making these decisions can be hard, but once you make them, you're good. You've got them, and you don't have to keep using your brain every month making that same decision over and over and over again. Dig in, make it once, get your graphic standards, all your rules of your brand, and then you can move on to creating fabulous things and thrilling your clients, and know that you have that consistency. And for the person who said their logos they think is too much, we're going to be critiquing logos in this segment from our audience at home. So it'll be fun, just like this exercise with Beth, it will be fun to banter around about some of the logos people have submitted, and what we like that's simple, what we like that's maybe too busy, and that kind of thing. So Sometimes simplifying is a simple thing, and sometimes it's a big thing. You just don't know.
Sonia Leon Photography says that for them, the idea of having a full logo and also a stamp version of it is very important.
Cool, cool. And maybe one more who says, Maggie Ann 415 says, I need to change the feel of my marketing pieces and not necessarily the logo myself to match my focus. And so that I know, and she goes on, but I know we're going to be talking a lot about that as well.
And that is a big thing, because you feel like something's not working, so I should change my logo. And she realized, okay, it's not the logo that's the reason that it's not working. My logo's good. I got the face.
Right.
It's everything else that how I'm presenting it out in the world. So we're going to dig into that tomorrow and the next day, definitely. So that's a good thing to open up, that no, it's not the logo. The logo's good. Your face is good. A lot of times that's the case. And I think that's freeing to know that, okay, I can move on. Because we always are like, oh, maybe I should different font or this or that. So good for her.
Very cool. Well, we can keep going.
All right, let's keep going then, because we have a lot to get done. This day has gone so fast, hasn't it?
Yes.
And these guys have caught it in me in the break. They're like, my head's spinning. I'm like, oh no, is that good or bad? It's good.
great.
They're giving thumbs up. It's good.
So I think one of the things that I wanted to get back to a little bit is, we saw a piece of how a logo is developed, but it's not done in a vacuum. And as Sarah mentioned, Beth had some conversations and had seen some things from the Troutmans first. And so there are some other things that we need to think about and consider when we're developing an identity, when we're developing a brand, okay? And that first thing that I think we all need to look at is what the competitive landscape is in our market, okay? And so what we mean by that is not, oh, they're cheaper than I am, or oh, they're more expensive than I am. What we mean by that is looking at your competitors and seeing how the rest of your potential target audience feels about them and how they perceive them. In addition, how they perceive you. So are your competitors perceived as the high-end photographer? Are they perceived as the place that you go for pet photography, but not if you have kids? Are they perceived as the place that you're going to go if you want to spend a lot of time, but if you just need something quick and cheap, you're not going to go there? So one of the exercises that we have you go through in the 21 days of branding, and you guys will all start to dig into this, is really looking at who your competitors are and thinking hard about who your potential clients are that you really want to be working with that are going to somebody else, and why. Why are they going to somebody else? What is it about your competitors that they're seeing? It's probably not just price, you guys. I mean, that's the easy answer. That's the easy out. We all like, oh, they're not choosing me because I'm too expensive, or oh, they're not. But it's probably something else. So digging into your competitors is really important when you're looking at how you're going to put your brand together and your identity together.
So I am a big believer that we succeed or fail based on what we do. Okay, you rarely hear us talk about competitors. And in my market, I rarely pay attention to what they're doing. There's new ones every day coming in and coming out. But there is one time when you do need to pay attention to your competition, and that is when you're building your brand. When we get to pricing, when we get to your product mix, when we get to your promotional plan, we're not going to worry about your competition, because for the most part, they're not doing it right. So if you're copying them, you're probably copying, it's like in class, you're going to cheat off somebody, cheat off the smart kid. So you don't know anything about their business. You don't know if they know what they're doing or if they're profitable. So I've seen it over and over again. You will succeed or fail based on you knowing how to build a brand and understanding your numbers and your marketing mix and your promotion, having a sales plan. And your biggest competitor could succeed with you and you both succeed, or you could both fail. But they're not going to put you out of business. And I really dislike all the fear in our industry of there's so many competitors out there. They're all doing it for less. So many. You know what? It doesn't matter for the most part. Okay, so let's get all those voices in our head telling us, oh, but there's more people out there doing it cheaper. When you figure out this whole system that we're teaching you, you will succeed. If you implement these things and you go through these steps, you guys will succeed. They may succeed too. They may fail has nothing to do with you. So when you're building your brand, especially you guys out there in the world who are just starting, Matt, you're just starting, and you're kind of finding that balance of, okay, what makes me different and what makes me different from everyone else, and how are they all positioned? So when we look at positioning, and I'll throw out one of my favorite books, and at thejoyofmarketing.com you can find a list of my favorite books. I'm a big reader, and this is an older book, so some of the examples in it are very dated, but it's my favorite book. It's by Al Ries and Jack Trout, called Positioning the Battle for Your Mind. And we're not fighting the battle to tell people who we are and what we do. You guys have like that book. Yeah. It's in your trunk. The whole thing that they teach is we're positioning our product in the mind of the consumer. Okay, so what do we know between Coke and Pepsi?
They're both colas.
They're colas, but what's the difference between them? One has, we know,
sweeter.
One's
Yes.
sweeter. Okay, Pepsi's sweeter than Coke.
sweeter than Coke.
That's how we judge what we want to drink. This one's sweeter than this one. We can't just say that all colas are the same, or that we want a cola, we want a sweeter cola, we want a drier cola, it's a relative scale. So when consumers are making the decision about what photographer, what do they think of? And one of the things you can do that we talk about is, in this 21 days, a little exercise that we'll throw out that you guys can all do, is go to the mall, or have someone go to the mall and stop all the moms passing strollers and just say, hey, I'm new to town, I have kids I want to photograph. Do you know photographers in town? And you will start asking people, and you'll start hearing over and over, oh, this one's really creative but expensive, and this one's really cheap, and you get a lot of stuff, not the greatest, but you get a ton for your money. You can send a high school kid and pay them for 2 hours to stop 100 people, 100 teenagers, and say, senior pictures, where do you go? You start going to the swimming pool in the summer, or the places where the teenagers are hanging out, and just start conversations. Where do you guys go? Who's cool? And you'll start finding out what's in the mind of the consumer. Because you think you're this, but if no one has that perception of you, it doesn't matter if you're this.
That's exactly right. We all know that. What we think of ourselves doesn't really matter. It's what our potential clients who we want to buy from us think about us. That's what's the most important.
So when we're creating a brand, we have to figure out where those openings are. And you've probably seen a perceptual map before where it's like a crossbar, and you have quadrants like high quality, low quality, high price, low price. And you can do it with any product, like beer. You've got high-end beer, Michelob, or you've got foreign and you've got domestic. But if you're saying, your more expensive, better beers, and then you've got your affordable priced but good beers like your Bud Light, Miller Lite, and then you've got the lower price, lower quality like your Keystone and your, but they all
Natural
have Natural Light, yeah, Natty Light,
Yeah.
I'll just have water.
It's Pike County beer.
It's where, Aaron and my husband are from.
Sticks.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean one's good or bad. There's a ton of people, college kids cannot get through life without Natty Light, right? There's an audience.
Yeah.
There's people that love Bud Light. If given a choice of any beer, they're going to pick Bud Light, or they're going to pick Miller Lite, or they're going to pick Michelob, or they're going to pick Amstel Light or Coors Light. So they all fit on this map somewhere. When you see products that get in trouble, they don't have a position. They don't own anything.
They're in the middle. They're floating around in the middle.
Like
so that's
Chevrolet.
where you don't want to be. You don't want to be, honestly, you don't want to be in that middle place. So you want to be either over here in the top quadrant, or you want to be in the lower quadrant, but on either ends of the spectrum, you're fine. But what we see happen with so many businesses, and this is when they fail. I mean, honestly, this is when they fail. When they're trying to be everything to everyone, and they're not owning a position in the market. So they're not owning either I am the high-end photographer, or I am the place where you go for the highest quality, or I am the place where you go, like the person said earlier, that she wants to help the people that don't have the money to have an expensive wedding photographer. Great. Own that position. That's why I said pick a pony and ride it, because that's the position. You need to own a position in the mind of your customers, because if someone comes to you and says, hey, what do you think of Troutman photography? I don't really really know. They did some stuff for me before. They did
Or
some
I've
food
heard of 'em.
photography, you know, but I don't really know what they do. That is the kiss of death in your business. If no one can come up with anything definitive to say about you, then that's, you know, again, you're better off for them saying they're really expensive and I can't afford them. You're better off for somebody saying that, because then the bells and whistles are going to go off for the right people to go, well, I want something exclusive. That's who I want to go to. I want something that not everyone else can have. So you want to own a position there.
And this is something too that I think the online audience will really appreciate and connect with. A lot of confusion, I think, happens with people who are like, but I do a lot of things. You know, I'm a good senior photographer, I'm a good baby photographer. So they're like, I'm gonna do a newsletter or brochure and I'm gonna put pictures of my new babies and my teenagers and my weddings and my pets and my boudoir and everything all in one, and I'm gonna send it out. And what you find, and what we believe and what we teach and what we practice, is if you want to expand your business and grow your business, you do that by contracting and specializing and being great at something. And my business experienced that. I loved kids and babies, and I wanted to do kids and babies, and I told you this morning, I did that promotional piece that folded out, big fancy, put my whole budget into it, and I mailed it to new moms. And this one day, this guy called and he said, "You're so awesome. I got this mailing, or I saw this mailing somewhere. You're so awesome. Will you come and photograph my horse?" And I was like, what makes you think, by looking at this piece with all these babies in the studio, that I do horses? But again, his perception was that I was great at something. So it's like you have a knee injury. Do you go to the general doctor or you go to the knee specialist? The knee specialist is better. The knee specialist costs more. The knee specialist is what you need and is the person that's going to take care of you. So how do we handle this in a business where we have several target markets? Well, we will talk about numbers tomorrow, understanding your numbers and figuring out your budget, but you can reach out to these different target markets and make them feel like you specialize in that segment. So when I mail something to my kid family target audience, it doesn't have seniors, it doesn't have weddings. We don't do weddings now, but it doesn't have all this other stuff, because I want those new moms to know that I'm the photographer to come to for new baby stuff. And when we market to high school seniors, it is all about them, because here's the senior and here's the world revolving around them. They don't care that you do babies or that you do pets. And the new bride, you're newly engaged, I remember that. You'd walk around and you'd be like, ooh, this could be a bridesmaid's dress color, and you're having conversations with people. Ooh, this carpet could be at our reception hall. Like, that's all you're focused on. And when you're first pregnant, you're talking about everything about the baby's room, and you're looking for the photographer that speaks that language. Okay, so do you want to talk a little bit about, or do you feel like you want to talk more about that perceptual map? I mean, because target market, they all kind of go together. You can own a position in the new mom's minds. You can own a position in the high school seniors' minds. Mm-hmm. And you can own a position in all these different places. So you can specialize in more than one thing. But if you're out there setting this message that you do everything, you're going to be perceived as a generalist, and you're going to be perceived as more of a commodity and worth less.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I think, for you guys in the audience that have the 21 days of branding exercise, on day 7, we talk about defining your target audience. And as you were saying, Sarah, it all does go together. And as we're looking at these logos that Beth presented to the Troutmans, one of the main things that the Troutmans have to keep in mind when choosing a logo is who they want to be attracted to their business. So it's not just about what they like, but it's about who their ideal customer is and what will that ideal customer like. Because some of these could be perceived differently by a high school senior. It could be perceived as dated, or it could be perceived as too fancy, or it could be perceived as, so you really have to look at who is my ideal client and get very clear on that. Who is that person that if they walked in the door, you would work all night, all weekend, no matter what, to do whatever for them, because they are your ideal client, and you know that you would love photographing their family or photographing them or photographing their horse. I mean, maybe you do love photographing horses, but you have to get really clear on who your ideal client is and who you're going to do your best work for. Because when we're excited about who we're working with, that's who we're going to do our best work with. So I think that that's a place where we all need to stop and slow down a little bit and think about what that target audience is and what they think about when they see your logo. Because again, like I said, when we started this, your logo, when you create your logo or you rebrand, it's not done in a vacuum. You have to think about all these other pieces. It's not just about you and what you like. Sure, you have to like it, but it also has to appeal to who that ideal client is and that target audience.
And you know what helps us is to pick a client that we already have who loves us, who gushes on us, who gets us, who appreciates what's special about us. And everything we create, we think about that client and we think, what would she think about this? And we go, we giggle and go, she would love that. Then we know we're on the right direction. We're not just thinking of every new mom out there. What's every new mom out there going to think? We want to tickle and delight and thrill this one client who loves us, because we know if we thrill the perfect client, more like her will come. It's back to that dog whistle. We're creating a dog whistle in everything we do. We don't care that all the zebras come and the lions and the kitty cats. Like, we want the dogs who love what we do. And there are clients who will love what we do. And I think that's a hard lesson for newer photographers. I know, I don't know if any of you guys can speak on that, but don't you hate that when you have a client on the phone and you know they're not right, but you're having that conversation in your head of, oh, but I could take them and it's money, and I know I don't go out to barns and shoot horses, but you know, I'm a little slow right now or whatever. You guys have all done that, right? And I think that it's good to know that we don't have to take those clients. And I mean, it's nice as your business matures because you can be selective. If you're busy and you just don't want to do something, like if a group of 50 people called us and that's not our thing, that's not our favorite, it's nice to be able to say, you know, we don't really do that. But if it's something, a smaller group, and we have the time and we want to do it and we want the revenue that month, we'll do it. But we don't show it anywhere. Okay, so when we figure out our ideal target market and our client, we want to photograph those babies, like you talked about, the dad and the baby. So maybe you end up shooting something that's not typical, a posed family, because they come in and they're like, we really want it. You're not going to show it anywhere because that's not what you want to do. That's not what you do. Did you do it? Yes. But that's okay. But we have to stay clear on thrilling that one client that you know loves what you do.
So I think the main thing, I keep referring back to all the questions we always hear, but we hear the question often of, where do I even find this high-end client? Where are they? Or this ideal client, where are they? What are they doing? And Sarah talked about the perfect exercise is, don't think about this ideal client as this generic person with no face and there's thousands of them running around. Think about this ideal client as like somebody that you'd want to hang out with. A person, one person. What does she do in the morning when her alarm clock goes off? You know, what time does she get up? Does she read the newspaper? Does she listen to the radio? What is her morning like? Does she go to work, or is she a stay-at-home mom? Does she need to take the kids to school? What are the challenges that she goes through? What gets her excited every day? What would be her favorite thing that she could possibly get for her birthday? You see, we're starting to bring this person to life. This person isn't just a dollar sign or a check that they're writing out to you for your photography. There's somebody that now you understand, and you're starting to understand their motivations, and you're understanding what gets them excited and what they're going to love. And now you can appeal to them with your products, with how you talk to them, with the experience that you deliver to them. But if you don't have this clear in your mind of who this person is and what she looks like, and you guys are all visual people, you're creatives, get clear on who this person is and get crystal clear on that. And that's what this exercise will help you do.
And with clients, the one thing I will say is people are always like looking for the wealthy client, or, you know, people with money. But I don't look at my clients that way at all, because some of my favorite clients, if you look at, you know, everyone just was holding up what their income is or how much they're worth or whatever, they wouldn't even rank high up there, but they love and value photography. And those are the people that everything we do, we want to attract those people that love what we do. And sometimes people that come in driving the fancy car and having fancy jobs and carrying fancy expensive things, they could care less about photography. And those are the smaller orders. So for me, and everything too that we're talking about in these 3 days is about finding the right clients, not the wealthy clients, the right clients who value what you do.
Yep.
Excellent.
Well, that being said, we want to move on to critiquing our audience's logos.
Let's do, but really quick, before we jump to that, did you guys, audience, we didn't get your feedback on these 6, so we kind of kept them out here. Did you guys gravitate? I know everyone online is voting at home, but did you guys have feelings strong one way or another? Did you gravitate toward anything or dislike anything?
We laughed about the TP.
Yeah, that was pretty funny to us, the TP. We're like, oh, no, not that one. For me personally, I gravitated to like the circle with the arrow or the one that kind of reminded of everybody of the car.
Yeah.
Those two really, I like the circle, I think, is a huge part of it, and I like the roughness of it.
Okay, fun. You guys?
I liked the number 1 there. I enjoyed the typography.
Okay.
I also liked the handwritten portion. I really gravitated towards that one. I kept going back to that as the other ones were being revealed.
Okay, you can have that one. Okay. You guys want to go back with awesome travel?
But I did I like the idea of like the TP or the T down there having a separate piece of the logo to be able to pull off.
Yeah.
To be able to do other things with. I like that idea, and that was something that I wanted to steal shamelessly and
Because what's your last name?
Roland.
So is it Matt Roland, your studio?
Roland Studios.
Roland Studios, so it'd be RS.
RS.
Okay, it's different than T and P.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so it is interesting to think through, and don't you start to see, okay, what would my business look like if I had that symbol that could go on things? And some people love that idea, and some people are like, no. Some people love the signature. So that's what's so cool, is that we all have to create that filter through which we make all of our decisions. And that's why Erin and I love teaching this way, because if you go to conventions, you get 90 minutes of different speakers, which is great. It's a sampler platter. But the first one says, oh, this is the way to do it. And then the second person, this is the way to do it. And the third person, you're like, someone just tell me. But what's great about this format is you get to hear the why. And so you can go, oh, yeah, that's not for me. And then the next, oh, but that's for me. And it helps you make that better decision. And I think understanding the why in every part of it, the marketing, pricing, picking your products, if you know why, it makes it so much easier. The overwhelm goes away because it's like, okay, I now know why I should have packages versus a la carte in my pricing. Or I now know how many products I should have and why. And so that's exciting for you guys to get to have a little bit of all these different options, and then you bring it back to yourself and you think, oh, I love that symbol, or I don't love that symbol. So that's cool that you gravitated toward that. So that's good to note.
And again, it goes back to that target audience. So you were saying, oh, I need to offer this many products and why. And you go, okay, well, if my ideal client is someone who, she works all day, she's busy, she's raising a family of 5 kids, and her husband travels a lot or whatever it may be, she's not going to want to see 50 different options. She doesn't have time for that. She needs you to make it easy for her. And so again, just always keeping that in mind, even when you're developing your products. And when we get into more of that tomorrow, how you choose that product mix tomorrow afternoon, keeping that in mind. So I think everybody, listening at home, and if you want something to think on tonight, I think that's one of trying to paint that picture of who that ideal client is.
Yep. How about you, Carrie? Any thoughts?
On the logos?
Yeah.
I liked 3, and I specifically liked the idea of the little points.
Okay.
The
dots.
heading type thing. And 6. But like Matt said, I do like the logo, the TP on the 4, just that can be a standalone, and that's going to be something that I want for my new identity.
Okay.
Is like the full logo, but then just a little piece that you.
Okay, so having it full, and then and what I love about that, if you do go that way, is you have this design element to put all these cool places and subtle.
Just
like the watermark and the back of the cards in a soft way, so it it reinforces who you are. And I've seen that done in really, really cool ways. Okay, well let's dive in and look at some logos from everyone at home. Yes.
Yep, they are ready to go with
Oh,
your clicker.
I have the clicker,
magic
so here I
clicker.
am. Do I just go forward?
Yep.
Okay. So let's just start by saying that we have a handful of logos that were submitted, and I'm a believer that when you ask an opinion from someone who you respect, you want them to be honest. And we are always kind, or we try really hard to be kind. But I remember when I was first starting in photography and I'd ask people for their opinion and they'd say, oh, this is great and it's good, it's nice. And I'm like, that doesn't help me. Really, like, tell me, because I want it to help me. So we're gonna be honest with our feedback here, hopefully kind. Again, we don't know all the background of all of these, so if we say something and you're like, oh, that totally isn't relevant, then, you know, disregard it. And keep in mind, it's one or two people's opinions. It's not we are right and we are wrong. We love this, we love to study it and critique it. So,
and we're also not seeing it in context with
Exactly.
your art. So,
exactly. Okay, Don Crossland. So he's chosen to do the circle, which is an element that can be used separately. I really like that mustard color with the black. I think it's fun and contrasty. And again, we have not looked at any of these websites, so I have no idea photography, but I would imagine, based on the cleanness and the crispness, that he has maybe a little more contemporary style, that he likes saturated color. I wish there was a little more contrast between the Don Crossland and the photography. He's gotten contrast with the black and the gray, but I think, the darker and the lighter black, but I feel like there could almost be a little more contrast, maybe photography smaller. I like them both lowercase, but I think that's the only thing I might tweak a little. Otherwise, I really like this. I think it's strong. I like the DC off-centered.
I think a little more space between the Don and the Crossland. They kind of run together a little bit to my eye when I'm seeing it from across the room, which is thinking if it's on signage, if it's you're driving by on the highway, it kind of runs together. So I think a little more space between first name and last name would be.
Yeah, that didn't bother me. Now that I look at it, it's almost a space, but it's not really a space, so it's a little off. If anybody, my favorite design book is called The Non-Designer's Design Book. It's a little, do you guys have that too?
In the trunk?
We're just gonna go open their trunk and bring all of our favorite books. But it's just a little paperback, and it talks about these different elements that we will talk about. It's actually kind of a naughty word. Can I say a naughty word here? Crap's not really naughty. I don't like my kids to say it, but it's contrast, repetition, alignment, and proximity. So when we're talking about these, I'm going to bring these elements up. But contrast, dark, light, big, small. And their whole thing is, if you're going to make it different, make it very different or make it the same. It's like contrasting 12-point type with 14-point type. It doesn't really do it. Make it 20-point or make it all 12-point. Okay, so I like that logo. I would tweak that little bottom, the photography part just a smidge. Okay, now this one, this is one person that has two different logos for two different parts of the business. This is Glamour Boudoir, and this is, I believe, the kids stuff. For one, I think there's a lot going on in these, so you wouldn't put your phone number and your website as part of the logo. So if you're doing that, that needs to be separate. So the P in crap, the proximity, you put like objects together. So the logo is one thing, and then your second chunk of information that should be with it is your phone number, your address, your website. That type of information. They can stay together, but they're not part of the logo. So you want to separate that. I think all of the different colors are a little hard to digest as well. I think this is a case where I might consider, you have two different scripts, and I get over here you're going for more glamour and pretty, and here you're going for a more childlike, playful look. But I feel like it's an awful lot, and I'm not sure how, now you're branding two totally different looks and feels. Not that can't be done successfully, but so if you wanted to do that, for example, I would keep the same photography. Maybe that is the same font, but it doesn't look like it. Is it? It might be. I think it's supposed to be. And then you've got the dot. So you're kind of doing that. I just feel like with the size of markets that we have, you know, you're talking a couple hundred clients here and a couple hundred clients here. You're creating two brands with the same name but different look. So your mom client sees this brand somewhere, this identity marking, and vice versa. I feel like it creates some disconnect.
No, I would agree, and I think also, as you mentioned, I understand what's going on with the glamour and boudoir, wanting to bring that up and show that, look, this is different than my other photography, or maybe she's presenting us with two different options. And which
no,
one
they told me when they pulled this in that she uses both.
But I mean, I think you'd be fine with just the Ashley Holloway photography on the bottom left, and you know, leave the glamour and boudoir off, and you could use that for either of your businesses. It doesn't turn me off for either. This one up on the upper, that one, it just my initial feeling that I get from it, and maybe it's the colors or the fonts that are used, but I do feel like you're going after a little bit less sophisticated of an audience potentially, and maybe you are, which is fine. That would speak to me if that's who you were trying to
Looks
attract.
more like mall studio in the fact that it's like bright colors and that kind of feeling. That's what it evokes from us. And I agree. I like this logo down here for everything. I like the parentheses quotes as a design element. I wouldn't put them in the logo. So that could be a repetitive design element in both. I think the AH, you know, then it's a whole nother thing. You're going to brand this AH over here and then your name here. I think pick one and then develop the pieces that go to each audience separately. So get one face and then we'll create different outfits over the next 2 days. That would be my recommendation. And I would pick that one. I think it's nice. I like the contrast between the script and a sans serif, big and small. And the dots are a nice little element that can be used in both, so fun. That's adorable. Glow photography.
And I wonder if it's his initials, maybe, potentially.
Giovanni, yeah, GLO, glow. I think that's adorable. It's fun, it's playful. I would guess it's kids photography, more whimsical style. It's got a contemporary flavor to it. The colors aren't primary, so it's not like school photography, like the orange and the mustard and the blue. I think it brings a fun flavor. I like it a lot. Anyone? You guys feel free to jump in if you have a question or a comment. I like it. Erin, thoughts?
I do have one initial thought.
Okay.
It is very clean and very simple. I would expect that your style to be very clean and simple, therefore, so I wouldn't expect high fashion, a lot of lighting.
Grunge.
I wouldn't expect any of that. So there could be a disconnect there if that's not the style of your photography, because I'm expecting clean white walls. I'm expecting
real simple.
Yeah,
real
that's
simple
very
magazine.
Much what I'm
Clean,
thinking.
white space, simple typography. That's what we would. Yeah.
Little lightning bugs.
That's adorable. Fun font.
Definitely has to be kids.
It's definitely kids, and it's sweet. I think it's adorable. I think there's good contrast between, so it's the same font, but different I mean, it's not, but like look at the A, so there's similarity. So I think the fonts work nicely together. Because that bottom font could create problems if you didn't use it correctly. I mean, it's like cheesecake. You gotta use it sparingly or you're gonna be sick. And I think that this was done well. I'm sure that was done by a professional designer, because you've got alignment, things line up visually, you've got nice spacing. The fireflies are adorable, a design element. Repetition is the R in the CRAP. So repetition, you know, using those all over. And I wouldn't use either of those fonts anywhere else if this was my logo, because it takes away from the specialness. But because they both are richer fonts, very stylized, I would go with a very simple font for copy, website, everything else, because that is so, you know, unique. It's like our Joy of Marketing logo. It's got a lot going on, so you can't put it with a lot going on. You have to stay simple with it, and same with this. But I love it. I think it's adorable. I think it's really fun. If you want to come out with a line of newborn, you know, the relationship soft, sweet, maybe you could do that in earth tones instead of the red, you know, the more primary colors, and treat it differently. And this is our maternity or whatever, so that it you know, you can kind of change it a little, but it's still true to who you are.
Definitely whimsical.
Yeah.
With fireflies.
Yeah. So I see a lot of these fun frames and kids' room art, things like that. So product mix wise, your products, this person should be picking products that are like fun and playful and whimsical and bright and colorful,
The
just
wild
like that
sorbet
logo.
frames and
Yeah. We have our vendor list too of all our vendors. We're going to be showing some really cool products over the next couple days on that, thejoymarketing.com/day1. So you can check out all the fun stuff that we're showing, because I think a couple of you guys that logos we're seeing are going to like some of the cool things we show. Brindleberry Custom Pet Photography. Now, I think this is adorable for several reasons. The berry, when I first glanced at it, I just saw them import them, so most of these I haven't seen, but this one caught my attention because I saw berry, and then I saw the berries, and I thought, but that looks like a paw print, and then I see custom pet photography. So it just worked for me.
For me, the two graphic elements may be a little much.
Too
With the organic symbol, I know why she used the leaf, like the all natural, and the paw print both. It feels like, did the paw print step on a tree or what? I mean, I'm just, in my mind, it's a little much. I would probably, I think the leaf's a little overdone right now. I think we're seeing it a lot, and not necessarily just for photographers, but in general, I think it's a little overdone. But I love the paw print.
Well, and the 100% all natural, I assume that's not part of the logo.
Nope.
But I can see, are you seeing now how this, don't you see the bigger picture? All natural stamped on the wrap on the frame, and on all of the products, it's this organic, you know, I can see it wrapped in linen or organza, you know, the fabric that's just all linen, cotton, natural, everything. Maybe a recycled bag with that logo on it, all natural. I feel like that's a brand identity. I can see it all happening.
How do you feel about the photography not lining up with Barry on the right?
Well, you've got alignment on the left, and because of the way the Y comes down, it works for me. It's almost aligned with the top of the R,
yes.
But it visually, I think it works for me. I think the purpose with the leaf is that it looks like it's a berry tree. Berries grown on a bush, or not tree, berry tree.
I don't see it, but I'm not as visual.
I like the contrast in brindle and berry, same font, a dark and a light. So I think it's clearly been done by a professional designer. I like it. I think it's nice. And then you've got those little elements like the little paw print to put all over. Your bag tag could be shaped that way. So they become yours. Really cute. Really cute. Okay, on this, I'd rather see photography in a sans serif font. I feel like the ornateness of the name conflicts a little bit with the serif on photography, serifs being the little notches at the end of the letters. I also feel like photography it's a little dark. I might lighten that a little, although I am kind of close to it. We're looking at these giant,
when I see this, I think probably glamour, boudoir. That's very much the feeling I get from seeing this. And so I'm not sure what type of photography Rachel does, but that's the feeling it evokes in me, is that's the type of photography I'm going to get. So if you want to appeal to kids and unfussy or you know, even wedding, I think it could work for. But if it's kids, I would say it doesn't give me that feeling.
Yeah. Andrea Farmer, photography.
Personal opinion, just simply personal, and anyone else can totally disagree with me. The font at the top, I don't love. That there are other hand-drawn font that look like handwriting fonts that I do like better. With this one, I feel like I don't know if that it's overused, but I
Just amateurish?
Yeah, that's more
Almost.
what it is, I think.
So if you're specializing in kids and that's your approach, maybe it's a different font here and you use that on your website or in some of your copy as a headline. Very sparingly. I'm not a fan of the handwriting font either because, again, we want people to see us as being above and more professional, and we don't write things in by hand when we're professional as much. Not that it can't work. The camera is very obvious as far as a graphic element. It's like the tripod, and I'd rather see it. We have one coming up that I saw that's integrated into the name. That's kind of cool. So when it's just stuck there, I feel like it's 634. I'd rather see it more integrated into the design as opposed to just being stuck there, being a photographer.
It's a cute style. I mean, the camera is
Simple.
somewhat stylized. I mean,
Yeah.
I do kind of like it. It doesn't look like it's just clip art. So in that regard, but you have to be careful when you're bringing graphic elements into a logo that it doesn't look like it's clip art.
Right.
So it does look like it's been hand drawn or stylized in some way, but I think that I would make some changes here.
My first thing when I see this is I'm trying to pronounce, is it Emkel?
Or milk?
Emkel? ML.
KL.
KL. So maybe, I'm not sure the name of it. MLKL, so do you answer the phone? MLKL photography or milk? It could be their initials, but I think it could create conflict. What does it mean? Does it stand, and like, I always say, how do you answer the phone when it's something, like when Prince changed his name to a symbol, like, okay, how do you pronounce that? So.
You say the artist formerly known as Prince.
Yeah. I like the contrast between the script and the light, airy sans serif. It looks like a Futura Medium, which is my favorite font. Light, good contrast. I don't know that you always need the circle. It could be something where you use the circle some and don't use the circle. I think in this case, it's not as much integrated into the design, but it's simple and it works. I'm a fan of simple. My only concern is the name, and can people say it? Is it your 2 kids or your 4 kids' initials? But how do you say the name of the business?
Right. Yep.
So that could create conflict. Here's a fun one. Hilmer and Himson.
I totally think that this looks like a bar logo. Yeah. So I get this, like, this is going to be like a rousing good time, like when I come here. The one thing I would caution, there's nothing says photography here. So this could go on a bottle of beer, this could go on the wall of there's nothing
pub.
that says, there's nothing that says photography here. So you have to think about the context. Again, I know you guys talked about in the last segment, the context of how your logo is going to be seen.
Yeah, and is it pet photography? And is this a mascot? Right. We didn't talk mascots at all, but is this your mascot? I mean, it's adorable. It's well done. I like the font. I don't think it's dated, but you just, again, we don't
get a vintage
and it's got
feel.
Mustaches, so of course we like it.
It's all rubbed off.
Yeah, I think with them, there's got to be a cool story that we don't know. Yeah. Like, what do those names mean? Hilmer and Himson.
Well, I'm actually looking them up online right now, and they have lovely stashes, lots of mustaches, but I think that they are actually fun and classy photo booths.
Photo booth, perfect.
I'd get the word photo booth in there somehow.
Yeah. It needs to say photo booth.
Yeah,
so
but
maybe
totally. I get the circus feel with the way the font is.
Yep.
And
It's perfect for a photo booth. Thank you for looking that up, because out of context, it means a different thing than in context. Let's see if we can't get a couple more in. Bruce Searle Photography. So this makes me think of an older studio, classic studio, portraits that are timeless, possibly more traditional posed, like beautiful, well-lit, traditional photography is what I get from that.
Agree. I have issue with the photography being read
Upside
down. I'd like to
Flip
see
it.
it the other way. Yep. The other way around. It
I
would
agree.
make more sense for me to see. But yeah, again, if that's the feeling that you want to evoke, or those timeless classic portraits, maybe you're in the South and where that's, is still very, very popular, in other places of the country too, but then this would absolutely appeal to your audience.
Yeah. This is the one with the camera integrated, and I find it interesting because at first I was like, is it Tang or Tong? And then it is Tong because you see the O. So I think it's one of those things in your local market. People are going to know Tiffany Tong, Tiffany Tong, and it becomes something that you read it naturally because you know her name. At first, I wasn't sure if it was an A or an O. I also feel like photography bothers me a little. I love the contrast with Tiffany lowercase and the last name uppercase, but I feel like there's an alignment issue happening over here because you see that extra space to the right of the G.
I don't like the connection between the Y and
The
G.
Y and the
but
G?
That, again, could just be a personal thing.
Yeah, I don't see a reason for that either. I actually didn't even notice it because I was...
On the camera.
So photography, I might do that all lower, spread it way out so the letters are far apart. I don't know, I'm not a designer. I see things visually and then I tell the designers and they make it beautiful. But I feel like that all caps, something alignment wise. So maybe if you're gonna do some stylized, make the G wider, something like that. Do we have time for a couple more? One more?
We're over time, but...
Let's do
We
this
are
last
over
one.
time.
Yeah.
Last one.
Let's do this last one.
There we go.
Marshall Peterson. So is that a light bulb? That's interesting. In a camera. See the camera sideways?
Yeah.
Light bulb.
I thought it was his face.
Well, it is.
Oh, okay.
I think it's his face. He has a mustache, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Which we're liking, right? And I like the font of Marshall. I think it's fun.
It reminds me of a private eye. Like a detective or something. Again,
What's the punch machine that you spin, and those are the letters from the punch machine? Did you have one of those when you were a kid? Yeah, you spin it and you click the M with the tape.
yeah.
The original label makers.
The
label
The
makers.
original label makers. My only thing here is that looking at it, you start putting images with it and it's going to look a little busy. So I kind of like the Marshall letters on their own. I see this the drawing in the camera almost as a design element, like in your newsletter, things like that. For me, I feel like it would be too much. And I don't know that people would want the little light bulb, like the face on the brand of the photos. But I see a lot of things you could do with that punching, embossing, debossing. You could get a little stamper that your note cards all get embossed with that. And it reminds me of in the murder movies where they cut out the letters, the ransom notes. So your marketing campaign could be kind of that fun. That's all kind of retro letters. And it could, it's just, my mind is going different places with that. But
This is another one where I could see it being like photo booth type thing.
Well, if it's supposed to be kind of a light bulb, it's someone that creative, I think is what this person's trying to say, creative with the camera. I don't know. It's interesting. I still think it's a little bit busy, but I like different elements, a lot of it. I'm hoping that's Marshall, what he looks like, which is cool.
If it's not, maybe it's his mascot.
His light bulb mascot? I don't know.
Like Ready Kilowatt.
Yeah, I don't know. But fun, a lot of fun logos from you guys at home. Maybe if we have time later, I don't know, or tomorrow we could stick a few more in. I could do that all day long. I'm like, we're time? How did that go by so fast? So hopefully that was helpful for you guys. I know it's a little challenging being out of context, but sometimes just looking at it without knowing anything is good, because if it's making us all feel like, this Shirley person does boudoir, and they're saying, oh no, I specialize in pets or babies, it maybe is giving other people that same impression. Because remember, we have 3 seconds to catch our client's attention. They're driving by, they see your sign, they see your billboard, they see it somewhere, they're making perceptions from that 1 second they have to look at it. So that's why it's super important.
All right. Well, what a jam-packed day.
Crazy.
Thank you guys so much. People did really love when we're critiquing anything, it doesn't matter if it's theirs or not. We all learn, and that's what we are hearing from folks.
Good.
Nods heading here in the audience.
Good.
So I just wanted to again say thank you so much on behalf of the internet and Creative Live. Many thanks to Beth as well for her hard work on these logos. Many thanks to the Troutmans for allowing us to have you be our test case, but also getting your whole brand being made over here on Creative Live. So let's give Erin, thank you so much, and Sarah, thank you so much, a big round of applause. You ladies are dynamo. I love it.
This is so fun. I just hope everybody's having as much fun as we are, and an amazing team of people here to pull this off. It's really, really cool.
So Melody Corsi says, I was thinking that I needed to do some brand updating. And after seeing these amazing logos, I realized I need a total revamp. So thank you, Creative Live and Sarah Petty, for doing this.
Yay.
So what is it that we're going to do tomorrow, Sarah and Erin?
Okay, so tomorrow, make sure you're up early, because the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to see the finished logo that the Troutmans have chosen.
Or will choose.
Yes, or will choose.
If there's revisions or whatever, it's sort of round 2 with revisions, as well as we will be presenting a reveal in the morning of identity, the graphic standards, some of the ideas of how these, how everything's going to look, how this will be presented. So we know Beth threw out a few ideas, but it's even cooler to see them take shape.
And then we're going to go into, right before lunch, we're going to go into your numbers. So we're going to start looking at pricing and how you know whether or not you're profitable and what you should be charging in a photography studio. Then after lunch, we are going to jump into really that product mix, what you should be selling based on who your target audience is, a little more into pricing as well, a little more tactical there. And then we're going to touch on
packaging a little, yeah. Because it's the afternoon is your marketing cake. We're all baking cake. So if I told you guys all to go bake a chocolate cake, you'd use flour, you'd use sugar, you'd use the same ingredients, and you'd all come back with totally different things. And those are the decisions we're making in the afternoon tomorrow. What ingredients are we going to put into our business cake? Cheesecake, cupcakes, red velvet, just thick double chocolate cake. So we're all gonna go and figure out based on the style and all the things we're learning. It's like math, it builds on itself. And so we're gonna help you guys get clarity on how to make those decisions. So that'll be really fun. So tomorrow is gonna be a really great day. I hope we have such an amazing audience at home. They've been awesome. Their input and their questions and their feedback has been fabulous. So it's gonna be a really good day.
So homework.
Homework.
Yeah, homework. So, I'm the taskmaster. So we want you guys to come back tomorrow having worked on this 21 Days of Branding tonight. So start working through it. Start thinking more about your style. Start thinking more about your colors.
And
Andrea,
the pin board.
Yep. And we want you to work on your pin boards tomorrow, or more tonight, so that we can come back tomorrow. So looking for elements, whether you're out walking around at dinner, taking pictures of things that you see around the city, all things that represent your style, so that we can help you come to this place by the end of our 3 days together of where you're feeling like you've got a good idea of what you want your brand to be.
And making those graphic standards decisions. PMS colors and all the things that you guys are going to be working through with us. And hopefully some of you at home are doing these projects as well. Way to keep everyone on task.
Good job. My favorite quote from today happened to win our morning Twitter contest, and it was your quote, Sarah: "You can't build that strong house business without the foundation and brand." And what I was realizing is that Sarah and Erin are giving you the gift of photography branding right here on Creative Live. You've just experienced that all today. This gift is yours. And I was thinking that another thing you had said earlier was about investing in yourself. And what you can do is invest in yourself by purchasing this course at the live event price of $99. And that ends in just a couple of days. But this is a gift right now, so grab it, open it, and build the strong foundation of your brand, because the investment you put in yourself right now will be recognized by your clients, and they will in turn invest back in you. So that is it for today. Thank you all for joining us from around the world, and we will see you back tomorrow.